Dying is hard. No matter how many times I've experienced it, it never gets easier. You'd think the first time would be the worst, but that's not true. I've had deaths far more brutal than my first. Yet that initial death holds a unique weight, a kind of pain that comes from truly believing it was the end. My first life feels like a distant dream now, so far removed that I can barely recall anything about it. After my first death, I endured countless lives filled with suffering, clawing through endless pain and despair. Then somewhere along the line, I found my footing and started seeing the beauty of living in this strange new world. But those early memories are like faded ink on old parchment, blurred, fragmented, detached. I don't even remember my name from that first life. It's been swallowed by the river of time. What I do remember is that I had a sister. Her face, her voice, everything about her is lost to me now. Yet, the faint impression of her lingers in my heart. She was my only family, my reason to fight. Letting those memories fade was not intentional, but perhaps it was necessary. Forgetting makes living easier. When I died, it was sudden. My sister had gotten herself into trouble, and I was rushing to save her. That rush cost me my life. I don't remember the details, how it happened or the faces of those involved. All that remains is the knowledge that I was trying to protect her. And then nothingness. I awoke in a void, an endless, empty expanse. There was nothing to see, nothing to feel. Time stretched and warped until it lost all meaning. What is your desire? The voice came without warning. I had no ears, yet it resonated within my very being. A command, not a question. It was the first time I encountered the earthly Tao, the entity that controls, not rules but controls, this world. My thoughts echoed in the void. I want to live. I want to live for my sister. That is compatible. I can grant you a new life. You will have the chance to see her again. You will even have the power to help her eventually. Do you accept this blessing? Yes. Agreement noted. Sensation returned to me in an instant. I found myself kneeling on packed dirt, a cool breeze brushing against my skin. The air carried the faint scent of early spring. I opened my eyes and saw dozens of people kneeling in neat rows, their eyes closed in deep meditation. Confused, I tried to stand, but my legs wobbled, and I stumbled. At the front of the courtyard, a stern middle-aged man barked out words I didn't understand. His glare, however, was universal. I froze, quickly lowering my head to match the posture of those around me. The scene was surreal. The red-plastered walls surrounding us, the carved platform where the man stood, the silence broken only by his commands. It all felt like stepping into another world. I barely had time to think before the group began to stir. The man shouted again, and everyone rose to their feet. I followed, trying to blend in, though my trembling legs betrayed my unease. We were herded out of the courtyard, and into a maze of red walls and cobblestone roads. The scenery blurred as exhaustion weighed on me. By the time we reached a cluster of ramshackle wooden houses, my body felt like it might collapse. I chose a house at random and stepped inside. The interior was as dismal as its exterior, cramped, dirty, with a single rolled-up sleeping mat on the floor. My body ached with fatigue, but I forced myself to stay awake, piecing together what little I understood of my situation. My arm, thin as a twig, told me all I needed to know about the previous owner of this body. Malnutrition and neglect had left it frail, weak. The rest of me fared no better. My hair, long and tangled, felt greasy and matted. Alone in that shack, I muttered to myself, "What the hell is going on?" No answer came, but the silence felt oppressive. I waited for what felt like an eternity before curiosity got the better of me. I ventured outside, only to find the area deserted. Rows of identical shacks, and a dusty training ground offered no clues. Driven by restlessness, I approached the red gates we'd passed through earlier. The weight of the wood and brass was heavy, but I managed to crack them open. A guard on the other side shoved them wide and barked something I couldn't understand. He didn't wait for an explanation. His fist connected with my chest, and the world blurred. "You have died." Calculating. "You died as a Martial Disciple 1. 10 credits awarded." Sensation crashed into me. I was kneeling on packed dirt, the same breeze brushing against my skin. My eyes snapped open to the same courtyard, the same rows of kneeling people. Déjà vu gripped me. My shout echoed through the courtyard. and I stumbled to my feet once more. The middle-aged man glared at me again, his frustration as sharp as before. It was happening all over again. This time I kept quiet. I followed the group as before, replaying the events in my mind. When I reached my shack, I didn't waste time wandering. Instead, I tried to make sense of what had happened. That's when I heard it, a voice in my head, cold and robotic. System initialization complete. Welcome to the Undying Immortal System. 10 credits available. If you wish to make a purchase, simply say system. Sensation crashed into me. This time, however, I was prepared. I did not scream. I did not stumble. I remained motionless, my mind a quiet void. Having died 3 times in a single day, I was beginning to grasp the futility of panic. Kneeling in the courtyard once again, I held the posture with more ease, blending into the crowd. The middle-aged man barked an order, his voice clear and commanding in words I could now understand. Rise. I stood along with everyone else. This time, I managed to stay inconspicuous. Follow. We began the familiar trek back to the residential area. Now that I understood the language, I hoped to overhear something useful. To my dismay, the group remained eerily silent. The weight of unspoken tension hung in the air. When we arrived, the man, whom I now dubbed Ol Shouty, addressed us. Your chi has awakened, and you have all received your blessings from the heavenly Tao. Find a house and meditate on the nature of your blessing. In 2 hours, we will begin taking you for testing. Do not cause any trouble during this time. His final sentence was directed at a group of young men. Among them was the red-robed youth who had killed me earlier. His smug grin told me he was already itching for his next victim. Ignoring him, I returned to my small, dilapidated house. I sat cross-legged on the floor, letting Ol Shouty's words replay in my mind. Blessing. That was the same word the voice in the void had used. If my blessing was the system and my ability to reincarnate, then I had to guard this secret carefully. Sharing it would only invite trouble. But I needed a plausible explanation, something that would satisfy them during this testing. I had no idea what a normal blessing looked like, or how to fake one. System, I whispered. I want to know common knowledge about blessings from the heavenly Tao. Information on common beliefs regarding blessings from the heavenly Tao. Cost 5 credits. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 12 credits remaining. A flood of information filled my mind. Blessings from the heavenly Tao enhance the blessed in unique ways. They may grant heightened intuition, charm, or even martial prowess. Weak blessings might assist with mundane tasks, like growing crops, while stronger ones could summon fire or enhance physical abilities. The most powerful blessings are rare, and typically given to those of great virtue. So blessings could be vague. That was good. I could play up the mystery, pretending not to know the full extent of my own. It wasn't perfect, but it would buy me time. Now for the next question. System, who is this body's previous owner? What's my identity here? Information regarding the identity and history of the host's body. Cost 1 credit. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 11 credits remaining. The system responded. The body belonged to Su Fang, an orphan of a remote branch of the Su clan in the Western Wastes. The Su clan rules the region unchallenged, but Su Fang's distant bloodline afforded him no benefits. Weak and malnourished, his prospects were grim. At age 16, he was sent to the Su clan training compound for the awakening ceremony, where chi is introduced to awaken blessings. His frail body couldn't withstand the process and he died. I winced at the bleakness of Su Fang's life. That explained why my body had crumpled so easily under pressure. If I wanted a future in this world, I needed the Su clan to see me as valuable. That much was clear. However, with a body as broken as Su Fang's, any display of competence seemed impossible. System, I whispered, is there something I can buy to heal this body and make it strong enough to compete with others my age? Rank 1 strengthening pill. Cost 25 credits. Too expensive. What about just healing it? Rank 1 healing pill. Cost 10 credits. That was more manageable. Buy it. Purchase confirmed. 1 credit remaining. I waited but nothing appeared. System, where is my pill? No response. Frustrated, I focused my mind, visualizing the pill in my hand. To my relief, A small round pill materialized between my fingers. Without hesitation, I swallowed it. A surge of warmth spread through my body. Bones realigned, cracks mended, and the dull ache I hadn't even realized was there vanished. I stood and stretched. My body still felt weak, but the improvement was undeniable. I began a series of basic exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, and shadowboxing, to adjust to my newfound strength. Hours passed before my door creaked open. A middle-aged servant stood in the doorway, his expression neutral. "Follow me." I stepped outside, squinting against the sunlight. My heart raced with anticipation. It was time to see what kind of future awaited me in this strange, dangerous world. The guard led me out of the residential area and into a side courtyard with the same gray brick paving stones and red walls. It contained only a single building, which had an administrative air to it. It was a wooden building that had been painted a bright red. The building sat half a meter above the ground upon a thick marble foundation. Red columns were spaced all along its perimeter to help hold up a two-tiered yellow ceramic tiled roof. Complex designs were painted in gold on the red walls, and intricate multicolored patterns adorned the eaves and the brackets that ran between the columns. I was guided up the marble steps and into the building. Inside, I found a rather spacious front room. The middle-aged shouty man from the previous ceremony, Su Yuan Fei, sat at the back of the room to oversee the proceedings. In the middle of the room was an orb that looked like it was made of perfectly transparent glass, resting on a pedestal. To the right, a scribe sat at a table taking notes. Finally, behind the orb was an elderly man I had not seen before. I wasn't sure about the proper etiquette for this situation, so I gave the elderly man a slight bow and approached. I decided not to speak since, as the locals had recently taught me, speaking out of turn could be deadly. If they decided I acted rudely, I would have to die and try again. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. When I neared, the elderly man spoke. "What is your name?" "Su Fang." I heard the scribe writing this down. "Place your hand on the orb and channel your chi into it." Not sure exactly what that meant, I did my best. I placed my hand on the orb and tried to will something into it. Nothing happened. After a few moments, the man spoke again. "Concentrate on your dantian in the core of your body. Pull from there, and push into the orb." I did as he said. I didn't feel much, but I could feel something. A faint trickle of energy flowed out of me, and into the orb. As it did, the orb began to sputter weakly with a faint glow of a mix of random colors. Zero affinity. The elderly man's tone was neutral. My result didn't seem to bother him. "What can you tell us about the blessing you have received?" Having thought about this question, I decided to say something to try and make them think that there would be more to come. Something had to be better than nothing. My entire life, my body has been weak and frail. After the blessing, I can feel that there is new strength in it. Old pains have ceased, and I can feel that I am regaining the strength I should have. I believe there may be more to this blessing, but that is all I know right now. The old man gave me a look, and I could feel energy from him lightly probe my body. After that, he nodded to the scribe. He will be given the Earth Heart mantra and return to his original quarters. I wanted to speak up and ask a question, but the servant who had let me in began pulling me away. After a second of surprise, I followed behind. We entered a side room, where another scribe was sitting in front of several piles of bamboo scrolls. "Earth Heart." The servant spoke with a touch of disdain. The scribe handed over a scroll from the largest pile. "We will send someone to retrieve this in 2 weeks. You have that long to learn it. Do not lose or damage this scroll." I nodded as I was pulled away. The servant took me back to the residential area, but he didn't follow me back to my house. He was already off to grab the next person in line. Sitting back down in my house, I needed to decide how to proceed. Being expelled from the clan for not placing in the top 16 sounded harsh, but it did make some sense. The Sioux clan was huge, and I was an orphan from a twig of a branch family. At some point, they would have to start pruning down those who could be considered actual family members. It might not feel fair, but it did make some sense. The new encounters had shown me new areas where my knowledge was lacking, and as long as I knew about a problem, I could work to solve it. The fact that I had zero affinities seemed like it was going to be something that needed to change. I didn't know what affinities were or how they would help me, but that testing showed that they were considered important. I only had 1 credit, so there wasn't much I could do. At most, I could use it to fill in a bit of missing knowledge. System, I want to purchase knowledge of affinities. Knowledge of affinities. Cost is not possible to calculate at this time. I want to purchase basic knowledge of affinities. Common knowledge of what people believe about them. Purchase confirmed. Costs 1 credit. 0 credits remaining. In this world, there are many forms of energy. The most common form of energy is qi. It exists everywhere in the air around you. Similar to light or electricity, qi is a form of pure energy. There are many different forms of qi. Using light as an analogy, there are many different wavelengths of qi that give it different colors. Examples of this are the 5 basic elements: fire, water, earth, metal, and wood qi. Other forms of qi may include lightning, demonic, and spirit qi. Affinities allow a cultivator to control the type of qi that matches their affinity. They can pull that energy into themselves, empowering and strengthening their body. While rarer affinities may offer some benefits, they are generally seen as less useful since their matching qi types may be lacking or insufficient in the environment. Credits expended. Transaction complete. I considered the Earth Heart mantra I was given. It was used to cultivate Earth Qi. Would cultivating Earth Qi affect me differently than, say, Fire Qi? I wanted to ask, but I didn't have any more credits. Every time I died, I was told I was getting points because I reached Martial Disciple 1. When I asked about gaining more points, I was told that I would get points based on my cultivation level. It sounded like my cultivation level could be improved by using this Earth Heart mantra to pull in Earth Qi. If I were to pull in Qi and strengthen myself, I would eventually become Martial Disciple 2. That would earn me more credits when I died without running afoul of the system's no intentional death edict. I didn't plan on dying, but I knew it would happen sooner or later, so I needed to make the most of it. Affinity was a body's ability to control different kinds of qi, and by having 0 affinity with everything, I was at the bottom of the bottom. My control of qi barely existed, and I would have a very hard time advancing. There it was. 10 deaths to afford even the worst affinity available. Processing. An external entity has discounted the price of increasing your affinity. Cost 10 credits. Note: this discount will only be applied to the first affinity you permanently upgrade. However, any future upgrades to this affinity up to the level of peak 9-star will also be discounted to 10% of their regular price. An external entity again. That was worrisome, but at least it was helping me out. So, a discount, but only to the first affinity I chose to make permanent. Did I want to focus on Earth Qi? I didn't want to rush this decision. Since this discount only applied up to peak 9-star, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I picked the wrong affinity now and decided to change my focus in the future. But starting off on the right foot was always for the best. Not that any of this mattered too much at the moment. I didn't have any credits, so this choice would have to wait for the future. My goals moving forward were simple. Push as far as I could. Learn as much as I could. If there was a risk, take it. Better to learn and die, so I was prepared for the future. I didn't want to die. Even with the resets, I didn't want to die, but I would. That said, for the near future I wouldn't exactly be doing anything death-defying. I would be sitting on my rear, trying to pull in energy, while having little to no ability to do so. For the next several days, I practiced the Earth Heart mantra alone in my tiny house. In reality, I didn't do much more than sit there and wait. Servants delivered meals, but they never stuck around to chat. It was a somewhat miserable existence. I tried my best to cultivate, but it seemed like with 0 affinity, making any progress was going to be more difficult than I had expected. Fortunately, on the 5th day things changed. Everyone was brought to the large dirt square behind the houses, the imperiously named martial arts training yard. As we gathered, I noticed one thing that was a little strange. A few children were missing from the group, including the red-robed prick who beat me to death a few days ago. Putting that together with the look of superiority he gave me the last time we met, I could guess that the elites had been separated out for special training. Good news for me, it seemed. An older man with military bearings stood in the middle of the yard and began giving orders. Quiet. space out and circle around. He waited in a stiff pose as we did as ordered. For the next 3 months, you will all be undergoing extensive martial training. Every hour of every day you will either be exercising, cultivating, or recovering. After 3 months, many of you will no longer be members of my clan. If you want any hope of remaining one, you will push yourself to do your best at every moment. If you do not want to be one, you will still push to do your best at every moment, because if you don't, the moment you leave this place, you will learn exactly how harsh this world can be to commoners. Basic martial skills are a necessity. His eyes roamed across everyone as he gave us all a disgusted look. This training won't just be hard. It will be deadly. If you relax for even a moment, you might find out that it was your last. He smirked and looked around the circle. Now time for a little demonstration. Do we have any volunteers? Everyone froze. No one wanted to be the first to offer themselves up for a beating. After waiting a few beats, I decided to make a move. Was it stupid? Sure. Did I care? Not really. What was the worst that could happen? I stepped forward. I volunteer. Excellent. The instructor seemed truly satisfied. Attack me. Again I froze briefly, but after only a moment I moved. I was no professional, but I had learned a bit of fighting in my first life. I wouldn't be able to take down a trained fighter, but I was confident enough to take on a simple street tough. I knew I probably wouldn't be able to win, but if I could put on a good show, maybe I could earn a little respect. I rushed forward and punched out with my left fist at the man's chest. It wasn't a feint, but it also wasn't a full power hit. I had to force him to raise his arms for a block. As he did, I pivoted and swung my right fist at his midsection. This was again blocked. I worked as hard as I could, throwing out a punch or kick whenever I saw a potential opening. The man easily blocked everything. He didn't even bother to dodge or redirect the force of my attacks. He just stuck out a palm and batted me away. Good. It seems like at least someone knows a little about fighting. The instructor smiled happily. Then, this slight smile flashed into a sudden scowl. Too bad you don't listen. I told you that if you relax for even a moment you might die. Suddenly he punched. The blow hit my head, stunning me. If this man was even close to as strong as the guard I had met earlier, he should have been able to kill me in a single hit. But he didn't. He spent several slow, agonizing minutes tenderizing my flesh. One bone after another snapped as he pummeled me. I wanted him to stop, but I couldn't speak. Finally, my body fell limply to the dirt ground. This is your lesson for today. In this training, slacking for even a moment means death. Every breath I took was painful, and no one so much as looked at me. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 1. 10 credits awarded. Total credits 10. I sat back down in my house. Nothing made a sound, which was nice. Waking from death was starting to become routine, but it still wasn't easy. The memories of bleeding out in the dirt lingered. Coming to during the awakening ceremony was more difficult than it had ever been before. But walking back to this tiny house had almost become relaxing. I laughed mirthlessly. My purchase of that healing pill had been a waste. I was back in the same spot I had started in, same terrible body, 10 credits poorer. I thought about buying another one, but there was no point in wasting money. Better to see if I could complete this new encounter without it first. I did my best to repeat everything that I did in my last life. I didn't have a healed body this time, but I still claimed it was healed. It didn't seem to make any difference to the examiner. The extra few days of practice with the Earth Heart mantra didn't make any difference. I was still unable to make any progress. When we all gathered around the martial arts training yard again, everything was pretty much exactly the same as the last time. Now, time for a little demonstration. An evil glint in the trainer's eye. Do we have any volunteers? Learning that volunteering meant death, I wisely chose to keep silent. I did my best impression of a stone, letting time pass by as the murderer in front of me waited for someone to kill. HMPF. Not a single person brave enough to even demonstrate what they know. The man spoke with a disgusted tone. Fine. You. Step forward and show me something. The bastard was pointing right at me. Apparently, I was the designated whipping boy for today. Sparring with him was certain death, so when I stepped forward, I just began airboxing. trying to demonstrate my punches and kicks for him. What the hell are you doing? Get over here and fight. Now. I didn't want to go. Something shoved me forward. I managed to regain my balance and get into an attacking stance. It didn't matter. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 1. 10 credits awarded. Total credits 20. Again, why? The suffering didn't get any easier. Knowing what was happening only made it worse. I needed to calm down. I needed to talk it out and work through the problem. Why did I die? I asked myself in my tiny house. I looked at the floor and began tracing cracks in the wood with my eyes. Because a huge prick forced me to fight him. He could have picked anyone. He picked me. He wanted to kill me. Why? I stared straight ahead at the barren wall and rickety wooden door. Why is too difficult? Not enough information. What can I change so that it doesn't happen again? I thought through the options of what I could change. The easiest would be to simply stand in a different spot. Doing so was almost certainly meaningless. There was no way it would work. Trying it was free though. It wouldn't cost me any credits, and I could continue saving them for a more meaningful purchase. Should I try it? It was a variable I could easily change. If it didn't work, all it meant was another death. Another painful, trauma-inducing death. I didn't want to experience that again, but it was worth checking. The credits from that death would be beneficial, and the system couldn't complain that the death was intentional. I shuddered. Yes, death hurts, but I have to experiment to understand what variables are important in this situation. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 1. 10 credits awarded. Total credits 30. When I arrived back at my tiny house, I took a deep, steadying breath. Okay, nothing to do with where I was standing. At least now I know. So what's left? Why am I being targeted? I thought of 3 possibilities. 1, my background. Something special about my background, or just the fact that I'm an orphan, makes me the best target for this little lesson. 2, my actions. Something about the way I act between revival and this demonstration gets me targeted. 3, my skill. 0 affinity and no demonstrated blessing. This makes me worthless in the eyes of the higher-ups. Better to kill me now to at least extract some educational value. I couldn't do anything about 1, or should I say, doing something about 1 would likely cost serious credits. As for 2, while I could change how I acted, I didn't know what actions might be causing this kind of reaction. More information would be nice, so I could run tests, but I didn't know what to change. Also, I truly did not want to suffer at that bastard's hands again. So number 3. If I wanted to survive, I needed an affinity or demonstrable blessing. That way I would have some amount of perceived value to the clan. I could only purchase a permanent affinity increase at a discounted price once. Was this the right time? No, better to learn more before wasting such an opportunity. Purchasing one-time upgrades would burn credits, but with any luck, I could gain valuable knowledge and experience. I also needed that healing pill. I wouldn't survive long without it, but the cost of buying one after every reset would quickly add up. Of course I could try. System. I want to buy a minor healing pill that will reappear after every death. Recurring rank 1 healing pill. Cost 200 CRE. Processing. An external entity has discounted the price. Cost 20 credits. An external entity changing prices again. The price wasn't bad. I had 30 credits, so I could buy the pill and still have enough for a one-time Earth affinity boost. Was that the right thing to do? What were the chances of still getting targeted with the lowest level affinity? Getting the next step up would only be 25 more credits. That's only 3 more deaths. As long as it was that guardsman, 3 more deaths wouldn't be too bad. When he killed me, it was painful, but it ended quickly. I could endure that. I could only hope the system didn't punish me for it. You have died. Calculating. You have died. Calculating. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 1. 10 credits awarded. Total credits 60. System warning. Quick, repeated intentional deaths detected. Further actions may result in an administrative response. As soon as I returned to my house, I collapsed. I was mentally exhausted. 3 rapid deaths. How bad could it be? It felt like my soul had begun to fracture. Yes, I was reborn. I was in perfect health. But I still felt myself die. It still lingered in my thoughts. Never again. I don't want to do that ever again. Centering myself, I focused on what I needed to do at that moment. System. I want to buy a minor healing pill that will reappear after every death. Recurring rank 1 healing pill. Cost 20 credits. Purchase confirmed. 40 credits remaining. System. I want to buy a temporary mid 9-star Earth Affinity. Temporary mid 9-star Earth Affinity. The cost is 35 credits. Purchase confirmed. 5 credits remaining. I felt the changes in my body. It was hard to describe. It just felt like my body was more real than it was before. Like I was moving through the world now, whereas before I was only a ghost. Hopefully this works. The elderly man at the affinity testing orb looked at me. What is your name? Fang. Place your hand on the orb and channel your chi into it. This time, not only did I know what to do, but the action came much easier. Chi flowed from my dantian and into the orb. A dull brown stone appeared in its center. Earth Affinity, mid 9-star. The elderly man's voice sounded only slightly kinder than it had in the past. Honestly, I didn't know what a good result would be for this test. What can you tell us about the blessing you have received? Playing the mysterious angle didn't work at all. Better to try to appear straightforward. The healing and slight strengthening of my body. Works with the Earth Affinity. Very well. Give him the Earth Heart mantra and return him. This wasn't much different from past lives. But the faint hint of praise gave me hope. As before, I picked up the scroll and returned to my tiny house. At this point, I didn't really need the scroll anymore since I already knew what it said. Practicing it this time, however, was different. As I followed its instructions, I could feel a significant difference. The Earth Heart mantra instructed me to move the chi inside my body in specific ways. The first step was to move it toward my upper right arm and create a kind of whirlpool, a chi vortex. The goal of this was to pull chi from outside the body and trap it within the muscles. At the same time, I was supposed to create a kind of filter that would only allow earth chi into my body. The higher the purity of earth chi, the more effective it would be when used. In the past, this had been impossible for me. Concentrating my chi into one part of my body was difficult. Creating a whirlpool to pull in chi out of my reach, creating any kind of effective filter, was completely beyond my comprehension. This time, however, it all seemed to just work. Moving the chi and creating the whirlpool was as simple as breathing, and I was able to quickly reach the point where my body would pull chi from the air. The moment I did so, I immediately stopped. Pulling in chi at random would do more harm than good. I needed to filter it first. Actually, from what I could tell, it seemed like the energy I pulled in was already at least 50% earth attributed. My affinity with earth was helping me automatically. It was bad to gather chi at random, but was it a deal breaker? Still, I knew I should try to do it correctly. I worked to form the pattern from the scroll. My attempt looked close. As I pulled chi through it, the pattern quickly collapsed. So not so easy. I would be able to do it eventually. It was just a matter of practice. I had to ask myself the all-important question. Is this worth the effort? What was the point of working so hard on a filter, so that it would only pull in earth-attributed chi? As I had learned from the scroll, it was supposed to make the chi more powerful. If a chaotic mess of chi was pulled in when cultivating, it would interfere with the earth chi, negating most of its benefits. The purer the chi, the more effective it would be. An extremely high purity would result in chi that was several times as effective as low purity chi. This was why a strong, pure foundation was important. However, I continued to consider, did that matter right now? What was my current goal? To become the strongest person in the world, or to just advance one step forward, gaining experience and credits along the way? The scroll said that if one's chi purity were too low, they would be stuck as a martial disciple forever. But it also seemed to suggest that one could become a peak disciple, no matter how pure their chi was. So I could become a peak disciple, learn from the experience, die, and collect the credits for a high cultivation level. Then the next time around, I could start with an even higher affinity. I would live a series of lives that slowly built upon one another. Was I okay with this strategy? It meant I would purposefully be sending myself to my death. This wasn't suicide. And while the death was premeditated, it shouldn't run afoul of the system's restrictions. Still, I worked to shore up my confidence. I think it's what I have to do. As long as I have time in between deaths, I will be fine. I thought about the viability of this plan. The chi filter was something I would need to learn to create. Even if purity wasn't something I concerned myself with at the moment, it seemed like a waste not to practice it for the future. So yes, I would practice it, maybe for an hour a day, but my focus needed to be on simply grabbing as much chi as possible and advancing as far as possible. That seemed like the way to gain the most from each reset. I walked to the martial arts training yard with determination. I was still only a martial disciple 1, but I could feel the chi in my right arm surging. It was nearing a breakthrough. In only a few more days, I would finally see what it meant to be a martial disciple 2. Hopefully I would get them. Now, time for a little demonstration. The martial arts trainer had a murderous air about him. Do we have any volunteers? I, like everyone else, remained silent. I wasn't about to risk putting myself forward. HMPF, not a single person brave enough to even demonstrate what they know. Fine. You. Step forward and show me something. The bastard was pointing right at someone else? It worked. Not being seen as completely worthless by the clan had at least one benefit, it seemed. The unfortunate victim of this lesson was rather unfortunate. Thankfully, it wasn't me this time. I just stood there with a crowd of 16-year-olds and watched as one of our number was beaten to death in front of us. This place was just wrong. This is your lesson for today. In this training, slacking for even a moment means death. He gave us all a meaningful look. Now pair up and fight. I want to see if any of you have any possibility of being worthy of my clan in the future. Slowly the crowd started to move as people began to pair off. My neighbor and I just nodded at each other and moved into position to begin sparring. At that moment, a roar ripped through the yard. What the hell are you doing? What was that? I told you to fight, not play around. Looks like you didn't understand my little demonstration earlier. The instructor charged over to a pair that was on the other side of the yard. As soon as he arrived, he kicked out and broke one guy's leg. Then he reached out, grabbed the other guy's arm, and snapped it in half. If you aren't using those to fight, you don't need them anymore. Get back to fighting. And do it like you mean it. This was not training. This was abuse. This wasn't about teaching us to become fighters. It was about suppressing and breaking us. Was he trying to turn us into soldiers? Impossible. There was no way this could build an effective fighting force. Still, I knew better than to openly question anything at this point. I was stuck in this place. I had to learn how to survive. Survival came before trying to understand and/or change the socio-political landscape. I focused my mind and was relentless. I did everything I could to beat my sparring partner into a bloody pulp. None of us had any special cultivation powers. It was all about base martial prowess. As I said before, I was no professional, but I was good enough for a street fight. The child I was forced to beat down didn't have a chance. Even though I had a clear advantage, I kept my attention on everything around me to a paranoid degree. I knew that bastard was just waiting for an excuse to take me out, so I wouldn't give him one. At least, I wouldn't let him say I was too relaxed. This training lasted for 2 grueling hours. Finally, it was over. Congratulations, you survived day 1. I will be back in a week. If you have not improved, you will be retired from future sessions. Consider this week my gift. Cultivate and train hard, children. Your 3 months have just begun. The following days, I pushed myself as far as I could. I didn't worry about practicing martial arts. In my mind, I had enough of a lead on these kids that I wasn't worried about them getting in an extra month of practice. No, I focused on cultivating my chi with the Earth Heart mantra to strengthen my body and lock in a few extra future credits. Just 2 days after our little training session, I was ready for my first breakthrough. The chi in my upper right arm's muscles became so dense that it was unable to absorb anymore. The next step was to find the acupoint in my arm. According to the scroll, it was supposed to be on the outside of the arm, near where the arm muscles and shoulder muscles made a natural divot. I was supposed to be able to find this point by moving the chi around slowly and finding a place where it became sticky. This took me several days, and it was easy to get fed up with the process. I was slowly groping around in the dark, trying to feel something when I had no idea what I should be feeling. It wasn't until the third day that I managed to do it somehow. After that, the process was brutally simple. Concentrate my chi into a sharp point and stab from the inside of my arm, through the acupoint, and outside my body. This seemed like something only the reckless would try without proper guidance and supervision. But I didn't have that luxury. I also didn't care if I messed it up. I just needed to learn from the process and do it better the next time. As I stabbed, I could feel chi pour out of me. Nearly everything I had worked for so long to gather vanished in only a few heartbeats. There were no visible signs that I had even done anything. But I felt like there was a gaping spiritual wound in my arm. The dregs of my remaining chi began to trickle out through this opening. Finally, with what little energy I had remaining, I reconstructed the chi whirlpool in my arm, pulling energy in instead of letting it flow out. Again, I was supposed to create a chi filter over this acupoint, so that only earth chi was pulled in. But I didn't bother. That was something I would deal with in the future. Chi poured into my muscles at several times its previous rate. Before, it had taken me days to fill my arm with chi. Now it took only a few hours. In what felt like no time at all, I was back to my peak with one arm brimming with chi. Before I broke through, I had to consciously hold the chi whirlpool in place and focus on cultivating. After breaking through, this became more of an autonomous bodily function. The chi in my right arm would constantly replenish itself whenever it ran low. Like with breathing, I could speed this process up by actively cultivating, but doing so was no longer a necessity. I had reached martial disciple 2. There was no time to sit around. I needed to start on the left arm. By the time our week of training was over, I had made what I thought was considerable progress on reaching martial disciple 3. It was a bit harder to pull energy into my left arm than it had been when working on my right arm. It felt like there was almost a form of magnetic repulsion at work. But each day, my chi was becoming denser. It was only a matter of time before I could break through once more. As we arrived at the training yard, the instructor looked at me in surprise. An honest-to-God smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he was actually happy, not just derisively happy, when he saw me. Since I was the only one that generated this reaction, I could guess that I was the only one to make a breakthrough this week. I felt proud of myself. All right, pair off and fight. This time, he gave a few pointers on how to fight better. Shocking. A couple of kids did end up getting brutally beaten by him, but no one died. I didn't know if I was adapting or just developing Stockholm Syndrome, but things did seem to be looking up. Stop. Circle around. He finally shouted after a few hours. Some of you are progressing nicely, so I have good news. In 2 weeks, it will be the end of your first month of training. At that time, there will be a small competition. You may have noticed that several of the disciples you started with are no longer here. During their evaluation, they were graded as having exceptional potential, so they have been receiving specialized training. At the end of this month, you will be free to challenge them for their positions. If you can defeat one of them, you will get their spot and all the resources that come with it. Train hard. We were dismissed, so everyone began to walk back to their homes. As I was turning to leave, I was stopped by our instructor. Keep up with your current efforts. His voice sounded happy and encouraging. I look forward to seeing you challenge for a spot as an elite disciple at the end of the month. I smiled and bowed to him. It was a rough start, but maybe everything was beginning to work itself out. The following 2 weeks were tough but rewarding. From an outsider's viewpoint, it would have looked like I spent the entire time quietly sitting alone in my house. But that was far from the truth. I spent the entire time constantly cycling my cultivation technique, using it to pull vast quantities of chi into my body. Though my physical exertions were limited, the process was mentally draining. Even after I gave up on creating a proper chi filter, managing all of the energy flows, so that my cultivation speed was both fast and consistent, was near the limit of my capabilities. First, I had to cycle my chi around my body in a complex pattern. This was a problem because my chi did not want to move. It felt like it was completely trapped inside my muscles. However, The cultivation technique stressed the importance of creating a slow, steady qi flow throughout my entire body. The further I advanced, the more this flow would stabilize. Eventually, I would reach a point where the flow was autonomous and no longer required my concentration. But in the early stages of cultivation, it took an incredible amount of effort to maintain. Simultaneously, I also had to create a qi whirlpool in the area of my body that I was actively cultivating. Just like the qi flow, this whirlpool also had to be steady and consistent. Fluctuations in this whirlpool would not only cause my absorption rate to decrease, but they also made the qi that did enter my body much harder to control and focus into my muscles. After a muscle group was fully saturated with qi, I had to break through. This involved finding an acupoint somewhere in that part of my body and piercing it with a needle of qi. When finding those points, I felt like I was feeling around in the dark with nothing to grab hold of. I was essentially waving qi around my muscles until I found an area where there was slightly more resistance. Then I pierced that area as accurately as I could. Every breakthrough I made was full of flaws. The needles of qi I used were placed incorrectly, they were angled wrong, and they were full of impurities. Nothing about this first attempt at cultivation could be considered good. But alone in my room with no one to guide me, it was the best I could do. After all my efforts, I was able to open the acupoints in both of my upper arms, and the one in my chest. I had reached Martial Disciple 4. As my cultivation grew, I began to feel a strange sense of confidence. It felt like I could trample anyone who tried to stand in my way. It wasn't just that I could trample them, I wanted to do so. Deep in my heart, I knew that there was no obstacle I couldn't overcome. Fighting the children in the practice yard posed no challenge at all anymore. I had already been more skilled than them. Now, I was also significantly more physically powerful than them. The elite disciples that I would soon defeat might be strong in their own right, but I would slap aside anything they threw at me. I was unstoppable. As a group, we were all let out of our residential courtyard and were guided to the depths of the training complex. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to see since high walls enclosed both sides of the roads. Large double-doored gateways occasionally appeared, but we were quickly hurried past them. Eventually, we were led out into a small stadium. On one side, several old men sat on a balcony to watch the events below. At ground level opposite them were 10 young men sitting on expensive-looking chairs carved of a dark, rich wood, though thrones might have been a more apt description. Our martial instructor, who had been guiding us up to this point, stepped to the side and allowed a new man to take charge of things. Welcome everyone. I am Su Huatian, 8th elder of the Su clan. Today, you are here to bear witness to the 10 most elite and honorable new disciples of our clan. They have each been blessed with powers and abilities far beyond their peers. They are the best of you, and they will be the proud representatives of the Su clan in the future. Bow and pay your respects. I wanted to laugh, but I followed along with everyone else and bowed to the 10 elites. Of course, the Su clan accepts only the best of the best as its elite. These 10 have been specially chosen based on the combined knowledge and experience of the clan's esteemed elders. However, if you believe that you are superior to one of these hand-picked elites, you may challenge them to prove yourself more worthy of their position. This is your first such opportunity. After today, you will only have 2 more chances. I looked at the 10 children on their thrones. Could I take them? Of course I could. I was a Martial Disciple 4. It would be a simple thing. I looked at our instructor. He gave me a surreptitious nod. He wanted me to do this. He believed in me. I looked back at the fools sitting on their monuments to false superiority. I couldn't challenge the weakest. I needed to prove myself. I didn't know how powerful the strongest would be. I could take him easily, of course, but I didn't want to appear too arrogant. Looking over the elites, I recognized the red-robed youth who had killed me in the past. I wanted payback, but the time wasn't ripe. I wanted him to see my might first. The man on the stage was the 8th elder, right? That sounded good. I looked at the boy sitting in the 8th chair from the left. I stepped forward. I challenged him. I pointed directly at my prey. My fellow disciples inhaled in surprise. Our instructor smiled contentedly. The idiot I challenged didn't react at all. He was frozen in shock. The elder in charge of the event only raised an eyebrow. Step onto the stage. The incompetent elite and I walked onto the stage and stood opposite each other. This will be a fight to submission. Your goal is not to kill one another. However, fists have no eyes. In challenge fights, maiming and death are possible. Do you both understand? We responded simultaneously. Yes, elder. Good, bow to your opponent. I gave the fool a half-hearted bow. He would know what it meant to be a true elite soon. Fight. I rushed forward. I didn't bother with technique. I would show my skill in martial arts later. First, I needed to make an impact. I needed to show this kid what a martial disciple 4 was capable of. I appeared directly in front of him and threw a wild haymaker. He countered with a punch of his own. His punch was a weak thing with barely any force, and he aimed it straight at my oncoming fist. He was about to learn a lesson. Our fists connected. My arm shattered. I didn't care. I could barely feel it. I was going to take this boy down. I twisted my body and prepared to knock him out with a strong left hook. He was faster. I was hit with an unrelenting series of blows. Every bone in my body began to snap, and I collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Even then, I barely felt any pain. The only thing in my mind was to stand up and teach that child a lesson. But I couldn't move. This is a good lesson for everyone. My instructor turned to face the others he brought to challenge these elites. None of you have advanced out of martial disciple 1. Even the fastest of the elites is still only a martial disciple 2. He pointed at me and gave me a look of scorn. This fool rushed all the way to martial disciple 4. He pulled and tainted chi without a single thought for his strength, foundation, or future. Doing this is the fastest way to an early death. I hope none of you will be so stupid in the future. When the instructor's speech concluded, the elder took over once more. He looked at the foolish elite who thought he could defeat me and spoke only 2 words. Finish it. The idiot approached me, and just as he entered my reach, he threw a punch at my head. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 4. 40 credits awarded. Total credits 45. When I woke up in the blessing ceremony, I could barely control myself. As I followed Shouty back to the residential area, I was nearly bursting with anger. The moment I was secluded away in my tiny house, I couldn't contain it anymore. What the hell? What was that? I knew I had a much worse foundation than anyone else. I knew I would be weaker. And I for damn sure knew that Maniac was a complete bastard. Why was I so convinced of my own invincibility? Why did I think that madman was being nice to me? Was it just gullibility? A little extra strength, and I thought I could do anything? A little smile and I trusted everything he said? No. Whatever had happened to me was far more than any personal character flaw could account for. Something had been messing with my thoughts. I did my best to mentally replay everything that happened before my death. I thought through all my actions. It was all based on an unbridled confidence. What had caused me to be so confident? What had made me so insanely arrogant that I had thought like that for even a moment? Even lying on the ground and bleeding out, I was sure that I would win that fight. There were a few possibilities for what could have caused this, such as poisoning, but I had an instinctive suspicion that it was my cultivation technique causing this problem. Was that what an earth heart was? System. How did my cultivation technique cause me to go crazy? The cost of that information is not possible to calculate at this time. System. How can I stop my cultivation technique from making me crazy? The cost of that information is not possible to calculate at this time. System. How much for a cultivation technique that will not make me crazy? The cost of that information is not possible to calculate at this time. Thank you so much for your support, system. I sighed in defeat. I couldn't purchase anything to help me, so what do I do? Anything I tried to do would require credits. To get more credits, I needed to cultivate. Maybe if I cultivated better, I wouldn't have the same problems. To cultivate better, I needed practice. I was supposed to be using a chi filter to ensure that the energy in my body was pure. Doing as I had, pulling in a chaotic mix of chi, significantly weakened me, and might have been a large part of why I went crazy. Sadly, cultivating properly wasn't going to happen anytime soon. I could barely cycle my energy and create the whirlpool at the same time. I would need significantly more practice before I could do both of those and maintain a chi filter all at the same time. I think I just have to do the same thing again. I was trying to psych myself up for the inevitable. I made gains in both knowledge and credits, and after all, there were no permanent consequences. Repeating everything would give me more practice and let me learn how to improve. That's all I'm doing, practicing. I took a deep breath in and out. But first, spending. While I had earned 40 credits from that last jaunt, I hadn't really been very profitable. I had spent 35 credits on a temporary affinity, so in the end, I had only netted 5 credits. I had to console myself with the belief that what I had gained in practice and experience was worth far more. So, should I spend 35 credits on another one-time boost to Earth affinity, or should I try a different path? I had to boost my affinity, there was no question about that. But I had a few options available. Another one-time to Earth, a permanent to Earth, or a one-time to a different element. I decided it was better to stick with Earth for the time being. Deeper practice was better than wider. More practice with Earth might mean I could quickly raise my cultivation to a higher level in a shorter amount of time. At some point, I needed to work on learning to make a high-quality chi filter. It was clear that high-purity chi would be extremely important in the future, but that couldn't happen until I had learned better chi control. System. I want to buy a temporary mid-9-star Earth affinity. Purchase confirmed. Cost 35 credits. 10 credits remaining. 1 month later, I arrived back at the stadium for our challenges. In the intervening time, I had pushed to cultivate faster and better than ever before. I was more confident and forceful when aligning the chi flows in my body, and I was able to create much more consistent chi whirlpools. When I broke through, I found my acupoints faster and more accurately than ever before. However, I had still made zero progress on learning chi filters. I had attempted it a few times, but trying to maintain them while doing everything else pushed me far past what I could manage. Still, I had begun to see hope. Cultivating was beginning to require a bit less of my concentration, and in the future, I might be able to focus on the filters while I maintained everything else in the background. I just needed more practice. Even with my faster, better cultivation, I had only made it back to Martial Disciple 4 by the time the challenges rolled around. Since I had been more accurate when piercing my acupoints, I felt I was a little stronger than the last time, but I still had a foundation of rotten mud. I knew I wouldn't be able to defeat a skilled opponent, and I didn't want to try. My plan was to skip this challenge and cultivate further. That would net me more practice and more credits. In the silence and privacy of my little house, I was easily able to focus my mind on staying low-key and quietly advancing. As soon as I began following our instructor to the stadium, a question appeared in my mind. If I did fight, could I win? That wasn't the plan. I didn't want to fight. But if I did, could I win? The more the question echoed, the more confident I became. I had just been surprised last time. Also, I was stronger than ever. I could definitely win if I fought. That wasn't the plan, but if I did fight. The moment I saw the elite disciples, pride and confidence exploded out of me. I had to prove myself. I needed to make up for the mistake in my last life. Yes, these children may be stronger than me. Their cultivation may be purer. Their muscles may be more powerful. But I was a skilled warrior. I could take down any of them. Last time, I was too relaxed. Our instructor had always warned us about that, but I had still fallen into the trap. I hadn't taken the fight seriously. That was why I lost. As long as I focused, I would be able to defeat all of them at once. A small voice echoed in my mind. This isn't the time. I started to regain a bit of calm. The elder in charge of the competition stood before us. Does anyone wish to challenge? No one made a move. Our instructor looked at me. I gave a slight shake of the head. He squinted his eyes. The elder looked at our instructor. Deacon Su. Sir, I believe there is one disciple who should be given an opportunity to fight. It would be a good lesson for everyone. Oh, who is that? Su Fang. He looked right at me. Please come forward and give us all a demonstration. I smiled and bowed. Very well, Master Su. I realized that this might have been the first time I learned the man's name. I pointed to the same child I had fought last time. I will challenge him. I was willing to wait, but they wanted to see what I could do. Fine, I would show them. Yes, the boy's cultivation was powerful, but he was a mere martial disciple too. The only part of his body that had been strengthened was his upper right arm. Avoid that, don't let him hit me with a right hook, and I would be golden. I charged forward, careful to veer towards his left side. Take him by surprise, then take him out before he even has a chance to respond. As soon as I got within reach, I made my attack. He swung a fist. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple. 4 to 40 credits awarded. Total credits 50. On the walk back to my house, I was angry. I was angry at this sadistic place, but also angry at myself. Yes, my mind was being affected, but I should still have been able to control myself. I did control myself, but the moment that bastard opened his mouth, my control completely disappeared. I had a plan. I knew I couldn't beat that guy. I didn't want to beat that guy. I wanted to learn to cultivate more efficiently, cultivate deeper, and earn some credits along the way. Was controlling those impulses truly impossible? No, that wasn't right. Last time, I was able to regain my calm. My original thoughts had begun to resurface. I could fight against those external influences, and the more practice I got, the more easily I would be able to push them away. This was just another form of training. So what now? If I tried again, would I be able to do better against whatever was controlling me? Would I be able to push it away? More importantly, my practice was effective. I was getting better at all aspects of cultivation. I could push further with better results. Soon, I would be able to incorporate a filter to increase my strength even more. With the additional mental training I was getting by fighting the cultivation technique, I might even be able to completely resist the urge to fight next time. That would allow me to reap even more rewards. I looked at my credits. Should I buy anything? Excluding the 35 credits I needed to reserve for an affinity, I had 15 to spare. I could try to use them for information, but I couldn't think of anything affordable that would be of immediate help. I could try to use them to improve something about my personal capabilities, but I wanted to wait. If I had more to spend, I could buy something more powerful. I sighed. One more time. I would try one more time to see if I could make it past this first challenge. If not, I would try a different path. After a month, my chi control had improved by leaps and bounds. I was now able to establish a minimally effective chi filter, while also maintaining strict control of my chi flow and whirlpool. However, I didn't use the filter much in this life. It slowed down my cultivation speed, and I wanted to see how far I could push without it. A higher cultivation level would mean more credits when I inevitably died. When it was time for the challenge, I was a martial disciple 5. Being a martial disciple 5 meant that I had strengthened both upper arms, my chest, and my upper left leg. I had not yet had much of a chance to begin working on my right leg, but that was fine. My cultivation base far surpassed the other disciples. Even if they wanted to, they would never be able to compete with a martial disciple 5. I looked at the elites. When the instructor asked if anyone would fight, I stepped forward without pause and roared out my challenge. The fight went exactly as I should have expected. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple. 5 to 50 credits awarded. Total credits 65. Back in my tiny house at the beginning of the month, I was feeling a bit depressed. That last time was significantly worse. The urges seemed to multiply after I hit level 5. Everything I did always seemed perfectly reasonable in the moment, but as soon as I returned to the start, it was obvious how idiotic I had been. So what was I supposed to do? If I rushed to martial disciple 5, that bastard would make me fight. Even if I could control my mind enough to say no, I doubted he would accept that as an answer. I would have to fight, and if I fought I would die. On this path I could only survive a month. Constant deaths. 1 month after another. That wasn't the kind of life I wanted. As martial disciple 5, I could net 15 credits each run, but no gains would be worth that kind of endless torture. Even if I did pursue that path, I would need years of practice before I was able to reach martial disciple 6 in only this single month. I was reaching the limit of what I could learn by walking this path, so the only gains from each death would be those measly 15 credits. I needed to find a new path. What were my options? Make my affinity boost permanent? That would boost my net income significantly, and it would allow me to begin raising my affinity past mid-9 star, since I wouldn't simply be throwing away my credits every time. Was I ready to commit to that? I had no idea what benefits cultivating different elements might or might not have. I didn't even know what benefits cultivating Earth Chi had. I only had the most basic understanding of cultivation. Fully committing to an element without understanding any of its implications seemed rash. Go with a different affinity? Maybe, but there were disciples representing all 5 basic affinities, and no one received any special treatment. Going with a different affinity didn't seem like it would change my situation. I decided on a crazy plan: cultivate correctly. Using a proper chi filter would slow me down, and I wouldn't be able to push far in this first month as I had previously. But if doing things properly allowed me to live to see a second month, it would all even out. I already had a lot of practice creating chi filters while absorbing energy. Most of my effort was spent gathering anything and everything as fast as I could, but I had spent sufficient time filtering my chi to know what I was doing. This life, my plan was to force myself to cultivate only the purest chi I could right from the start. With all my experience, this was much easier than I thought it would be. Creating the filter went smoothly enough, but what surprised me was how little effort it took to pull in chi through the filter. Every time I advanced a level, the chi in my body created a stronger and stronger repulsive effect. Cultivating as a disciple 5 was arduous work when compared to cultivating at level 1. When I cultivated correctly and filtered out everything but earth chi, cultivating as a disciple 1 was about as difficult as it had previously been at level 4. At this rate, I would reach martial disciple 3 by the end of the month. That seemed wrong. If I could reach disciple 3, why were all the elites only level 2? I examined the chi in my body. In past lives, my earth chi purity always hovered around 50%. Looking at it now, after having used the best filter I could manage, I estimated my purity to be around 70%. Not good enough. The rest of the month, I focused on trying to filter my chi correctly. I kept trying to figure out why my filter was not working correctly, but nothing helped. My purity remained around 70%. It was better than it had been in the past, but it wasn't good enough. I wished I understood more about the elite disciples' cultivation bases. All I knew was that they were supposed to be martial disciple 2, but I didn't know anything about their purity or anything else that might be affecting their strength. To try and solve this problem, I could only turn to the system. System, how much would it cost to learn how to improve my chi purity? What do I need to do to cultivate better? The cost to do so is not possible to calculate at this time. I could only shake my head. The same as always. I could only push forward and try to learn on my own. At this point, my path was set for this life. I would see how far I could push with the best purity I could manage. The good news was that I was still able to reach disciple 3 before the end of the month. I had pushed above where the elite disciples were, so I would probably still be targeted, but I wouldn't step forward. I was in control of my thoughts this time. When Deacon Sue called for volunteers, I didn't step forward. I didn't feel the strong impulse to prove myself that I had in the past. I did hear a constant voice in my head saying, maybe you can do it. It might be different this time. I didn't listen to it. There were no volunteers. Sue looked at me and told me to step up. At that point, the whispers finally won. I wanted to see what this new strength could do. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 3 to 30 credits awarded. Total credits 60. God's damn it all. Every God's damn time. At least the urge to fight wasn't as strong that time. I was learning to control it. Or maybe just being at a lower level helped me control it. But what should I do now? Getting a mid-level affinity, when I couldn't push to disciple 4, was a money-losing strategy. Even if I did learn to improve my purity further over time, I would quickly run out of credits. That was with a mid-level affinity. That was a high cost. I could cut it down to low. I might not be able to cultivate as far or earn as much revenue, but it zeroed out the losses. It was worth a try. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 1 to 10 credits awarded. Total credits 60. Okay, so at low 9 star, the bastard singles me out for death the first week again. Next plan. I could go for a high affinity. That might provide some extra protection, and I might be able to jump up an extra level or two. I might even get chosen as an elite from the start. The problem was the cost. I would have to pay 85 credits every time I restarted. That was a huge cost with very little potential upside. To simply recoup my expenses, I would need to hit Martial Disciple 9. Another option would be to forcibly suppress my cultivation, keep it low, and maybe I wouldn't get targeted, but what was the point? I didn't gain any credits if I didn't advance. I could try to skate by, get out of this 3-month torture session, leave this damn clan, and cultivate freely. Following that path, could I push my cultivation to the limit of Martial Disciple and find out what came next? It would be good to learn more about this world and experience something different. I didn't know how long I had spent in this damn house. Over a year? I needed to get out and see new places. That was a huge time commitment. If things didn't work out as I hoped, I would be wasting months with nothing to show for it. I was silent for a long time as I sat there thinking, what would make it so that the clan would actively not want me to die? A higher affinity, obviously, but that would be expensive. A powerful, obvious, demonstrable blessing? Yes, but again expensive. What else? An idea popped into my head. What about learning a trade? Could that work? Even people in this strange world of cultivators had to value skilled labor. Were there any special cultivator jobs? My blessing could be knowledge and skill in one of them. Each life, I would learn more, making my blessing stronger and stronger. System, I want basic knowledge about cultivator-specific trade skills. Just tell me what jobs are common for cultivators, and what the basic requirements are for each one. Very basic knowledge of cultivator trade skills. Costs 1 credit. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 59 credits remaining. There are 5 common cultivator professions. Each of them is usually paired with one of the 5 basic elements. Refiners use metal affinity to create tools and weapons. Beast tamers use water affinity to control demon beasts. Fire affinity is used by alchemists to create pills. Wood affinity is needed by herbalists to grow plants. The earth affinity is used by formation specialists to carve stones into formations. Credits expended, transaction complete. Which one would be best for me in my situation? I wanted a trade that would be immediately useful. It needed to be something that could benefit me personally, but it also needed to be something that I could directly demonstrate during that initial evaluation. Herbalist was a no-go. It sounded valuable, but demonstrating an ability to grow plants would be nearly impossible. Beast tamer felt similar. I'd not seen any beasts around here, and I didn't think I would be able to use such a skill while living in this complex. Refiner, alchemist, or formation specialist. System, I want simplified knowledge about refining, alchemy, and formations. Nothing much, just a basic idea of what each of these professions do. Very basic knowledge of refining, alchemy, and formations. Cost 3 credits. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 56 credits remaining. Refiners create weapons, armor, and tools. More powerful refiners can create more powerful weapons, and are capable of enhancing any of their attributes. Examples would be a weapon being made sharper, more durable, more flexible, or less flexible. Refined items typically require a variety of ores and gemstones to create. Alchemy is for creating pills. These pills can be used to improve one's cultivation, to heal injuries, or as poisons. Alchemists can also create explosive pills that can be used as weapons. Pills typically require a variety of herbs to create. Formation specialists can create formations that control qi. Possible uses include creating areas of higher qi density, creating shields, or creating large-scale illusions. Formations may require various stones, or a variety of expensive reagents to set up. Credits expended, transaction complete. So what should I choose? My end goal was to raise my cultivation so that I would earn more credits when I died. Refining didn't seem like it would help with that. Creating a qi-dense area with a formation sounded like it might be helpful, but I didn't like the sound of expensive reagents. Alchemy would let me make pills to improve myself, while only requiring a few herbs. It seemed like it would be the most effective choice. I didn't feel like I had much of a choice. I had to become a drug dealer. System, I want to become a skilled alchemist. Complete skills and knowledge of a master alchemist. Cost 10 billion credits. A no. System. I want to become a basic alchemist. Complete skills and knowledge of a disciple alchemist. Cost 10 million credits. Again a big no there. System. I want to learn all of the common knowledge about alchemy. The information that any reasonably educated person that grew up on this continent would know. Basic knowledge of alchemy. Cost 50 credits. Still a little pricey. System. I want to learn all the common knowledge about alchemy that nearly everyone on this continent would know. Common knowledge of alchemy. Cost 10 credits. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 46 credits remaining. A small amount of information entered my mind. I learned a few snippets about herbs that were commonly associated with alchemy, and I had vague impressions about how to begin learning to make pills. But it wasn't much. I felt shortchanged. How was I supposed to proceed from here? If I wanted to learn alchemy, I needed a fire affinity. I had been hesitant about committing fully to an element too early, but I had to do it. I couldn't continue with these endless one-month cycles. Even if it was a suboptimal choice, I had to commit before I went insane. From what I had seen of other disciples, trying different affinities would be pointless. Maybe it wasn't, and maybe I could learn something by trying them. But I wasn't willing to put myself through that anymore. I needed to push forward. I hadn't even attempted a life with a fire affinity before, and maybe I would regret this choice. But even if I did, I would make it work. I was going to go all in. System. I want to permanently improve my fire chi affinity to mid 9-star such that it stays improved even after I die. Permanent mid 9-star fire affinity. Cost 350 credits. Purchase confirmed. Discounted cost 35 credits. 11 credits remaining. I felt power surge through me. It was different than it had been when I had increased my earth affinity. It was more powerful, more primal. It would take me time to adjust to this new sensation. 11 credits left. Anything worth purchasing? System. I want to improve my ability to study, learn, and remember alchemy knowledge. I want to improve it as much as possible with 11 credits. Severely limited improvement to alchemy comprehension. Cost 11 credits. Severely limited, so not much. But well, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 0 credits remaining. Time to see if I could become an alchemist. The elderly man at the affinity testing orb looked at me. What is your name? Fang. Place your hand on the orb and channel your chi into it. Having done this so many times by now, the process was second nature to me. Chi flowed out of my dantian and into the orb. A dull red flame appeared in its center. Fire affinity. Mid 9 stars. His inflection was slightly different from the past. Did that mean something? What can you tell us about the blessing you have received? Now for the real gambit. Would he believe me? Even if he didn't believe me now, I would be able to build an undeniable facade of an alchemic blessing over time. My voice quavered as I spoke. I believe I have been blessed in alchemy. I feel that I will be able to learn it more smoothly than most people. The old man looked at me and paused. He had never done that before. Looks like I truly hit an edge case this time. Give him the guided flame mantra and return him. Like every time before, I picked up the scroll and returned to my tiny house. I was slightly disappointed, but the difference in his reaction showed that I had made progress. Next go round, I might break into a brand new path forward. The guided flame mantra was not wholly dissimilar to the earth heart mantra. The flow of chi through the body was entirely different, but the basic idea was the same, and the whirlpools used to pull in chi were identical. The biggest difference was the chi filter, but that made sense as it was designed for a different element. I didn't bother with any subtlety. I ignored the filter completely and just pulled in energy as fast as possible. I had no desire to try and puzzle out how to break through the challenge encounter at the end of the month. I would simply race to Martial Disciple 5 and grab whatever credits were available. Originally, I thought cultivation with the new affinity might introduce some unexpected complications, but everything fell into place simply and easily. Cycling chi through my body and moving it from place to place felt a bit different, but that didn't affect my cultivation speed at all. By the end of the month, I had once again reached Martial Disciple 5. It was time to do my duty for the clan. I stood on the challenge grounds with a stoic expression on my face. I was here for the clan. I knew what would be asked of me. It wasn't what I wanted, but I was prepared. Does anyone wish to challenge? After the elder spoke, no one made a move. Our instructor looked at me. I nodded. He squinted his eyes. The elder looked at our instructor. Deacon Su. Sir, I believe there is one disciple that should be given an opportunity to fight. It would be a good lesson for everyone here. Oh, who is that? Su Fang. He looked right at me. Please come forward and give us all a demonstration. Of course, Deacon Su. I gave him a solemn bow. I will challenge the 8th-ranked disciple. It was time to pay for what the clan had given me. I didn't know about the others, but this expert was a martial disciple 2 powerhouse. He would help me teach my fellow disciples a fine lesson. I charged forward, careful to veer towards his left side, showing that such a man could not be taken by surprise. It seemed like I was only within arm's reach of him for a split second, but the elite was still able to display his prowess. With one swift punch, the match was over. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple 5 to 50 credits awarded. Total credits 50. The walk from the awakening ceremony to my house this time felt like it took forever. But it passed in the blink of an eye. My mind was in chaos. What had happened? Why was I so different? The answer was clear. Only 2 things were different: my affinity and my cultivation technique. Guided flame indeed. I sighed. So what do I do about it? The system didn't seem to want to help me with these mental effects. But I had to try again. System, can I buy a technique without these mental side effects? The cost of that information is not possible to calculate at this time. System, can you reduce the power of the mental effects? The cost to do so is not possible to calculate at this time. What could I do? It seemed like for now the answer was nothing. However, the mental side effects seemed to get wiped out after each death, which should mean I didn't need to worry about any permanent damage from them. I should at least try to confirm that suspicion, but... System, do any of the mental effects from these cultivation techniques persist after I die and reset? The cost of that information is not possible to calculate at this time. I considered my options. Amid 9-star affinity wasn't enough to catch anyone's eye. My first step had to be raising it higher. These people might be complete bastards, but if the Su clan were the complete rulers of an entire region, there would be a lot to gain from becoming an important member of the clan. I just needed to raise my perceived value high enough that they wouldn't use these kinds of techniques on me. Actually, this situation might be beneficial. They were mind-controlling me. They had to know that the scroll they gave me would make me an obedient pawn. After I started using it, I didn't even have a desire to oppose anyone, and they would know that. This would almost certainly cause them to lower their guard around me, and that might put me in a position to learn secret information or powerful techniques. Even if I didn't have the impulse to betray them in that life, after I was reset, I would retain the knowledge and be free of the mental chains keeping me from using it. I just needed to be seen as worthy enough. On that note, system, I want to permanently improve my fire chi affinity to high 9-star. Permanent high 9-star fire affinity. Cost 50 credits. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 0 credits remaining. Let's try again. Fire affinity. High 9 stars. The elderly man's voice sounded surprised for once. What can you tell us about the blessing you have received? I decided to retain the same quavering voice I had used last time. I believe I have been blessed in alchemy. I feel that I will be able to learn it more smoothly than most people. The old man looked at me and paused. Are you sure? I was caught a bit off guard by the question. I hadn't expected any questions. Not really. I just have a feeling like that is what I am meant to be doing. The elder pondered for a brief moment before coming to his decision. Give him the guided flame mantra and send him to be Alchemist Rudy's apprentice. I had done it. After I picked up my scroll, the servant did not take me back to that same tiny rickety house. I was going somewhere new. I was brought to a new courtyard that was a bit similar to the one I had just been tested in. It contained only a single building the size of a small 2-story home. Instead of the ground being completely covered in the gray brick paving stones, There was a small strip of greenery hugging the wall, as it wrapped around the entire courtyard. The servant I was following approached the building, but he did not enter. He bowed towards the door and spoke in a clear, but not too loud voice. "Master Alchemist, I beg leave to enter." An airy and aloof voice sounded out from inside the building. "Come in." The servant gently opened the door and guided me inside. We were greeted by a rather young-looking man. It seemed as if he was trying to give off a commanding aura, but his appearance had a tinge of hedonism to it. He was dressed in a vibrant light blue robe that was elaborately embroidered with gold thread. "What can I do for you today, servant?" The servant gave a deep bow. "Master Alchemist, I have been directed by the elders to bring this child to you. They wish for him to be tested for potential to become an alchemist. If possible, they would like for him to learn what it is possible for him to learn." "I see." The alchemist looked at me. "What is your affinity?" "High 9-star fire affinity, sir." The moment I finished speaking, the servant slapped me in the face. "You will show proper respect and address the master as Master Alchemist. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Sorry, Master Alchemist." "Sorry." After waiting a beat, the alchemist waved a hand to brush the matter away. "It's not important." "Very well, servant. I shall do what I can. But tell the elders that rotten wood cannot be carved. I accept no fault if he cannot learn." "Of course, Master Alchemist. I will make sure they understand. Leave us." The servant gave another deep bow and backed his way out of the building, not turning around until after the door was closed. The alchemist barely glanced at me before turning away. "That will be your room." He pointed to a small room in the corner of the building. It was barely a storage cabinet. It was smaller than the house I had been living in. I wouldn't even be able to lie down inside it. "Your food will be delivered to you. Don't come out until you reach Martial Disciple 4. Do so as quickly as possible. Don't worry about chi purity or any of that nonsense. Alchemists can easily fix such difficulties later on." I bowed. "Yes, Master Alchemist." "Stop." His voice was light and airy. "I did not give you permission to speak. You will not do so again." "Why?" I quickly caught myself, gave another deep bow, and then hurried to my new room. I didn't think to back away like the guard had done, but I wasn't called out for it, so it must not have been a problem. After entering my tiny room and closing the door, I finally breathed out a sigh of relief. This life was going to be tough. Keeping myself from slapping that guy was one of the hardest things I had ever done. I would persevere. I could get through this. At first, I was surprised by the alchemist's demand that I cultivate as fast as possible. It was the direct opposite of everything Deacon Sue had been literally beating into us. I didn't believe that either man had my best interests as their top priority, so it was more a question of what their motive was. Actually, the alchemist's motive wasn't too hard to figure out. Knowing what I did, there were two extremely compelling reasons for him to want me to cultivate quickly. First, it would mean that I was permanently crippling myself. Even if he completely disdained me, he might see it as better to kill off even the smallest possibility of a threat in the cradle. By crippling myself with a low-purity cultivation, I would never pose a threat to him. I didn't know how important a strong cultivation base would be for alchemy, but I could guess that a weak foundation wouldn't do me any favors. I didn't believe for a second that he would fix such difficulties later. Second, cultivating as fast as I could meant making quick progress in the guided flame mantra. And I had already learned of the insidious effect it had on one's mind. If I rapidly cultivated it to Disciple 4, I would become little more than his willing slave. Knowing this, did I refuse? No. I did exactly what he said, and advanced my cultivation as rapidly as I could. In less than 3 weeks, I reached Martial Disciple 4 once more. His plan may have been nearly perfect, but in the end, it would be entirely ineffective. He would be able to control me in this life, but how long could that last? I had been struggling to survive even a single month. I just needed to learn his alchemy knowledge, then die. After that, I would be free of him while retaining all of his teachings. Did plotting against him weigh on my conscience at all? Not one bit. The winner is king, and the loser is just a thief. After reaching Martial Disciple 4, I exited seclusion and walked into the building's main hall. A small pill furnace sat on a stone plinth in the middle of the room. Along both the left and right walls were boxes and cupboards, where a variety of different medicinal ingredients were stored. The back wall had stairs leading up to the second floor. The master alchemist was not in the room at the moment, so I moved to the side of the door and knelt to await his arrival. I was unsure about the etiquette of cultivating here, but the master had shown interest in my improvement, so I decided to cycle my chi as I waited. The wait was not long. The master arrived downstairs only 2 days after my vigil began. When I noticed his presence, I immediately stopped cultivating, but I did not move. He spent a good deal of time checking the various herbs in the room, only turning his focus to me when he was assured that everything was in its proper place. Good, maybe you can be taught. Inwardly I brimmed with excitement. Before we begin, it would be best for you to understand a few things. I am not the most skilled alchemist in this clan. No, I am technically only a disciple alchemist. I have yet to properly advance to master alchemist. Do you know why that servant who brought you here was so polite and always referred to me as master alchemist? Was I supposed to speak? His look seemed to give me permission. Still, I didn't know the answer to his question. Because all alchemists are respected, he scowled. If you do not know, say you do not know. Do not make guesses. I nodded. He was so respectful because of my potential. I am the only alchemist with a high 8-star fire affinity in this entire clan. Having a high earth or metal affinity may be common, but fire is the rarest of all the elements, and few can boast of such a high affinity with it. The elders are terrified I will leave this backwater. There are many powers outside the wastes that would happily welcome a powerful alchemist such as myself. My destiny is not tied to this tiny clan. I hope you understand. He gave me a significant look. I gave a deliberate nod. Where should my allegiances lie? With a clan that had done nothing but murder me time and time again? No, I must be truly loyal to the promising young master, who I could follow to greatness. I believe we understand one another. Now let me be clear. Your affinity is trash. When you compare yourself to commoners, you might think yourself amazing, but a 9-star affinity of any level is worthless. You will never be able to reach even my current level of alchemy for the rest of your life. Still, that doesn't mean I have no use for you. Perform well. And when I eat meat, you will get to drink the soup. I grinned widely and gave a deep bow. Here is your first task. There are 157 herbs in this hall. They are all common herbs used for either rank 1 or rank 2 pills. He handed me a worn brown leather book. This contains all of the information about which herbs are which, and how to maintain them for ideal medicinal potency. You will study this book and diligently maintain these herbs. He turned around and began walking away. This is a task I have been doing myself. Common servants are not to be trusted here. After you have memorized everything, return. After I test you, you can take over these duties. Also, remember to be diligent in your cultivation. He waved me away with the flick of a hand. I gave a deep bow and returned to my room. Memorizing over 100 herbs, and how to maintain them was a challenge. Spending so many credits on boosting my affinity had been a mistake. It had cost so much, and I was still trash. It would have been better to spend those points on improving my memory, so that I could be of more help to the master. Maybe I could purchase this knowledge directly? Then, I would have a perfect grasp of how to maintain the herbs for the master. That might mean not being able to spend them on other things the master might require in the future. For the moment, it was better to study diligently. Shortly after the end of the first month, I hit Martial Disciple 5. This was a bit later than I had managed in the past. While my higher affinity made cultivating faster, I was spending most of my time studying, so I had much less time to dedicate to cultivation. The master cared about my advancement though, and he wanted me to rise quickly, so I needed to put in more effort. At the 7-week mark, I reached Martial Disciple 6 for the first time. The acupoints in my chest, both upper arms, and both upper legs had been opened. All that was left were my lower arms and lower legs. This was when I hit my first major bottleneck cultivation. The remaining limbs could be opened in any order, so I chose to focus on my right forearm first. The combined repulsive effect of all of the chi in my body seemed to have been amplified several times over. Drawing in even meager amounts of chi was exhausting. Advancing to Disciple 7 would be far more difficult than I had imagined. Still, I would persevere. Not for myself but for the master. At the end of 2 months, I had the herb manual memorized, so I returned to the main hall to await the master. After only a few hours he appeared. "What are you doing here?" I held the book up to him. "Master, I have completed memorizing the information as instructed." He waved his hand at me dismissively. "Do not call me master. You are not my disciple. Call me teacher. If others are present, you will call me Teacher Rudy. If someone from outside the clan is present, you will call me Teacher Sue." He turned around and walked toward the cabinets on the left side of the room. Returning, he placed 5 different herbs on the table. He held up what looked to be long chips of wood. "What is this?" "Astragalus root." "What is the correct procedure to preserve it?" "The root should be properly dried after harvesting. Then, it should be placed in a dry, cool place with moderate airflow. For maximum potency, it should be used within 2 years." He picked up a red fruit that was slightly larger than a cherry. "What is this?" "Hawthorn berry." "What is the correct procedure to preserve it?" "The berries should be dried and stored in a bed of hawthorn leaves. They should be kept in a dark, dry environment. The temperature should be cool, but not cold." Teacher continued asking about the other 3 herbs he had selected. After each answer, he spoke not a word of praise or rebuke. "You will take care of the herbs in this hall. Do not enter if I or others are inside. If anyone enters the hall while you are tending the herbs, you will return to your room." Dismissed. I bowed proudly to teacher. Another month passed quickly. I began making progress toward Martial Disciple 7, but it was still a fair distance away. Teacher wanted me to progress quickly, and I was failing him in that. Fortunately, he never spoke a word of condemnation for my failure. My work tending his herbs was far more successful. To my admittedly amateurish eye, the herbs remained in pristine condition. Teacher had never praised my work, but I knew I was making him proud. One day, while I was taking care of my tasks, teacher came down the stairs. I began to take my leave as normal, but he stopped me. "Stay." He walked over to the largest chest in the room, which held hundreds of bright blue flowers. "What is this?" "Blue peony, teacher." "What is it used for?" "I do not know, teacher." "Good. You should not know the uses of any herbs yet." He gave a slight nod, showing how much my dedication had truly impressed him. "Go and choose a blue peony." I walked over and looked into the chest. I did not see anything to suggest picking one over any other, so I just picked up one at random. Teacher placed a thick paper ledger in front of me. "When you take a peony from that chest, you will mark it down on this ledger. Each flower costs 5 silver. They are expensive medicinal ingredients. You will pay back every silver you owe." I nodded and made a mark on the ledger. "Follow me." He took me into a side room that I had yet to enter. It was bare except for a small table upon which sat a battered old pill furnace the size of a basketball. He placed his peony into the furnace and started the fire. You must get the furnace extremely hot. This will quickly burn away the impurities in the flour. Use your affinity to control the fire in the furnace, as you would qi, and prevent it from directly touching the flour. As I watched, black smoke began to rise from the peony. Shortly after, the entire flour collapsed into a bright blue dust. This is qi gathering powder. It is useful for low-level warriors. When you have time, come here and practice. It will take you many attempts to do this correctly. Mark each flower you take. Training an alchemist is expensive, but you will pay back everything you owe in the future. There are 10 small cloth bags on the table. When you are successful, store your powder in one of them. After you have completed all 10 portions, return to the main hall and wait for me. I bowed as teacher walked away. With teacher's abilities, creating qi gathering powder was effortless. For me it was anything but. The first several times I tried, the flour caught on fire nearly instantly. I was at a complete loss for how to keep that from happening. After half a dozen attempts, I decided to stop. Charging ahead recklessly was simply a waste of valuable resources. How could I stop them from catching fire? Teacher said to control the fire in the pill furnace and not let it touch the flour directly. But everything happened too quickly. What should I do? I needed practice controlling a natural fire. I had only ever tried to control the qi in my body before. so trying to control an external flame was far beyond my capabilities. Learning to control fire was the true test teacher had set before me. I lit the furnace, but I did not put a flower inside. Right now, concocting the powder was beyond me. I watched the flames as they heated the furnace. I needed to control the fire through affinity. My affinity was only a trashy high 9-star. But I could do this. It took me weeks, but in the end I was successful. I could, to at least a minimal degree, control the fire within the pill furnace. After another week and a dozen failed attempts, I was finally able to stop the peony from catching on fire. Only 1 week later, I discovered the correct temperature to release the black smoke from the flower without it burning. All told, I had wasted 28 precious flowers before successfully concocting a single dose of qi gathering powder. After using a total of 47 peonies, I completed my task. The next day, I presented the powders to teacher. He checked them carefully before nodding in praise. Follow. He led me to a room on the other side of the building that contained several boxes. More significantly, it also had a small door leading outside. This box contains cloth bags. This one has jade bottles. Any powders or pills you create will go in this box. He pointed in several different directions. When you make a deposit, mark it on this ledger. The value of your product will be deducted from your debt. While you are here, you must work hard to repay your debts. I nodded, happy that I could finally start repaying teacher. He picked up a bag of qi gathering powder and began explaining more about alchemy to me. The qi gathering powder is useful only to the weakest, poorest cultivator. Because of how it is created, it has the beneficial property of containing no pill toxin, since all of the toxins in the peony are completely burned away. Unfortunately, in doing so, you will also burn away the majority of the flower's medicinal power, making the end result nearly useless. He carelessly tossed the bag of powder I had worked hard to create to the side. As I said before, blue peonies are worth 5 silver. A portion of qi gathering powder is worth 10 copper. You concocted 10 portions, which is 100 copper, or 1 silver. You consumed 47 blue peonies. At 5 silver apiece, you currently owe 2 gold, 34 silver. I was stunned. I wasted so many precious resources, and even when I succeeded, I was still wasting money. What was the point? Would I be forever burning away all of teacher's money? I couldn't do that to him. Good, you understand. Qi gathering powder is a failed product. Come. He took several peonies and brought me back into my workshop. He put one of them into the pill furnace and began working. Use a less intense flame. With a weaker flame, the medicinal power of the flower will not be burned away, and the flower will not turn into powder. Wrap the fire qi around the flower like a ball. Equal heat should be applied from all directions. As I watched, the entire flower melted and turned into a silvery blue liquid. After it becomes liquid, increase the temperature. Burn away the impurities, but keep it cool enough not to harm the medicinal power. Black smoke began to rise from the liquid. Finally, use your qi to apply even pressure from all directions. The liquid solidified into a small pellet. Teacher took the pellet and put it to the side. Then he began concocting again. This time, significantly more black smoke was released. After forming the pellet, he took it and set it aside. The third time, almost no smoke was released from the liquid. He held up the first pellet he had made. This is a rank 1 basic qi gathering pill. Rank 1 pills are suitable for martial disciples, and the basic qi gathering pill is best used by martial disciples 1 to 3. Better pills are beyond you. Do not worry about them for now. He carefully placed it into a jade bottle and set it down before me. The medicinal power of a pill must be at least 80%, or it is considered a worthless pill and must be discarded. I estimate this pill retains about 87% of its medicinal power. Grandmaster alchemists can make pills with 100% power, but it doesn't matter as it will have little effect on the pill's price. A difference of 87% and 100% is not enough for people to pay a meaningful premium. However, you should always strive for the highest medicinal power possible. He picked up the third pill he made. What pills are truly graded on is purity. This is a low-purity qi gathering pill and contains a significant amount of pill toxins. It will only sell for 1 silver. A mid-purity one, where most of the toxins have been removed, is worth 5 silver. A high-purity one, where nearly all have been removed, is worth 10 silver. He picked up the third one he had made. When making this pill, the temperature was too high, and the medicinal power was significantly depleted. On the third pill, the temperature was too low, so nearly all of the toxins are still there. Both are completely worthless. He crushed the 2 pills into powder and scattered the dust onto the floor. Those 2 pills were useless trash. Never create something like that. Instead, when you make such a mistake, quickly increase the temperature in the pill furnace and turn its contents into qi gathering powder. The powder is a failed product, but it is useful and can be sold to recoup a small portion of your losses. Teacher picked up the bottle containing the first pill he had made. This is a high-purity rank 1 basic qi gathering pill. It is worth 10 silver, double the value of its ingredients. Once you can make these, you will be able to begin paying off your debt. Until then, you must work hard and learn well. If you successfully concoct a pill, place it into a jade bottle, deposit the bottle in the storage room, and mark the ledger. Someone from the clan will grade its purity to ensure it is assessed fairly. I gave a deep bow, deeply grateful for everything teacher had given me. I was proud that he was willing to invest so much in my education. I will be traveling in the near future, so I will not be around much. Do not concern yourself with this. Cultivate, tend the herbs, and practice alchemy diligently. Saying this, he walked away. After teacher left, I did not see him again for a long time. It took me nearly 3 years to concoct my first successful pill. The day after it was deposited, I checked the ledger to find that I had submitted a trash pill with no value. I had to do better. I didn't deposit another pill until a full year later. Not long after I turned 21, I advanced to Martial Disciple 7, but at this point, my cultivation ground to a nearly complete halt, and it became incredibly difficult to advance any further. The qi in my body seemed to actively repel any energy I tried to pull into my remaining uncultivated limbs. Years continued to flow by in a steady stream, and while my cultivation level was stagnant, my alchemy skills were slowly improving. I reached the point where I could always successfully concoct a pill, but when I submitted them, they were evaluated as trash. Unfortunately, I had not learned a method to evaluate pills from teacher. If I had, I would not have bothered submitting so many failures. Over time, I learned to feel and understand the process of concocting pills at a deeper level, and I began to sense the energy that existed within peonies. They felt like strings of chaos wrapped around a thick green strand of power. When I heated a flower up, the strings of chaos burned away, but if I heated it too far, the green medicinal power also evaporated. One big stumbling block was keeping my power correctly distributed. If too much was concentrated in one spot, it would quickly burn through the strands of chaos and eat away at the medicinal energy. To combat this, I had to quickly move all energy away from this area, which usually had the knock-on effect of creating several new hotspots. Once this process of overheating started, it was nearly impossible to stop. That was why teacher highlighted the importance of qi gathering powder. When the concoction process began to spiral out of control, I needed to quickly turn up the heat and begin burning everything away so that I would be left with the weak but usable powder. I persisted in my pursuit of perfection for decades, and my output of trash pills dropped to 0. I wasn't willing to bring shame to teacher by submitting them. I always did my best to concoct a proper pill, but near the end of the process, I would always turn up the heat high enough to transform the energy into qi gathering powder. It was regrettable that I had to hand in something so worthless, but it was better than trash. When I was over 50 years old, I finally had a breakthrough in both my cultivation and my understanding of alchemy. I was able to finally wrestle enough qi into my left hand and broke through to Martial Disciple 8. With qi freely available in both hands, I figured out a method of using it to control the flames in the furnace more smoothly. This allowed me to heat the flowers more evenly. This still wasn't perfect since the chaotic strings weren't evenly distributed, but I was getting close. That year, I finally submitted my first successful low-purity basic qi gathering pill. The problem was I could feel myself struggling each time I made a pill. If I had a higher cultivation level, I was sure that it would be beneficial when I was concocting pills. The only reason I had been able to make that first successful pill was because of the extra power and control I had gained after advancing to Martial Disciple 8. To progress in alchemy, I needed to progress in cultivation. I made a choice. It felt like a betrayal of the trust that teacher had placed in me, but I knew this was the only way I would ever be able to repay him. The next time I created a pill I thought was successful, I did not deposit it, I chose to consume it. Qi rushed into me at speeds I hadn't felt in decades. Teacher had said that these basic pills were only suitable for martial disciples 1 to 3, but this proved that I had been unworthy of hearing the whole truth at that time. Even at Disciple 8, there was still a strong effect. However, I quickly noticed a potential problem. If this pill had such an effect on me, the rate that low-level cultivators gathered qi would be exponentially greater. Gathering qi for a breakthrough would be easy, but attempting to purify it would be significantly more difficult. Of course, as an alchemist, purity wasn't a concern at all for me. As teacher said, dealing with problems of low purity was simple for an alchemist. Others, however, would not be so fortunate. For the next year, I worked even harder. Whenever I felt that a pill might not meet teacher's strict quality standards and would just be destroyed, I consumed it instead of depositing it. My cultivation quickly rose to Disciple 9. At this point, concocting pills became smoother and easier. I could both control and sense qi far better than ever before. Decades passed, and I was nearing the end of my life. I was over 90 years old, and I had finally reached Martial Disciple peak. Sadly, I was a terrible alchemist. I had never been able to create anything better than a low-purity pill. In all the time I stayed in this house and practiced my alchemy, I never saw teacher again. I was worthless. I had failed him. I did not have the face to see him. Through the years, others came and went from the small building. Several people had lived on the second floor for short periods, but I was always diligent about leaving the room when I heard them coming. I was not to bother teacher's guests. Even though I was constantly wasting teacher's precious herbs, the chest of blue peonies was always refilled in a timely manner. No one ever came to question me about why they had been destroyed. They were simply restocked. This was a final blessing from teacher. Even though I had failed, he still believed that one day I would succeed. For 8 decades, nothing had changed. I had never left teacher's home. I had remained committed to my duties. I was walking from the pill room, through the main hall, and back to my room one day when I heard several people approaching. I turned around and headed back to the pill room, so as to not bother teacher's guests. But my body was starting to fail me. I was not able to move fast enough to leave before they entered. A calm voice sounded behind me. "Stop. Turn around. Who are you? What are you doing here?" I turned around and looked at the 3 men who had entered. One was an aging man whose hair had begun to gray. One was a youth that looked no older than 20. The man in front, it was teacher. He looked nearly unchanged since I had last seen him. "Teacher." I bowed deeply as my eyes began to fill with tears. "Disciple has failed you. I should have left before you entered." It was a long moment before he responded. "You were to call me Teacher Sue." Tears dropped from my eyes. Decades had passed, and I had already failed twice in quick succession. The aging man looked me up and down. "Is he the one that has been making our pills?" "Indeed." Teacher appraised me carefully. "Go to your room. Return here in 1 hour." I gave another deep bow before exiting. The wait in my quarters was excruciating. I had not been this excited in years. Finally, teacher had returned. Exactly 1 hour after my dismissal, I promptly returned to the main hall. The 3 men sat at a table facing me. I felt as if I were on trial by all 3. But teacher was the only one to speak. "I have reviewed the ledgers. The expenses you have incurred are, quite frankly, staggering. You have never been able to create anything better than a low-purity pill. Something that is still worth less than the materials that go into it." I bowed in shame. I was a failure. "I have not bothered to make a detailed calculation of the debt you have incurred under me, but I estimate that it is well over 100,000 gold. Do you agree with the assessment?" "Yes, Teacher Sue." "Very good. You are honest. What is your plan to repay this debt?" I do not have one, Teacher Su. My only hope was to one day be capable of concocting high-purity pills. But disciple has failed you. You are not my disciple. He waved a hand lightly in dismissal. You admit to your debt, and the need to repay it, correct? Yes, teacher. Good, then we have a way for you to do so. You can make a significant contribution to the clan. One that is worth far more than the debt you currently owe. Are you willing to do so? Yes, teacher. I bowed excitedly. I could finally give back to someone who had done so much for me. Good. This is Su Yuanfei. Teacher gestured to the aging man. He is the second elder of the Su clan, and brother to the current patriarch. I bowed to Elder Su. You are likely not familiar with the current state of the Su clan. It is failing. Ever since the current patriarch wrested control from his father, the Su clan has been beset by one problem after another. If this continues, the clan will soon collapse. Our goal is to save it. You will help us do that. I smiled inwardly. I would give my all to help, teacher. Elder Su threw me to the floor in the middle of a massive open hall. A large U-shaped table wrapped around me. Behind it were seated over a dozen elderly men. Elder Su walked in front of me and bowed to the man at the center of the table. Patriarch, we have found the traitor. This is the clan alchemist who had been poisoning our disciples. He hid himself inside the abandoned alchemy workshop and slowly siphoned away resources from the clan. For the past several years, he has been adding poison pills to our supplies. He had been doing this while hidden deep within the clan. That is why our past inspections failed to find the source. Every eye in the room glared at me. I shouted it all until I collapsed. You are all bastards. The Su clan is finished. Just wait for your destruction. I began to laugh maniacally. The patriarch looked at me in disgust. Take him away. I was taken to a dungeon. The guards were not kind. Over the course of weeks, I was methodically tortured. I was old and frail, but they were careful to never do so much damage that I could die. When I became too weak, I was given a healing pill. This lasted for nearly 2 months before I finally broke. I confessed. I told them how the Grand Elder and Fourth Elder had worked together to engineer the downfall of the Su clan. After that, I was taken outside. In front of all the disciples and elders of the Su clan, I was executed. Before they killed me, I gave them my final words. The Su clan is finished. I smiled a bloody smile. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial disciple peak. 100 credits awarded. Total credits 100. I opened my eyes. I was kneeling in a courtyard surrounded by children. The rusty gear of my mind started moving, and I began processing everything that I had experienced over the last 80 years. The endless toils of constant alchemy felt compressed. I knew I had spent decades in that house concocting pills and powders, but in my memories, it was like it all happened in an instant. I could pick out specific moments if I tried, but if I didn't, they all blended together. In that state, I felt as if I had only been trapped there alone for a few days. I was only doing alchemy for a few days when, the moment I began thinking about the events of the past month, they blazed to life in my memory. I had willingly thrown myself into torture. I was happy about being tortured. I wanted it. I wanted to be tortured for that bastard Rudy. And Rudy. Changing the pronunciation of his name was a petty sort of revenge, but petty fit my mood perfectly. My mood didn't stay so petty after my snort drew a certain someone's attention. Quiet. At the front of the crowd, as always, was a middle-aged man. He was glaring at me. I glared right back. It was Su Yuanfei. Rage filled me. Rage at everything that had happened over 8 long decades. Rage at this damn clan, and everything it stood for. On one path, I try to become a warrior and get brutally murdered time and time again. I try something new, and I get locked into eternal enslavement. Oh, I know. I could invest everything to become a valued and hard-working member of the clan. Fuck that. Fuck this clan. This place was a cancer in the world that needed to be eradicated. I stood. As I looked at Fei's angry face, I heard a voice echo from deep within my soul. You must repay your debts. Fei's face turned bright red. Sit back down. Fuck you. I charged him. The old bastard didn't even flinch. He simply waved his hand, and a small bolt of energy shot toward me. You have died. I opened my eyes. I looked at the children that surrounded me. I saw the red-robed bastard who killed me on my first day in this world. I ran at him with all the strength I could muster. Before I even got close, a small bolt of chi hit me in the side. You have died. I saw the 8th-ranked elite disciple. You have died. System warning. Quick, repeated, intentional deaths detected. Further actions may result in an administrative response. I looked at Feifei. All I saw was red. You have died. You have died. You have died. System warning. Quick, repeated, intentional deaths detected. Total credits, 270. After a couple of dozen deaths, I started to feel like my soul was fracturing. When I opened my eyes, I could no longer muster the energy needed to continue this futile revenge. I followed the group back to my tiny house, and once inside, I collapsed onto the ground. System. What is the value of rank 1 pills and their ingredients? Complete knowledge of rank 1 pills prices. The cost is not possible to calculate at this time. Fuck off. What is the local price of low-purity rank 1 basic chi gathering pills, chi gathering powder, and blue peonies? The cost of that knowledge is 1 credit. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 269 credits remaining. The local market price of low-purity rank 1 basic chi gathering pills is 5 silver. Chi gathering powder is 2 silver. And blue peonies are 50 copper each. God's fucking damn it. System. I want the ability to appraise pills. The cost of an ability to appraise all pills is not possible to calculate at this time. Motherfu. System. I want the ability to appraise all rank 1 pills. The cost of an ability to appraise all rank 1 pills is not possible to calculate at this time. Not the time. System. I want the ability to appraise most rank 1 pills. The cost of an ability to appraise a majority of rank 1 pills is 5,000 credits. Shut up. I want the ability to appraise some rank 1 pills. The cost of an ability to appraise a limited set of rank 1 pills is 10 credits. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 259 credits remaining. I waited seething. The only thing stopping me from lashing out was the feeling that my soul could collapse at any time. Again, I received the guided flame mantra and was sent to study under Master Rudy. I did my best to remain composed. I tried my best to mimic my actions from my previous life. It was hard, damn hard. And I know it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. Eventually, Rudy sent me out to cultivate the damn slave mantra. I did not cultivate. I waited several hours. When I was confident the main hall was clear, I snuck in, grabbed a blue peony, and headed to the alchemy room. I was only a disciple 1, so I didn't have much energy in my body, but I had decades of experience. I was as efficient as I could be at melting the flour, burning off the chaotic chi strings, and forming it into a pill. This process took everything I had, and the result was far from what I had been able to achieve at my peak, but I was able to successfully form a pill. I used my new skill at appraisal and looked at it. High purity rank 1 basic chi gathering pill. 84% medicinal efficacy. Value 20 silver. You motherfuckers. For the first time, I ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. I was going to hurt someone. You have died. I opened my eyes and saw that bastard Feifei. You have died. You have died. System warning, the admins. You have died. System warning. The administrator has been notified of repeated infractions. Please wait. Total credits, 419. My anger burned itself out, and I sat alone in my house. I knew that if I took even one more step, I would crumble to dust, body and soul. Is this it? Is this all my life is now? Is it going to continue like this forever? I can try to do better, but does it even matter? I didn't have an answer. System, how much to just end this? There was only silence. How much to make this all stop? I waited. An imperious voice shoved me down into the floorboards. Are you done? My eyes shot open. There was a man standing in my house. No one had ever entered this house before. This was different. I tried to look at him, but it was like he didn't fit into this world, like he was outside of it. He wore a vibrant red hanfu with gold embroidery that shone with its own light. My mind went back to the young, red-robed youth that had killed me long ago. This man was what that kid wanted to be. It took me a long moment to respond. Who are you? I am the power that controls this world. I am the incarnation of the earthly Tao, the being given mind and form to carry out the will of the Tao. Everything within this world is under the purview of the earthly Tao, and I am its hand. As the person spoke, the light emanating from the gold threads of its robes shone with a brighter light. You were blessed. I am the one who blessed you. I chose you. Due to your circumstances, I was able to grant you a uniquely powerful blessing, one which will finally empower me to improve and advance this wretched world. It glared at me. Allowing you time to acclimate to your new situation was necessary, and a large number of early deaths was foreseeable and acceptable. However, continued immediate suicide upon your rebirth will not be tolerated. I gain little if you do not survive for at least a few years. I wanted to respond, to just say something, but I couldn't put any words together. If you continue to act in this manner, your blessing will be revoked. I looked at the incarnation. The despair I had felt earlier was replaced with anger. So you are just using me? Yes. This world, like every other, is about benefits. We use everything in this world to push it forward toward advancement. I want you and everyone else to thrive. Not because I care about you, but because when you thrive, this world thrives. I thought about what he was telling me. How much of it could I trust? System, is all of this true? Veracity of statements made but the incarnation of the earthly Tao. Costs paid for by external entity. Yes. The incarnation's words are true. Yes. Did that mean that everything this being said was actually true? Not at all. But it did mean the incarnation and the system were on the same page. Okay, fine. You put me here. And you don't want me to keep dying over and over countless times. If that's the case, answer some goddamn questions. No, go through the system. That is its purpose. No. At least tell me what is happening to my mind. My memories are strange. The incarnation squinted its eyes, and then gave a dismissive snort. Very well. The short answer is nothing. Your mind and body are here. Any damage to either your mind or body is not repaired when you die. It never existed in the first place. Only your soul is sent back in time. The memories you have of previous lifetimes reside within your soul. That is why they feel disconnected. The only memories that are real to you are the ones currently in your mind. You don't have to worry about any damage to either your mind or your body. When you die, your soul will be brought here, and any damage to your mind will have never existed. Damage to your soul is a different story though. And you have been caused quite a lot of damage there with your little pantomime earlier. After saying this, it gave me a dismissive look. That is the only question I will answer. We will not be having this conversation again. Leave this place. Explore this world. Try not to die. He began to walk away, but then looked back at me. Oh, one last thing. In the past, you have received discounts. That was me. I used the energy of the earthly Tao to make up for the shortfall in credits. I only did this because forcing you into a situation where suicide was your only option served no purpose. Don't expect any such favors in the future. Handle everything from here on out by yourself. With that, the incarnation vanished. Credits expended. Transaction complete. 356 credits remaining. I sat in my house and pondered alone. Was the incarnation of the earthly Tao trustworthy? No, obviously not. In truth, I had no real grasp of who or what it was. Anything or everything it said could be false. The system confirmed what it said, but what did that mean? Could I even trust the system with something like this? Asking the system didn't really address my concerns. But for now, the question of whether I could trust the earthly Tao and the system, or not was a moot point. I didn't have any other choice. I sighed. I could deal with the earthy Tao in the future. I had other things to focus on. My suicidal rampage may have made the admin upset, but it netted me a large number of credits, and it was time to spend money. I knew what I wanted. I had come up with a crazy idea while working for Rudy, but I didn't know if I could afford it. First things first. System, how much would it cost to move my reset point into this room? Relocating your reset point to this room. Cost is not possible to calculate at this time. That was unfortunate. I didn't want to have to see Su Yuanfei every time I was reborn. I thought about what I asked for, and realized I may have requested the wrong thing. System, How much to move my reset point ahead to this moment in time? Advancing your permanent reset point to the current moment. Costs 1 credit. Note: this action cannot be reversed. Yeah, not too concerned with that. Still, how much would it cost to change my reset point for only my next death? Temporary reset point. 30 credits. So a possibility to keep in mind, but one that was a bit too expensive. I pulled the healing pill out of my storage and swallowed it. If I'm doing this, I might as well lock in a healed body. Once the pill was done fixing my body, I sat down in a comfortable position. Alright system, change my permanent reset point to this moment. Purchase confirmed. Costs 1 credit. 355 credits remaining. Okay system, next the important one. How much to teleport to the nearest city? Somewhere a bit out of view, so that my teleporting in won't cause a scene. Teleportation to the nearest city. Costs 30 credits. Note: the cost of teleportation is dependent on both distance and your cultivation level at the time of transit. Good. I just need to keep 30 credits in my pocket. Hopefully, I have enough to get what I really want. During my stint as a pill slave, I never did anything I hadn't been instructed to do, and it was difficult to even think about things other than what I was told to think about. However, occasionally, I was able to spend some time considering what I might want to buy in the future. I had an idea that I spent the last several decades slowly refining, during a few brief moments of clarity. Rudy's house was filled with countless medicinal herbs. It was truly a shame that everything was just left there to rot. It would be better if someone were able to take care of it all. In fact, it would be even better if I could take care of an entire garden for the man. My thoughts were forced to follow certain patterns, but the idea behind those thoughts was all my own. System, I'm going to need your help with this. I have a built-in storage space, right? Every reset I get that recovery pill out of it, but I can't put anything in. I want a storage space that I can put things in and take things out of. Modified system storage space. Cost is not possible to calculate at this time. Alright, let's say a bag of holding. A canvas bag with a space of 10 cubic meters inside, where I can quickly pull things out without my arm needing to go several meters into the bag. Basic low-level storage bag. Costs 1,000 credits. I smiled. Excellent. Now, how much for such a bag that will travel with me when I reset? Maintaining all of its contents. Calculating. Basic low-level storage bag with time-traveling capabilities. Cost is not possible to calculate at this time. Slightly unfortunate, but a low-level storage bag wasn't what I wanted anyway. I needed something that would go everywhere with me, and it being a bag wouldn't have been ideal. I needed this storage space to remain safe. Where was a safe place that would travel through time with me? How much would it cost for a storage space the size of 10 cubic meters to be created within my soul? One that would act just similar to a storage bag. 10 cubic meter storage space located in host soul. Cost 10 million credits. What if it was only 1 cubic meter? Costs 1 million credits. Excellent. 1/10 the volume equated to 1/10 the cost. Would it function like I wanted it to? How much for such a storage space that travels through time with me and retains its contents? Costs 1 million credits. Good. Now, I want to be able to expand this space without the system's direct assistance. I want the space set up in such a way that it is as easy as possible for me to expand while increasing the price by no more than 10 times. Also, I should be able to purchase information on how to expand this space for no more than a few thousand credits. Calculating. Specified 1 cubic meter storage space. Cost 10 million credits. Wonderful. Let's keep going. Here are the additional features I want. It should be possible to store living creatures inside, both plants and animals. Everything inside should be subject to a similar gravity as this world, and my movements should not affect anything inside the space. Time should flow at the same rate inside as outside, but time inside should not reset when I do. Things should age continuously inside the space. I want to be able to visualize everything inside and move things around at will. Processing. Calculating. Specified 1 cubic meter storage space. Cost 17 million credits. That was everything I had initially planned to ask for, but my plans had changed. My recent meeting with what was apparently an all-powerful being had given me a new requirement. I also want it isolated from the Tao. I do not want the Tao to be able to see inside, or to be able to put anything inside. Only what I choose to put in this storage space should be allowed in. This cannot be done. The system is only of the heavenly Tao. Isolating from the Tao is not possible at this time. I didn't know enough to be sure exactly what that meant, but I could at least refine my request. Isolated from the heavenly Tao and all Taos under it then. Specified 1 cubic meter storage space. Cost 30 million credits. I couldn't help but smile and chuckle happily. I could get what I wanted. I just needed to figure out how big of a space I could afford. How much for a space with those same specification, but only 1 cubic centimeter in size. Cost 30 credits. Alright system. I want to purchase a storage space with the exact specifications discussed. However, I want its size to only be 8 cubic centimeters. It should be a cube of 2 centimeters in each dimension. Cost 240 credits. Purchase. Purchase confirmed. 115 credits remaining. Amazing. And after deducting my transportation costs, I still had 85 credits to spare. Maybe it would have been good to keep a nest egg for the future. But there was one last thing I wanted. Everything else could wait. System. Permanently upgrade my fire affinity to peak 9-star. Cost 75 credits. Confirm? Config wait. Not confirmed. Not confirmed. Hold off for now. The elderly man at the affinity testing orb looked at me. What is your name? Fang. Place your hand on the orb and channel your chi into it. I did so. Fire affinity. High 9 stars. The elderly man's voice sounded surprised. What can you tell us about the blessing you have received? This time, I spoke confidently. I have been blessed in alchemy. I feel a connection to it, I said confidently. Are you sure? I have a feeling. It is what I am meant to be doing. The elder studied me. He looked me up and down. Give him the burning flame mantra, and send him to learn from alchemist Rudy. Wait, what? Rudy looked at me. What is your affinity? High 9-star fire affinity, master alchemist. Rudy looked me over, taking an extra moment when he saw the scroll in my hand. Then, he turned to the man who had brought me to his house. Very well, servant. I shall do what I can, but tell the elders that rotten wood cannot be carved. I accept no fault if he cannot learn. Of course, master alchemist. I will make sure they understand. Leave us. The man gave another deep bow, and backed his way out of the building, not turning around until after the door was closed. Rudy pointed to the room I had lived in for years. That will be your room. Your food will be delivered. Don't come out until you are at least Martial Disciple level 4. Do so as quickly as you can. Don't worry about purity of chi or any of that nonsense. Alchemists can easily fix such difficulties later. Yes, Master Alchemist. I bowed. Stop. I did not give you permission to speak. You will not do so again. I gave another deep bow, and then turned to enter my room, but Rudy stopped me. Hold. What cultivation technique did you receive? It is called the Burning Flame Mantra, Master Alchemist. Give it to me. He held out his hand for the technique. After taking it, he looked it over a couple of times before speaking. This is trash. This technique is for fighters, not alchemists. He went to a cupboard, pulled out a new scroll, and then handed it to me. This is the guided flame mantra. It is more suitable for alchemists, as it will help you better control fire chi. Now go cultivate. Good ol' Rudy. Of course I did not cultivate. The first thing I did upon entering the room was make my purchase. System. Permanently upgrade my fire affinity to peak 9-star. Purchase confirmed. Cost 75 credits. 40 credits remaining. Was this the best use of my limited credits? I wasn't sure. What I wanted was a reliable cultivation technique, but the system wasn't even willing to tell me the cost of one. Barring that, increasing my affinity was the only idea I had that could help me at the moment. I sat in my room and waited until night fell. Having not cultivated, I couldn't feel too much of a difference from having my upgraded affinity, but it would still be helpful for the evening's activities. When I judged the time to be around midnight, I snuck out of my room and grabbed a few peonies. Then I ducked into the storage room and grabbed a couple of jade bottles. Finally, I headed to the pill room. Peonies are large, relatively speaking. My brand new storage space was tiny, Even if I crushed a peony down as small as possible, it would not fit inside the limited space I had available. However, I could change it into something that isn't very large. I could turn it into something that was rather tiny in comparison to the flower itself. A pill. I was as careful as possible. Without having cultivated, I couldn't use qi. I had to rely only on controlling the pill furnace's natural flame. The first pill I made was high purity. After that, I was able to make 2 more mid-purity pills. After that, I no longer had the mental energy needed to control the flames. I had 3 pills. It would have to do. I wasn't willing to stay in the Su clan any longer than I had to. I placed the 2 mid-purity pills in storage bottles and tucked them into my robe. I pulled the high-purity pill directly into my storage space. It should have been put into a jade bottle first, since the jade would help maintain the pill's medicinal energy. Being put directly into my storage space wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. Jade bottles were way too large to fit. In the future, I could look at acquiring a thin jade sheath to surround a pill while still fitting inside the limited space I had available. But that would have to wait. System, teleport me to the nearest town. Cost 30 credits. Confirm? Yes. Purchase confirmed. 10 credits remaining. Initiating teleport. I decided to just go with it. The worst they could do was kill me after all. I followed the directions and quickly found the aforementioned door. Unlike the main entrance, this one was built directly into the marble foundation and led into a basement area located below the pagoda's shop floor. As I entered, a cheery voice greeted me. Hello, welcome to the Blue Wind Pavilion. I looked and found the same girl that had been so dismissive earlier. What was going on? The confusion must have shown on my face because she was quick to tell me. Sorry about that. It's how the regulars expect us to behave. And you know what they say, give the customers what they want. Sorry you got caught up in it. Usually, young men who walk into the front entrance wearing ragged clothes and a rather nonchalant expression are extremely wealthy. Most of the actual poor folk know to take this entrance. I was shocked. You treat people like that because they are rich? Oh yeah, of course. Everyone always fights over who gets to yell at the people who come in looking like beggars. With a little luck, you can earn a year's commission in less than an hour. What? How? Whenever you get a rich guy dressed like a poor guy, if someone looks down on them for being poor, they love to slap people in the face with their money. You think I'm poor? I'll buy everything in this shop. That kind of thing. That works. All the time. So, you thought I was rich? She started laughing. Oh no, not at all. I knew you were genuine right away, but we still need to keep up with appearances for everyone else, right? Anyway, enough rambling about sales tactics. What can I do you for? I felt like this place was giving me whiplash. I want to sell some pills. I fumbled around as I took the 2 bottles out of my robes. She opened them up and inspected the pills inside. Mid-purity basic qi gathering. Efficacy looks decent. I can give you 3 silver each for them. What? They're worth 10. They had to be. If the system had been wrong. Yes and no. Their medicinal efficacy is decent, but it's only in the high 80s, so we can't sell them locally. We guarantee 90% or more. Also, we only sell high-purity pills here. We will have to pass them to a smaller branch, and they will sell them for 10 silver. So, you see, you can't exactly expect us to pay you nearly that much, right? Oh, all right. Now looking at you, you are a martial disciple one who just got awakened, right? And you're here, selling pills that could be used to improve your own non-existent cultivation base, right? So where did a guy who looks little better than a beggar get 2 precious pills? Why is he looking to sell them off? Why? And this is an interesting question for me. Did such a person not know that he shouldn't have bothered trying to come in through the main entrance? She gave me a smile. These, I'm guessing, are the questions you don't want me to ask. Therefore, the price is 3 silver. I was slow to respond as I processed everything she had said. Actually, those are questions I don't mind answering. I am a martial disciple 1, but I don't have a cultivation technique. I need to sell these pills to get enough money to buy one. As for where they came from, I made them myself. Oh, a 16-year-old boy without any cultivation is able to concoct mid-purity pills? I'd like to see that. Okay. She smiled brightly. Lovely, follow me. She led me on a winding path through the building's basement. Unlike the open and spacious shop floor above, this basement was a labyrinth of twisting hallways. A few people were working down here, but nothing like what I had seen above. Most of the space was taken up by boxes filled with all sorts of random knickknacks. More than anything, this part of the building gave me the feeling of a low-rent pawn shop. Once she found the right room, the girl grabbed a flower and threw it at me. 1 blue peony. That will be 50 copper. I'll put it on your tab. Come. She hauled me away to a room further down the corridor. All right, here you go. Lowest grade alchemy workshop. That will be 2 silver per hour. Sorry, but we don't rent them out for shorter time slots. She sounded both cheerful and consoling. Now go ahead, let me watch. This whole encounter felt so strange. I honestly couldn't tell if she was mocking me, or if she legitimately believed in me. I think she was doing her best to do both simultaneously, so that whatever happened, she had acted correctly. Performing alchemy, while someone watched, was a new form of pressure, but my decades of practice smoothly guided me through the process. Even if I was somewhat nervous, I only had one chance here, and I couldn't afford to screw up. I went slow and burned away the tainted, chaotic strings with all of the focus I could muster. While I had been concocting my most recent pills in Rudy's workshop earlier, my only focus was on efficiency. I wanted to make as many pills as my limited energy could create, so I was willing to lower their quality to get a higher quantity. That would have been the wrong play here. Quantity wasn't important. 1 good pill was all I needed. I burned through way too much energy, but I was satisfied with the result. I handed the pill over to the curious young woman, who quickly analyzed it. When she spoke, her voice was airy and aloof. Sigh. I guess it was too much to hope to see a boy without cultivation make a mid-purity pill. Still, at least you could make a high-purity one. She giggled at her small joke. I guess since you could at least make something, I should give you some kind of benefit. How about 10 silver for the high purity and 5 for each mid? So 20 silver total. That's about as high as I can get for you. Minus expenses. That comes to 17 silver 50 copper. Deal. What? Huh. Yeah. I mean deal. Great. She smiled and handed me a small bag of coins. Here you go. Do you need anything else? Can I use this room to make more pills? She laughed. You did pay for an hour here. It's your time to waste. You can even buy some more ingredients from us if you want. And we'll definitely buy any mid-purity or higher pills you want to sell us. But let me ask you, do you have the energy to make more pills? I had expended nearly 80% of my reserves. No, I guess not. So, do you need anything else? She seemed to expect me to ask for something. I thought about it. I weighed the bag of coins in my hand. 17 silver. It should be more than enough to rent a room and feed myself. Worst comes to worst, I could come back here each day and make a couple more pills to sell. I could get by, but there was something I needed as soon as possible. What's the price of a fire chi cultivation technique? A cultivation technique. What kind are you looking for? I assume a rank 1 technique since you're a martial disciple? How good of one do you want? Low yellow? Peak yellow? Profound? Higher? We may not have it here, but the Blue Wind Pavilion can source items from across the entire 9 Rivers continent. Yellow? What do you mean by low yellow and peak yellow? She gave me a funny look at that question. Cultivation techniques are both ranked and graded. Rank 1 is for martial disciples, rank 2 is for martial masters, and so on. Within a rank they're graded into yellow, profound, earth, or heaven. Then they're further divided into low, mid, high, or peak. Martial master? That's the level above disciple? But why those names? Why yellow? The heavens are profound, and the earth is yellow. The cadence of her speech was practiced and fluid. It's from the poem, the 1,000-character classic, you know? As she spoke, the language knowledge I had purchased from the system activated in overdrive to resolve the translation issue. She had only spoken 4 words. Heaven, earth, profound, yellow. The meaning behind these 4 words was immense. It was a description of the cosmos and its grandeur. So heaven is the best, then earth, profound, and the worst is yellow. All right. What is the cheapest technique you have? Cheapest, eh? She smirked at me. I could let you have a low yellow one for 10 gold, but I doubt you want it. Nasty side effects on that one. Lowest price technique I would recommend? Say 50 gold. It's still low yellow of course, but it's a bit better. Want to take a look? No need. Alright, anything else? Again, she seemed to expect something from me. I sighed. Yeah, I guess there is. I want to make a deal. Wonderful. Her face broke into a brilliant smile. Let me take you to the boss. As we walked, the young woman began asking me questions as she wrote things down in a notebook. So, what do you know about cultivation techniques? Not much, I guess. I've never actually seen one. I've only just heard about a couple. Oh, which ones have you heard about? I stumbled briefly as I tried to decide what I should say. I heard of the Earth Heart Mantra once. You know, for Earth Chi. Yeah, that one is excellent. It's a bestseller. Whenever a new family comes into a bit of money, the Earth Heart Mantra is one of their first purchases. What? Really? Doesn't it, make people crazy? Crazy? No, definitely not. It's a great technique. Grade A. It doesn't affect people's minds and make them believe they can do anything. Not anything. They just think that they're invincible warriors. Doesn't make them crazy. It's more, it gives them boundless confidence. I don't care who you are, I can step on you. That type of thing. Why would someone want that? It's suicidal. Yep, that's why it's so great. They don't buy it for themselves, of course. It's a technique passed to guards and the like. If some high-level thug tries to attack you, you need guards that will fight back even when they're completely outmatched. The Earth Heart Mantra cultivates that kind of mindset. Still, what other techniques have you heard of? The Guided Flame Mantra. Ouch, now that is a nasty one. Slave Mantra. We're willing to sell it, but we have to be careful who has access to it. We kept walking through the cramped basement corridors for several more minutes before finally reaching a set of stairs. Let's go. As she waved me up the stairs, the strange girl placed her notebook down on a small table. Then, after taking me up 2 floors, she led me out onto a balcony that overlooked the Grand Emporium. That was the pagoda's main floor. Don't worry, they can't see us up here. A formation blocks their view of the balcony. This place just looks like decorative wall panels from down there. She waved at me as she began walking away. Come on, let me show you around. She took me on a tour around the balcony, pointed out the various counters, and told me about what items were for sale. The tour lasted at least another half-hour. When it was finally complete, she brought me to a decoratively carved wooden double door. Here we are. The boss's office. Let's go in. Without knocking, she pushed open the door and pulled me inside. Hey boss man, got a kid here. He wants to make a deal with ya. A man who looked to be in his late 20s stood up from behind a desk and ambled over to us. As he walked in front of me, he held out one hand. Without waiting more than a beat, he reached down and grabbed my hand, which was still down at my side. He then proceeded to give me a firm, somewhat awkward handshake. After releasing my hand, he gave a hearty laugh. Welcome. My name is Chun Wujing. I'm the floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. Call me Wujing. What's your name? Su Fang. Su Fang, great name. Mind if I call you Fang? No, not at all. Excellent, Fang. Come on in. Take a seat. He didn't take me to the desk, but to a few armchairs set off to the side in a small sitting area. Fang, you said you want to make a deal. From what Mei told me, you're looking for a cultivation technique. Is that right? Mei? Oh, that's me. The young woman blushed and gave me a small bow. Paley Mei, call me Mei. Yes, hi, yes, I do want a cultivation technique. Wu Jing clapped his hands together. Great. I look forward to working with you. This wasn't right. None of this was. Ever since I entered the building, things had been so off. There was no way Mei should have talked to me like she did. And there was definitely no chance a manager at this kind of store would be so deferential to a guy who had spent last night sleeping on the streets of the slums. This was not how things should be going at all. Something was wrong. Ah, there it is, I see that look in your eye. Wu Jing grinned at me. Not everyone gets it. But of course in your situation, things are quite obvious, no? Before we talk about our deal, let me level with you, okay? Yeah. Alright, so, let me tell you about us. The Blue Wind Pavilion is one of the largest organizations on the continent. We have branches in every major city and most minor ones. Many powerful cultivators work for us. And our leader is a martial sovereign. He reached to the side table and poured tea into 2 small cups. He took one for himself and passed the other to me. This part of the world is, quite frankly, poor. Our main pavilion earns as much wealth in a second as this place earns in years. There's no profit to be made here. However, there are still a few reasons we have a branch here. For you, the most important one is that we value talent. Our most important mission is to dig out any valuable talents we find lying about. He swirled the liquid in his cup a little before continuing. Look at May here. She is entirely bereft of any affinity. She is completely unable to cultivate, and was kicked out of her clan because of it. But do you know what? She is my most valued worker by far. She is priceless. I knew he wanted me to ask a question and let him elaborate, so I obliged him. Why? Blessings are interesting things. We say blessings can be anything, but people rarely think deeply about the implications of that. Some blessings are fascinating. Wu Jing held up the small notebook May had been writing in earlier. May here has a very interesting blessing. When she meets someone, she gains unnatural insight into how to best interact with and respond to them. When she talks to them, she knows exactly how to behave to achieve the best result possible. She may not even know what result she is working towards, just that it is the best possible. He gave a derisive laugh and shook his head. In truth, I don't think she's even touched the surface of what that blessing is capable of. But it makes her an excellent saleswoman. Don't trust her for a second though. That girl is a wolf. You sold some things to her before, right? Bet you didn't even haggle. You probably could have gotten at least 10% more out of anyone else. May harumphed and stomped a foot. Boss, stop it. I'll have you know that I gave him an excellent deal. Far more than you would have, that's for sure. Sure. He waved her concerns away. Then, opened her notebook and handed it to me. Take a look at this. As I read it, I kept glancing at May. Careful with this one, personality is very unique. Be completely open and honest. Lies will be self-defeating. Don't ask about his background, won't tell the truth. Give direct pricing, won't haggle. Use given names with speaking. Always act like everyone is equal. Behavior should be close to a commoner in a restaurant. The writing continued, but I stopped reading. These are the instructions May gave me for dealing with you. What do you think? Why are you telling me this? This feels like something you wouldn't say to just anyone. He tapped the book with 2 fingers. Nearly the first thing she said. Completely open and honest. I trust May, so I do my best to follow her instructions. I'm not even concerned with how you'll react to my behavior. May told me to act like this, so I am. He smiled at her, and then turned back to me. Now let me tell you about my blessing. It's nowhere as crystal clear as May's. I only get vague impressions. To put it simply, I get a vague sense of how important people are. Maybe it's better to say, I get an impression of how much benefit I can get from someone. May's and my blessings complement each other excellently. He raised both hands and clasped them together meaningfully. May brought you up here because she believed you had a powerful alchemy blessing. This could, of course, be very valuable to us. When I met you though, my word, where my blessing shows most people as a candle, you are a raging bonfire. Working with you would be extremely profitable. A sly grin crossed his face, and I saw a bit of a greedy glint in his eye. So let's make a deal. I know nothing about you. Not a clue what your actual goal is. And no, I won't ask. She told me not to. He gestured at May. She seemed to think you would just tell me some lies if I did ask, so there's no point. If you want, you can give me some details, and we can work something out. But anticipating your needs, I prepared a few options for you to choose from. He took me over to a side table where there were 3 scrolls and a normal-looking piece of paper. He pointed to the first scroll. This is the Flickering Flame Mantra. It's the weakest rank 1 fire chi cultivation technique I have ever seen. No warrior would even consider using it. However, it can be great for alchemists. The low power output will make controlling your energy a bit easier. We usually sell it for 50 gold, but you are going to need to pay for it with a loan. So let's call it 100 gold. Just concoct pills for us until that debt is repaid. This is a simple transaction, with no additional benefits to either side. The mention of debt sent a twinge through me that made me instantly want to reject the offer. I took a deep breath to calm myself, and simply nodded. Wu Jing continued to the second scroll. This is the bright candle mantra. It's a bit better, a mid-yellow rank 1 technique. The normal cost is 100 gold, and I will sell it to you at that price with the same repayment scheme as the last scroll. The difference is that you will become a guest alchemist of our pavilion. You will prioritize us above any other organization, and will have the right of first refusal for purchasing any of your pills. We can talk through the exact details if you wish, such as minor benefits when buying and selling. Repay. I waited anxiously for him to move on to the next scroll. He placed his hand on it carefully. This is the real beauty of the lot. It's a low profound technique. This technique is not for sale. And even if it were, I don't think you would be able to cover the cost anytime soon. I'm willing to give you the scroll for free, no debt needed. However, you must then become a full member of the Blue Wind Pavilion. We can talk about what that means later if you wish. He pursed his lips as he looked at me. Right now you don't qualify for this technique. To do so, you would need to tell me exactly what your blessing is, and how it helps you with alchemy. We will test it, of course, and if the higher-ups deem it valuable enough, you get the scroll. We can even see about finding you a master to study under. This would be a great option, but I don't know if you want to tell us what we need to know. No debt was good. Could I tell them about my blessing though? I would have to lie. I wasn't going to tell the truth to complete strangers no matter how nice they acted. If I did, I doubted I could pass whatever test they would give me. Having explained all of the technique scrolls, Wu Jing tapped on the lone sheet of paper that remained. Finally, we have this option. I don't want to offer it, because I can guess what will happen. This is not a technique. It's a recruitment notice. The Twin Mountain sect is located not too far from here. In 2 months, they will be having their annual recruitment. We will sell you a room, food, and transport to the sect. During this time, you can buy ingredients and concoct pills for us while you wait. We will buy them all at the same prices May quoted earlier. He handed me the notice to let me review it. Normally, joining a sect would require a decent cultivation level, and you would almost certainly have to give them the same information that you would us. The Twin Mountain sect, however, has a unique recruitment system for new alchemists. The only requirement is the ability to concoct pills, which you have already proven you can do. Wu Jing had me pegged as someone with a powerful alchemy blessing. I did not have that, and I couldn't tell anyone about my true blessing, so option 3 was out. 1 and 2 were possible. I could take the scroll, cultivate it, and just live my life. The thing was, I didn't really know much about alchemy. Getting any better on my own would be nearly impossible. I needed techniques, recipes, and ideally a decent teacher. With options 1 and 2, I would be on my own trying to find these things. I also didn't want to be in debt again. Was everything on the up and up with these deals? Maybe, maybe not. But following Wu Jing's advice would be the best way to see if I could trust him more in future lives. I looked him in the eye. Yeah, I guess you're right. I gotta go with joining the sect. My time at the Blue Wind Pavilion was like a vacation. I had been on the brink ever since my first rebirth, and I finally had some honest-to-God's downtime. Typically at this point, I would be forcing myself to cultivate as rapidly as possible. But right now I didn't even have a cultivation technique I was willing to use. My only ongoing obligation was to make a few pills a day. I couldn't do much with the little energy in my body, so my routine was to just make 2 or 3 pills, and then rest comfortably until the next day. Originally, I had planned to take some of this time to explore the city, which I learned was called Dragon Gate City, but thoughts of the Sioux clan dissuaded me. I didn't know if they would be looking for a disappeared pill boy, but I wasn't willing to risk being captured or killed by them, just to have a little outdoor fun. Better to just stay inside and relax. As far as I was concerned, the pavilion was relatively generous. Peonies were 50 copper. Workshops were 2 silver an hour. Rooms were 5 silver a day. Food was 1 silver a day. I had no idea if this meant my room was over or underpriced. 5 silver a day felt expensive for a small bedroom, but it was located in the fanciest building in the city, and the pavilion wasn't exactly a hotel. In any case, I didn't worry overly much since a single high-purity pill a day more than paid for all my expenses. The rest was pure profit. During my rest, I took some time to read and learn a bit more about the world around me. The most surprising thing was that while the Sioux clan was the complete ruler of this entire part of the world, they were actually quite weak. I didn't quite understand it, but it seemed like any of the surrounding powers could easily crush the Sioux clan. They just didn't. This gave me hope that in the future, if I decided to go on a killing spree for some reason, I would have a decent chance of success. Other than plotting the inevitable downfall of some evil overlords, there was one more task I had to take care of. Previously, I had stashed a pill in my storage space for when I started cultivating. After my first week here, I decided to go ahead and sell it to boost my cash flow. That was when I found out that its medicinal power had been all but destroyed. It was completely worthless, sitting in my storage space, and not inside a jade bottle. The medicinal energy of the pill had all but vanished. Pill bottles were typically very cheap. They were made from low-grade jade, and roughly cut into the shape of a bottle. This low-grade jade wasn't a great insulator of medicinal energy, but it was good enough. Make the bottle walls thick enough, and it would work. This kept costs low enough that bottles were not even factored into the price when buying and selling pills. I needed something special though. My storage space was a box 2 centimeters in each dimension. Pills were spheres roughly 1.5 centimeters in diameter. That meant I needed a bottle with walls no thicker than 2 millimeters. It would have to be specially crafted out of a high-grade jade to be effective. I was averaging roughly 12 silver a day in profit at this point. Purchasing this bottle cost me over 2 gold, wiping out nearly a month's worth of my savings. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Having a pill ready to go at the beginning of each reset would easily make up for the one-time cost. Following that, I also had to pay the pavilion another 50 silver for guaranteed safe transport to the sect, taking another large chunk out of my finances. All told, I left Dragon Gate City with a little over 3 gold to my name. Not a fortune, but far more than I had entered with. The Twin Mountains sect recruitment was to be held in River Rock, a small town directly controlled by the sect and located right outside its gates. The Twin Mountains sect was the closest sect to Dragon Gate City, and the city was the closest large population center to the sect, but closest was relative. The pavilion's carriage still took several days to reach the place. The trip to River Rock was relatively uneventful. The Western Wastes was an unusually safe area, and the trip was made even safer by traveling in a coach marked by the Blue Wind Pavilion, which no one wanted to offend. The only dark spot in the journey came a day before its end. The carriage had made a couple of stops in small towns on the way to the sect. This was a regular supply and delivery route that I had purchased a seat in, not a personal carriage service. At these stops, the driver would go out and exchange various goods with people in each town. I did not pay this much mind, since it was none of my business. However, near the end of the trip, something different happened. A young man entered the carriage and sat down across from me. "What? There's already someone in here." His tone was sharp, and he gave me a look of disgust. "My father will hear about this." I was expecting a private journey to the sect. I gave a slight nod of apology, but tried to not engage with him. We sat in silence for only a short while before the child decided to speak at me again. "Boy, are you traveling to the Twin Mountains sect? I doubt someone like you would be accepted. The sect only accepts talented disciples." I didn't respond, but that didn't seem to faze him. "Ha, very well, you shall be my lackey. Follow behind me when we arrive. Do what I say, and maybe my father will allow you to become a servant. My family is the Wang family of prospering Prosperity Village. You should know that we are the most powerful force for miles around." The child continued to talk, but I didn't pay much attention to him. I think he even started threatening me at some point, but I can't really remember. The thing was, he wouldn't dare to do anything while we were both in a pavilion's carriage. I had paid for safety. 3 days after I had left Dragon Gate City, we arrived in River Rock. The selection competition would begin the next day. After dropping off the young master of the Wang family, the carriage took me to a secluded little inn. I was glad about this since I didn't want him to know where I was staying. I exited the carriage, said goodbye to the driver, and went to rest up for the challenges I would face in the coming day. The number of people that lived in River Rock was rather small. The town was nothing more than the gateway to the sect, so the only jobs available involved trading things to and from the sect. Usually, it was a sleepy place on the edge of civilization. This all changed during the sect's disciple selection. Starting roughly a week before each selection, thousands of hopefuls from all around the wastes would flood into town. They were a mix of both alchemists and fighters, the two specialties of the Twin Mountains sect, cramming countless young men and women into a small area, and giving them little in the form of entertainment generally wasn't a good idea. As it turned out that when those young men and women were cultivators, it was a recipe for disaster. Of course, this was all part of the selection process for the sect. The sect did nothing to stop the cultivators from fighting each other. They encouraged it. Anyone who could not survive until the disciple selection took place was someone they didn't want. However, there were likely some elders guarding the town to at least prevent too much harm to the locals. Because of the precarious situation, I decided to wait in my own room and stay hidden away. When the time was right, I left my room and headed toward the sect. To my delight, the day of the selection was much calmer than those preceding it since everyone was filled with nervous anticipation for the events ahead. As I was walking down one of the town's small dirt roads with well-maintained wooden buildings to either side of me, I heard a shout. "That's him. That's the cur that insulted his betters yesterday." I looked in the direction of the shout and realized that it was a young man pointing directly at me. He was standing with a group of maybe 5 other thugs. It was that child from the carriage that kept talking about how great his family was. But I didn't remember insulting him. I was pretty sure I only ignored him. Maybe that's enough for some people. He addressed the man at the front of his group with extreme deference. "Brother Tianlei, please assist me in teaching him a lesson. He did not care that I am your little brother. He was not willing to give you any face at all. If he does not kneel down and apologize to you today, I will write my name backward." I took a closer look at this Brother Tianlei and was shocked. It was the same young man that Rudy had brought with him right before I was tortured to death. He looked almost exactly the same. What was he doing here? Brother Tianlei gave me a look of disgust. "Kid, do you know who you've offended? I am about to become the #1 new disciple of this sect. You dare disrespect me?" As he said this, his arms exploded with lightning, and bright flashes of electricity crackled up and down his arms. How was I going to handle this? These 2 young masters were intent on using me as a stepping stone. What was the right way to respond and get out of this in one piece? The night before, I had heard a few people shout, "A man's knees are coated in gold. A real man kneels only to his parents." I'm sure everything worked out great for them, but they weren't me. I carefully approached Brother Tianlei and gave him a deep bow. I have long heard Brother Tianlei's great name. I would never disrespect him. "I apologize for any offense I have given, Brother Tianlei." I wanted to push all of the blame onto this Wang kid, but I quickly realized that it wasn't a good idea. It might be easy to drive a wedge between the two of them, but they would almost certainly deal with me first. A cruel smile spread over the faces of all the boys. Brother Tianlei looked down at me. "Very good. You know your place. You will follow me from now on." "Brother Tianlei, I am not worthy." I dropped into a kowtow. "I am not worthy of following you. I will just disappear from your sight." "Are you questioning me?" Tianlei sneered at me. No, sir. I am just not worthy of following behind you." Tianlei kicked my shoulder, knocking me to the ground. "If I tell you to follow me, you follow. Do you understand?" Yes, sir, but I am not worthy. I must not follow you." Tianlei kicked me in the gut. Still not listening, he kicked again. Tianlei gave me one last hard kick in the side. "Fine, if you don't want to follow me, then you don't have to. All you have to do is crawl under my crotch." Weakly, I pulled my battered body forward. Tianlei spread his legs and I crawled under them. As I did, his entire group of lackeys burst out in laughter. Tianlei laughed as well, unable to contain his amusement at my battered form. "Come on, we've wasted enough time. Let's go to the selection. After they left, I just lay there for several minutes. First because I was injured pretty badly and needed a moment to gather myself. And second because I didn't want my movements to draw their attention back to me. When I did stand up, I found that my clothes were torn and covered in dirt. I didn't have much time before the sect's disciple selection was set to begin, and I didn't have any spare clothes regardless. At this point, I personally didn't care too much about my appearance, but it would be unfortunate to arrive at the sect in such a sorry state. However, I was left with no choice. If I didn't hurry, I would miss my chance to join the sect. I arrived at an expansive square, where thousands of sect hopefuls had already gathered. Unlike most of the town, the ground of the square was cobbled with dull white stones that had become cracked and pitted by the passage of countless years. On the far side of the square was a raised dais where a middle-aged man sat and examined all of the young men and women as they milled about the square. To either side of this dais were large Fang arches that crossed over the roads as they stretched off in the direction of the two mountains that rose up behind the scene. That was where the members of the Twin Mountains sect resided. From here, I could only see two barren peaks of gray stone as they pierced through the foliage that blanketed the mountains. As I waited in the square for the selection to begin, ever more people continued to gather in the square. The man on the dais was in no rush to start the proceedings. He casually waited as people from around the town slowly made their way to the square. I had rushed, expecting to be late, but over an hour after I arrived, I was still just standing there. Finally, when the sun was high in the sky, the man stood and addressed the crowd. Welcome to the disciple selection of the Twin Mountain sect. Though the space on our mountains is limited, and there are many of you here, we do not turn away anyone worthy of joining us. If fortune favors both you and us, then everyone will join us as a new disciple by day's end. At this announcement, there was mild cheering throughout the crowd. For many here, joining this sect was their only hope for the future. Others, though, stood with smirks on their faces as they looked at the more excited members of the crowd. Once the cheering died down, the man gestured to the arches on his left and right. In front of you are two archways. These arches lead to the two different branches of the sect. If you follow the path to your right, you will find the Martial Peak. This is where the fighters of the sect learn and train. If you wish to become a hero in the future, this is the path of your destiny. If you follow the path to your left, you will find the Alchemy Peak. This is where our alchemists work for the betterment of the entire sect. He held his arms wide with each one pointed at one of the two arches by his side. During each selection, you may only attempt a single path. If you fail, you may try again next year as long as you still meet the requirements. Anyone may try to become a sect alchemist. To become a sect warrior, however, you must be no older than 18 and have a cultivation base of at least Martial Disciple 6. If you do not meet these requirements, you will not be allowed to participate in the selection. We will not question anyone who leaves now, but if you try to sneak in, you will be punished. At this point, the man waited for a short while to allow everyone the opportunity to leave discreetly if they so wished, though none did. Very well. Selections will be carried out in groups of 500. You may begin entering the arches. Once this quota has been met, a barrier will prevent any further entrance until the previous group has finished. With that, the man sat back down and simply watched events unfold. The moment someone passed through an arch, they disappeared. It looked as if they were being teleported away. My own short teleport across a city had cost me all the credits I would earn from dying as a Martial Disciple 3, so it wasn't cheap. Was the sect willing to spend so much energy teleporting thousands of potential recruits just to appear mysterious? That seemed highly unlikely, but no other explanation seemed to fit. I held back and didn't join the first people who rushed to the archways, and it might have been a good thing I did so. Shortly after people began converging on the warrior arch, there was a bright flash of lightning. Dozens of people were blasted backward, many of them seriously injured. I looked back at the dais, but the man didn't even look at the commotion. He had taken out a small teacup and was contentedly sipping his drink. So yeah, the sect didn't care overly much about our safety. Better to be careful here. It wasn't until nearly 3 hours later that the first group to enter the Alchemist Arch completed their exam, and a new group was allowed to enter. In contrast, the Warrior Arch was cycling at intervals of less than an hour each. Though it had taken a long time for the first group to finish, few people rushed to join the second group, so when it reopened, I had an opportunity. To not waste any more time than necessary, I hurriedly entered. As soon as I passed through the opening, the world around me twisted. I stood in a new courtyard that looked very much like the one I had just exited. It had the same dais at its far end, but this time an elderly man was sitting in its chair. The arch to his left was still painted red, but the arch on his right was the dark black of failure. However, the most important change to my surroundings was that instead of the courtyard being packed with young hopefuls, this one held hundreds of alchemy workstations. A young man dressed in robes similar to the man on the dais addressed me as I entered. Stand in front of a workstation. Touch nothing until told to do so, or you will be expelled. His disinterest in me was palpable. He didn't even look at me to see if I had any questions. He just turned to wait for the next person to pass through the arch. I quickly moved to a workstation nestled near the center of the courtyard. I had no desire to try and stand out by selecting a more conspicuous position. Soon thereafter, more and more people began pouring through the arch and started trying to figure out where they should go. It was not long before everyone found a workstation and quietly waited for the elder to speak. Welcome to the Twin Mountains Sect's Alchemy Disciple Selection. I am an elder of the Outer Sect. You may address me as Elder Zong. In the future, I hope to see you all successfully enter the Outer Sect. He waved at a workstation that had been raised above the crowd so that everyone could see it. On top of it were the same items that had been placed on all of the other workstations. In front of each of you is a workstation with everything you will need to pass the preliminary selection exam. First on the table, you will see 2 scrolls. The first is a simple fire chi cultivation technique. For those who have not yet cultivated their fire chi, this will allow you to quickly do so. Having a strong cultivation base is essential when concocting alchemical pills. In this exam, you will be at a disadvantage when compared to those who have long practiced this technique. But you do not need to worry. You are not competing against each other. As long as you succeed, it matters not how others perform. Walking back to the front of his dais, a wide grin spread across his face. I expect many of you have come here because you have heard that you can get a free cultivation technique. This is absolutely true. You will not be permitted to take the scroll away with you, but you are encouraged to continue cultivating the technique after you leave. If you are unable to reach a high enough proficiency with it to concoct a pill within the next few hours, train with this technique and come back next year. There was a bit of shuffling at this announcement. I could see that many people were excited to begin cultivating. I, however, was markedly less so. The sect was giving out a free cultivation technique to anyone who came here. What did that mean? It was a trap, obviously, but what was the trap? Was the sect so brazen as to hand out slave mantras to thousands of applicants? That didn't feel right. Wu Jing had seemed like he was on the level, so I doubted he would send me somewhere I would just be enslaved. I didn't yet have enough information to draw any firm conclusions about this technique, but I would not be cultivating it until I had more information. Still, it was a free technique. Next to this technique, you will find the instructions for how to concoct a rank 1 basic chi gathering pill. Most of you will be well acquainted with it, but this exam is open to everyone, and we encourage everyone who wants to learn alchemy to use this exam as a free lesson. So, I will demonstrate what you should do. He picked up a blue flower. This is blue peony. I'm sure everyone here has seen them growing in the wild around these parts. When harvested in the right way and at the right time, it is the only ingredient needed for the basic chi gathering pill. He started giving roughly the same instructions and demonstration that Rudy had given me so long ago. It was nostalgic, kind of. The result of this display was a small pellet that he held up and showed to everyone. This is a low-purity rank 1 basic chi gathering pill. The more pill toxins you remove, the better your final result. Pills are ranked from low purity to high purity. Above high purity are perfect pills, where all of the toxins have been removed. As I'm sure you know, the higher the purity, the greater the value. This is especially true of perfect pills. He placed the pill into a jade bottle and set it aside. Your test today is simple. Create qi-gathering pills. You will gain points based on their purity. A low-purity pill is worth a single point. Mid-purity pills are worth 5. Highs are worth 10. If someone can manage to make a perfect pill, it will be worth 30 points. Why did that sound familiar? Each person has 10 peonies to work with. You must turn in pills worth a total of 5 points. If you do, you will become a sect disciple and be trained in the Tao of alchemy. Though you only need 5 points to pass, you will be rewarded for earning more. So do your best. After giving us this encouragement, his face turned somber. Finally, I want you to be very clear about the rules. 1. The pills you turn in must come from flowers provided during this trial. You may not use outside pills or ingredients. 2. No fighting. You may not fight with anyone in any way during the trial. 3. You may not use any form of pressure to force someone to give you pills that they concocted. This includes using your family or status. 4. You may not intentionally interfere with another participant's efforts. We have proctors watching everything, so you will not need to report any breaches of the rules yourself. We will deal with it. With that, the elderly man sat back down on his chair and waved one hand. Begin. I did not immediately begin working on concocting pills. My mind kept drifting back to the cultivation technique. Using it was a bad idea, but that didn't mean I shouldn't still learn it. Time was the only issue. Quickly memorizing a complex cultivation technique would be difficult. I had an idea and began whispering to myself as subtly as I could. System, would it be possible to create like a mental bookshelf of all the techniques I've ever read? So that if I read something one time, a copy will appear on the bookshelf for me to reference later. Rank 1 mental library. Costs 1,000 credits. Note: this library will create a copy of any mortal or rank 1 book, scroll, or manual you read in the future. It will record information as you see it, and it will not contain information you have read in the past. Why only rank 1? Higher rank books are all still just ink and paper. If anything, shouldn't the cost be based on the size of the book, not the rank? Why do I need to pay more for a library just to copy down the words in a scroll that describes a rank 2 technique? The cost of that information is not possible to calculate at this time. That was a cost far above anything I could afford. And at that price, the library's limitations were a bit annoying. I had only 10 credits to work with. I considered trying to use them to have a perfect memory of this scroll specifically. But what was the point? The technique was almost certainly a dud, and it was possible that I would need those credits in the future. So, since I didn't have an easy way to memorize the technique, I put it out of my mind. I didn't need the instructions for concocting a qi-gathering pill, so I ignored that too. I needed to focus on making some drugs. While I had 10 chances to concoct a pill, I only had enough mental energy for 2 or 3. If I pushed to make the first one as good as I could, I might only be able to make a single pill. What would be the better play? Was one superb pill better than 3 mediocre ones? Hard to say, but I decided to go with quantity. I reasoned that even if I tried my best, failure was a possibility. Limiting myself to 1 pill would mean that a single screw-up was all it would take for me to fail the exam. So it was better to give myself a bit of a buffer. In the end, my worries may have been unfounded. I carefully and efficiently created 3 mid-purity pills. While working in the Blue Wind Pavilion, I had almost always gotten at least 1 high-purity pill out of a batch like this. But I didn't push for that level during the exam, since I was working to conserve my energy. All things told, I thought that I had been pretty fast. But when I looked up, I found that over 24 workstations were already vacant when I finished. Maybe they decided to make only 1 pill. I had completed the assignment after the first pill too, but I had chosen to concoct as many as I could. Maybe others just didn't see the value in the extra credit on offer. No worries. This wasn't a competition, and even if there were competitive elements that I didn't know about, I already knew I wasn't the best alchemist here, so there was no harm done. I gathered my 3 pills and the 7 extra flowers, and then headed to where the evaluations were being done. I handed them over to the man there, and he gave them a quick once-over. Once he was satisfied, he spoke to me with a clipped, perfunctory tone. 3 mid purity 15 points. Here's your identity jade. He handed me a bracelet with a large green jade embedded in it. The extra flowers are yours to keep. Go through the. As I stepped through the archway, the world twisted once more. I looked around. From the landscape, it looked like I hadn't moved. The mountains were in the same place as before, and it didn't seem like the position of the sun had changed. The courtyard around me looked exactly the same, but all of the workbenches and busy young alchemists had utterly vanished. My head ached slightly, and as the pain grew, the world in front of me expanded. Trees and forests vanished. They were replaced with a multitude of buildings in a variety of different styles. Directly in front of me, a young man wearing the robes of a sect disciple was surrounded by half a dozen of the hopefuls from the previous trial. As I looked at him, the pain in my head cleared. He nodded once he saw that I was ready. Wait here. We need 10 recruits before we can get going. It shouldn't be long. It wasn't. Within only a few minutes, 3 more hopefuls had already joined us. All right, everyone's here, let's begin. Congratulations on passing the first test. Having done so, you will be given the privileges and responsibilities of a nominal disciple of the Twin Mountains sect. Please remember that you are not full disciples. If you break any of the sect rules, your status as a nominal disciple will be revoked. None of us want that to happen. He looked at everyone with a serious expression, trying to emphasize his point. As for the rules, they haven't changed much. They are basically the same rules you were under in the trial. 1. Pills you turn and must come from the sect's ingredients. 2. Absolutely no fighting. No bullying, no duels, no secret brawls, nothing. 3. No pressuring people to give or sell you any pills they concocted. 4. No interfering with someone else's pill making. The elders take these rules very seriously, so do your best to follow them, okay? After looking us in the eyes one by one, he nodded and continued. Okay, let's head to your new apartments. Each of you will have a roommate who will fill you in on the rest of how the sect works. They've all been here for at least a year, so they will be able to get you up to speed in no time. The disciple began leading down the street. The more I looked, the more amazed I became. There had to be hundreds of buildings here. I hadn't been able to see even a hint of such a place when we were back in town. Now, as I looked, I realized that a thick cover of trees walled off this entire city in all directions. It was like we were in our own private world. Within the city, people were wandering about everywhere. Most of them were young, only a few years older than me. But there were people of all ages from 16 up. Only young children were missing. The entire town was bustling with activity. I couldn't help but ask our guide about it. How many people live here? I don't know. I guess every year we get 5,000 or 6,000 newbies, but most don't last too long. At least half are gone by the end of the first year. Still, the numbers add up over time. If I had to guess, I would say we got around 80,000 or 90,000 living here. But I could be way off. They're all members of the sect. Oh no, this city is mostly just for us nominal disciples. We aren't true members of the sect. The sect members who do live here are just servant disciples. It's a little better to be a servant disciple than a nominal disciple. But if you head down that route, you're giving up the chance to become a true member of the outer sect someday. Better to keep the dream alive, right? We kept walking, and were brought to what could only be described as a block of apartment buildings. That's what they obviously were. They had a facade of more traditional architecture, but they wouldn't be completely out of place in a modern city. They were tall, 7 or 8 stories each, but they didn't reach the level of a high-rise. I could tell that I wasn't the only one stunned by the sight. These buildings rivaled the Blue Wind Pavilion in Dragon Gate City for height, though not for elegance. The rest of the hopefuls with me had probably never seen a building larger than 2 stories. The disciple guiding us grinned at our reactions. Impressed? Space is tight around here, so we have to build up instead of out. Got a few guys with earth chi, who were able to make some great buildings for us. That was before my time, of course. He reached into his robes and pulled out several large keys. Anyway, these are the keys to your rooms. They have your room number on them, so you should be able to find the right place. The first 2 numbers are for the building, next is the floor, last 2 are your room. Simple, right? Alright then, I'ma take off now. Your roommate will handle the rest. After he left, our group began to break up. My room number was 18712. Most of this group were going to be in Building 18, so we all began heading the same way. Building 18 was on the edge of the apartment complex, right next to the tree line. When we got there, I realized that all the other hopefuls were also on either floor 7 or 8. We would all have nice views overlooking the open landscape below. That seemed strange to me. Aren't the top floors usually the best? Why would they give them to newbies? A few minutes later, I had a pretty good idea. With elevators, high floors are nice, but walking several flights of stairs every day was going to kill me. I needed to start cultivating. Cultivation didn't seem to improve my body over much, but it did give me extra energy, and that was what I needed if I was going to be walking up and down stairs all the time. I found my room and opened the door. The apartment was surprisingly spacious, far bigger than anything I had in the Sioux clan. Inside, a large young man was waiting for me. "Welcome, come on in. I'm Baowen, nice to meet you." I was startled by the warm greeting and barely managed to reply. "Hi, I'm Su Fang." "Ah, so it's Brother Su, great. Well, this is the room. Not much to see, right?" He pointed to a couple of things around the room. "There's your bedroll, and if you need to store anything you have a chest over there. If you want a proper cultivation mat, you'll have to buy one yourself. They aren't provided, and I never have any extra cash for one, so I just sit on the bedroll. It works well enough. Other than that, well, we got a balcony with a pretty view, but that's about it." He spoke fast, but his meaning was clear enough. "So that's the grand tour. Have you eaten?" "No, we just got done with the exam." "Great. Follow me. The cafeteria has great food. Well, I don't know what you're used to, but it's much better than anything I'd ever eaten before I came here." I followed Bao back down the stairs and past the rows of apartment buildings. Again, the long walk made it very clear why this place was for the newbies. Bao brought me to a building situated in the middle of several residential blocks. Inside was a large, open room filled with countless small dining tables. Many of them were filled with people enjoying a meal. Along one side wall were several partitioned spaces where workers were serving up meals. Bao led me to one of the serving areas. "This one's got my favorites. You got your identity jade, right? Just pop it here on the reader." He showed me what to do by placing his own jade on a thick black stone. The stone gave an audible beep, and the worker filled a tray with food before handing it to Bao. "It's that easy. You can find something different if you want, but this is pretty good. Rice, tomatoes and eggs, shredded potatoes, and a bit of pork curry." We both grabbed a meal and sat down. We kept the conversation at the table light and didn't talk about the sect. Bao told me about his background, and I gave him a mix of half-truths and blatant lies about my past. He was friendly, but it was best not to say too much. Bao told me that he came from a poor family in a small village. While he was growing up, his parents struggled to even put food on the table. Things changed for the better when he turned 16 and got his blessing. Bao's family were peony farmers. From what he explained, most of the poorer families in these parts worked on peony farms, or farms for other low-level herbs. After getting blessed, Bao found that he had a supernatural understanding of herbs that led him to try and join a sect and become a cultivator. When presented with the option of becoming an alchemist or fighter, he immediately chose alchemist. He failed on his first attempt to join the sect, but after returning home and practicing the cultivation technique for a year, he succeeded on his second attempt. That was 5 years earlier, and he had remained a nominal disciple ever since. Once our meal was complete, I wanted to learn more about how the sect functioned. "Do you know why you were chosen to be my roommate?" Let me bring you somewhere." We left the dining hall, and he led me to another block of several large buildings. He pointed at the largest ones, which were the size of multi-story aircraft hangars. "Those are the alchemy workshops. If you want to concoct pills, that's where you can do it. First 2 floors have an open layout with plenty of workbenches. It might get crowded around midday, but there are usually at least a few spaces available. Using benches in the general area is free, but if you want one of the private rooms on the upper floors, it will cost you contribution points." He pointed to another building. "That's the provisions hall. It's more or less the most important place here. If you have pills to sell, you sell them there. If you need ingredients, you buy them there. They only deal in contribution points. Don't try to sell anything made with outside ingredients there. Easy way to get into trouble. What are contribution points? In short, they're money. Gold is worthless in the sect. Contribution points are king. Bao led me to a secluded area with a few benches and shade, provided by a couple of giant trees. After sitting down, he looked at me seriously. Alright, so, you've gotten a bit of a tour, seen your apartment, and eaten the food. Time for the harsh truth. Nothing here is free. It all costs points. On the surface, everything looks nice here. But honestly, most of us are just barely scraping by. A hint of worry crept into his voice. Every month, you'll be charged 30 contribution points for food and rent. If you don't have the points, you'll be expelled from the sect. You asked why I'm your roommate, right? I volunteered. Living with you, helping you out for the year? That gets me a 10-point discount on room and board. As a new recruit, you get to stay here 3 months for free. But then you'll take a hit every month. For me, 10 points isn't too much, but it's more than a mosquito leg. He pulled a jade bottle out of his robes and waved it at me. For nominal disciples, there's only one way to get points. You have to sell pills. Pricing is the same as that test. For basic pills, it's 1, 5, and 10 for low dash, mid dash, and high purity. Damn peonies will cost you 5 points each though. Outrageous, right? But that's the price they sell it for. According to the guy who runs the provisions hall, it's because everything but high purity pills is worthless to the sect, so they don't want people wasting precious ingredients on anything worse. I was confused. How are new disciples supposed to survive? They let in people who could only make low purity pills. Aren't they going to go bankrupt immediately? Well, they have 3 months to learn to make high purity pills, and it's generally recommended to study before jumping directly into pill making. If they study for a few months, the talented among them should be able to make it through. Still, it seems like most would run out of points and be expelled. Ah, yes, but also no. You did listen to the rules, right? About how you can't force people to sell you pills. They are practically telling outright that you can sell your pills. Well, I am decent as a nominal disciple. Not great, but I can make basic pills easy enough. So you want some points? How much gold you got? I'll sell you some pills. Wait, I thought you said gold was worthless. Sure, here it is, but outside it isn't. There are plenty of disciples willing to hand over a few of their pills for gold. We can't go out and spend it until we become outer sect disciples, but we can still send it back to our families. He patted me on the shoulder and stood up. Anyway, let's finish up the tour. He took me to one last block of buildings and pointed at a couple of buildings. Those are the lecture halls. There are occasional public lectures you can attend, or you can get a private tutor. They mainly focus on alchemy or cultivation, but it's possible for other topics to come up. Of course, learning costs points, especially private lessons. The next few months there will be free public lessons for you new guys, but they're only focused on getting you to be able to produce high-purity basic qi gatherers consistently. He pointed to another building. That's the technique hall. They got the basic cultivation manuals, from low yellow to high yellow, along with a lot of other techniques for controlling fire qi. You'll probably be spending everything you earn there. Lots of great stuff inside. Bao turned to face me. That's about it. Any questions? Nope. Good. Glad to meet you, Su Fang, but now I got some pills to make. I'll see you later. I had 2 goals to work towards, improving alchemy and improving cultivation. I didn't have enough qi to do alchemy, so I first needed to improve my cultivation, and to do that I needed a cultivation technique. Off to the technique hall I went. Inside, I found numerous bookshelves filled with different techniques, and I didn't have a clue where to start looking for a good cultivation technique, or how to choose one. A guy was standing behind a counter near the entrance, so I decided to just go up to him and ask, "Hello, can you tell me where the cultivation techniques are?" Cultivation? No need to look. We keep them behind the counter. The scrolls out there are all for different skills. We have a good variety of techniques you can use in alchemy out there, but our cultivation techniques are limited. What level do you want? You can go low dash, mid dash, or high yellow rank. If you want anything better, you're going to need special permission. What are the prices? 50 contribution points for the low, 250 for mid, and 1,250 for high. Besides just the level, are there any differences in the cultivation techniques? Ah, we just got the one. The sect gives the same cultivation technique to all alchemists. It's for fire chi. If you're looking for something different, you have to put in a special request. I say there are skills ranked from low to high yellow, but it's really the same skill. The higher ranked one is just an improved version of the lower ranked one. Of course, a higher ranked skill also means it's more difficult to master. So the low yellow technique can be seen as a simplified version. You got the skill from the exam, right? That's the same skill. It's technically still a low yellow skill, but it might better be called a lowest yellow version. I was wary of trusting anyone, but I had to ask what I cared about most. Truth or not, I wouldn't learn anything if I didn't ask. I could only hope the question wouldn't raise any red flags. Do they have any mental effects? He laughed at that question. Oh, of course. The effects are perfect for alchemists. It helps calm and soothe the mind, allowing for a lot greater clarity in your work. You don't want to be filled with rage when you're trying to carefully concoct pills, do you? The technique helps with that. It also has a way of helping you follow the instructions in a recipe better. I put on a pensive expression. Any chance I could find one that didn't affect my mind? Let me guess, you want a strong high-level cultivation technique that will have no effect on your mind? Ideally, yes. Aha. Well, I don't have one, but I do have a spear and shield to sell you. He laughed heartily at his small pun. What? I mean, it's impossible, kid. Not going to happen. Even if I had such a technique, I don't know if I'd want it. Most of the time, people are looking for those effects, you know? Helps to have a technique that puts you in the right frame of mind. I left the technique hall slightly dispirited. Did he tell me the truth? It made some sense. Cultivation had an incredible impact on the body. From that point of view, the idea that it wouldn't affect your mind was laughable. Still, there should be a difference between natural shifts in mentality and outside influences. If I wanted a technique without mental side effects, there seemed to be only one way to get it. System: how much to buy a cultivation technique with no mental side effects? The cost of that information cannot be calculated at this time. The same answer as always. I was getting tired of hearing, cannot be calculated. I wanted a real answer for once. System: how much would it cost for you to calculate the cost of the information? Calculating. Relevant information. Cost 10 credits. Relevant information. What did that mean? Should I spend my only trump card here for an unknown? This information felt important, and 10 credits weren't much of a trump card. Okay, go ahead and buy it. Purchase confirmed. 0 credits remaining. It is possible to buy a cultivation technique without any mental side effects from the system. If you want a rank 1 cultivation technique, the cost is 1 crystal. At that price, it will be a high heaven technique. Additional high heaven techniques can also be included in the purchase without increasing the price. Really? Wait, crystal? What's a crystal? Credits contain the energy of a mortal cultivator. Crystals are a higher form of system currency. They contain the energy of a god, a being that has surpassed the heavenly Tao. So you're saying, credits expended, transaction complete. That. I think I got it. At least, I got the message the system was giving out. The fact of these techniques affecting the mind was a law of the heavenly Tao. It was not something I could tangle with for the foreseeable future. Time to start working within the rules instead of against them. I needed a cultivation technique. At the moment, with my best effort, I could make 2 high-purity basic pills a day if I was lucky. That was 20 points a day, but I would lose half of that from paying for ingredients. So, was it possible to scrape together 250 for the mid-level manual in a relatively short time frame? Yes, but it would eat a huge hole in my pocket. I decided to start by aiming for the 50-point low yellow manual. That would let me start making money more quickly and easily. Would it harm my future and foundation? Did I care? No, it would only affect me for the rest of this life. Better to start moving forward than to delay indefinitely. It was time to make some drugs. Over the following 3 days, I transformed the 7 peonies I had remaining into 3 high purity and 4 mid purity pills. As soon as I finished, I headed to the provisions hall. The transaction there was straightforward. The accessible area of the hall was just a small room with a single counter. I handed over my pills and they gave me points. My contribution point total jumped from 0 to 50 in an instant. One thing that I didn't expect was that I also had a large amount of special contribution points. Because I earned 15 points during the selection exam, I was given 150 special contribution points. These points were unique in that they could only be used to purchase ingredients. While they wouldn't help me learn new skills, they would provide my starting capital. This made clear the choice that had been given to us during the selection exam. Craft more pills for a huge boost in starting capital, or save the flowers, and use them to earn general points later. This new knowledge made me hesitate about rushing to buy the low yellow technique. The high yellow one was still a bit outside the realm of possibility, since after costs were factored in, I would need to sell a minimum of 250 high-purity pills to afford it, and that was assuming I didn't make any mistakes. However, buying the mid-yellow technique was feasible. With my 150 special points, if I bought 30 peonies and turned them all into high-purity pills, I would have 300 points. That was more than enough for the mid-yellow technique. This idea was tantalizing, but I knew it wasn't to be. With the last 7 flowers I used, I only made 3 high-purity pills after 3 days. So how long would it take for me to make 30? A month? Maybe, but that was assuming I never messed up or failed. Instead of trying to be the best in this life, I just needed to set myself up for success next time around. Instead of buying any more ingredients, I took my 50 new points and rushed to the technique hall. The exchange for the low yellow manual went smoothly, and I was about to return to my room to start cultivating when I caught myself. I was no longer a kid trapped alone in his room, struggling on his own to make even the slightest progress. I had access to resources and teachers now. At a minimum, I could make myself pills to cultivate more quickly. Even if I was only using this low yellow technique, I could still at least try to be smart about things. It would take me a couple of hours to restore enough of my mental energy to make a pill that had a good chance of being high purity. So I went ahead and checked if there were any lectures on cultivation available. In the distant past, I had maximized what I could do with the Earth Heart mantra on my own. But that didn't mean I had been using it to its full potential. There could easily be something I missed or didn't know. After looking at the cultivation lectures available, there were indeed many options. Purchasing a seat to a lecture from a martial master was going for anywhere between 10 and 100 contribution points. The cost seemed to depend on the size of the class and the person teaching it. Sitting in a lecture hall didn't interest me too much, so I instead focused on the options for personal tutoring. A few of the one-on-one lessons from a martial master were surprisingly affordable. Sure, some people had priced a 1-hour lesson at several thousand points, but some teachers were available for as little as 50 points. Wanting to know the reason for the price discrepancy, I went to the receptionist to ask a few questions. The receptionist was an older woman with graying hair. She looked like the kind of person who might have been a fixture of this place for decades. Hi, can you explain the pricing for one-on-one lessons? The range of prices is pretty large. What do I get for paying so much? Her voice was kind and grandmotherly. Welcome, no problem at all. Mostly, it just comes down to who the teacher is. If someone is asking for hundreds of points for a lesson, they're probably a low-level outer sect disciple, trying to earn a little extra. The ones asking for thousands are usually quite high-ranked outer sect disciples. The woman put on a conspiratorial expression. I'll tell you a little secret. Those expensive lessons aren't about learning. If you take them, don't expect a diligent teacher. They're really about making connections. If you're looking to move up to the outer sect, gifting a powerful disciple a few thousand points is a way to establish yourself there. She gave me a quick little wink. Now the cheapest options are different. 50 points is the lowest we allow them to go. Otherwise, some of them would give you an hour of their time for even less. These are all new low-level martial masters who are still nominal disciples, and they're probably still learning how to make superior pills. Each set of ingredients costs 30 points at that level. And when you keep failing, you burn through money pretty quickly. The lower the price, the more desperate they are. She gestured toward a group of names with even higher prices. Above 100 points you'll find nominal disciples, who can occasionally make high-purity superior pills. The price is higher, because they're no longer in dire straits. And after they can make them consistently, you won't find them giving any lessons at all anymore. They'll be working on their alchemy. I thanked her for the insider information, and left without scheduling a lesson. Before I could afford anything, I needed to make some money. The next several days, I dipped into my special points to buy pill ingredients. It ended up only costing me 30 of them, to build up the funds I needed for a lesson on cultivation. I had decided to go with a teacher that only cost 50 points for 2 reasons. First, they were cheap, and I didn't have any cash. Second, I figured it was better to give coal in winter. If the people offering lessons for 50 points were in more need of it, they might well put in some extra effort. As soon as I had scraped together enough points, I went back and scheduled a lesson for later that day. The teacher I chose was named Chow Mylan. She looked slightly older than me, like she was in her late 20s, but with the way cultivation played with ages, I had no idea how old she really was. Chow made clear that she was just passing on her own knowledge, and that as she was still a beginner, she could be wrong about some things. However, most of what we covered was considered basic best practices by everyone in the sect. It might not be accurate, but it would be the same advice anyone else would give me. The information she gave me was simple and straightforward. First, purity of qi was absolutely vital. According to Chow, it would be better to spend 5 years advancing a single level with near-perfect purity, instead of jumping a rank in a single day. For alchemists, it was imperative since purity affected both the quality of flames produced and the control one had over them. At my level of alchemy, purity might not matter too much. Apply heat, and boom, you had a pill. However, for more advanced pills, it became trickier to remove all of the toxins contained within the herbs. With some herbs, toxins could be located within a cluster of medicinal energy, so deft targeting was essential. With others, the toxins might burn at an extremely high temperature, but the medicinal power of the herb would evaporate at a low one. So an alchemist would have to retain regions of hot and cold right next to each other. Extremely fine control of heat was a necessity, and it was only possible with high qi purity. There was a catch to all of this though. After age 30, a martial disciple's cultivation base would calcify, and their cultivation speed would decrease sharply. If a cultivator hadn't advanced to martial master before turning 31, they would usually never be able to do so for the rest of their life. So it was important to carefully cultivate a pure foundation, but doing so was a double-edged sword. Pure meant slow, and if one were too slow, they would be stuck as a disciple forever. After discussing cultivation, she talked about some of the techniques available for purchase, and made a few recommendations on ones that I should purchase. These techniques could improve temperature, accuracy, and other basic aspects of qi control. According to Chow, these techniques were just crutches. In the end, I needed to be able to concoct pills without relying on techniques. But if, say, one's purity wasn't high enough, the techniques were a solution. Third, she told me something I had been wondering about. To advance from a martial disciple to a martial master, one had to create meridians. Disciples had qi locked in their muscles, but meridians were pathways that allowed it to flow freely from one part of the body to another. Someone with a single meridian was considered a half-step martial master. A martial master 1 had 2 meridians, master 2 had 3, and so on. An important difference between disciples and masters was that while a disciple 10 was a peak disciple, one had to reach master 11 before they would be a peak master. This was because masters needed to form a total of 12 meridians in their bodies. Creating meridians was completely different from cultivating as a martial disciple. So to advance past peak disciple, one would need a proper rank 2 cultivation technique. Fourth, Chow talked about the order to open acupoints. The order I had done it in previously, arms, chest, legs, extremities, was considered standard for most warriors since it quickly built upper body strength. However, she pointed out that for alchemists, especially for disciples who couldn't move qi freely, the most important acupoints were those in the hands. That was where they would pull the most qi from when concocting pills. So there were two general schools of thought. Open the acupoints in the hands first for quick access to their qi reservoirs, or open them last. Opening them last would mean not being able to rely on them as a disciple, but it would also mean having the most cultivation experience possible before doing so, and making them as pure as possible. Her suggestion was to do the upper arms first, and do the hands last for the greatest balance of potential benefits. Finally, she spent the rest of our time together helping me practice creating a better qi filter. She had used the mid-yellow version of the sex technique, and even though she wasn't allowed to share it with me, knowing it allowed her to help me improve more easily. The higher-ranked technique simply used an upgraded version of the qi filter from the low-yellow technique, so she was able to provide valuable insights on how I could improve my own flawed filters. Overall, I would consider the lesson 50 points well spent. Afterward, I went back to my room to cultivate. I didn't use any pills since Chow told me not to. She said that I should worry both about the pill toxins that even high-purity pills contained, as well as the problems with properly purifying qi while it was being drawn in at an accelerated rate. According to her, I should try to avoid boosting my cultivation speed through pills until I reach a bottleneck. This time, I cultivated slowly and deliberately. I didn't have to meet a looming deadline like that crazy Sioux Clan challenge. I could take my time, so I spent it working on making my qi as pure as possible. In the end, there was only so much a low-yellow technique can do though. I hit a complete wall at 80% purity. It was far better than I had ever done before, but I knew it still wasn't enough. I needed a better technique. Still, I moved forward with opening my first acupoint. It took me a month of study before I did so, but I had finally returned to Martial Disciple 2. I only had one more month before I had to start paying rent, and I had 0 points in my account. It was time to start moving some bricks. I spent the remainder of the month working on my cash flow. Thankfully, having risen to Martial Disciple 2, I had more energy to work with. I did not, however, have the free rein that I thought I would after I began cultivating again. The reason for this all boils down to qi purity. To concoct anything more than the most basic of pills, a cultivator must use their body's qi. As a low-level disciple, I could use my qi to enhance my control over natural fire, to refine medicinal herbs more easily. More skilled alchemists didn't even need a fire, and were capable of refining herbs with their qi directly. In either case, concocting pills required energy. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more energy they had for use in alchemy. At the same time, advancing as a martial disciple integrates the cultivation technique used into one's body. As a disciple too, the qi filter and whirlpool in my upper right arm had become automated, and I no longer had to put any effort into drawing qi into that muscle group. However, if I needed more energy quickly, I could actively cultivate, spinning the whirlpool faster to draw in as much energy as possible. The only downside to this was that I would need to maintain a firm hold over the qi filter as I did so, or else I would start drawing in a substantial amount of impurities. Originally, I had thought that after I started cultivating, I would be able to use my qi freely when concocting pills, and then actively cultivate to quickly restore it. This would allow me to make better pills at a significantly faster rate than was possible by only using my affinity to try and control a natural fire. After my lesson with Chow, I knew that I had to put this plan on hold. Burning through my entire qi pool, and then quickly recovering it would lead to the purity of my qi slowly decreasing over time. I had worked hard to raise my purity to 80%. If I used it all, the 20% of the energy that was impurities would mostly be expelled along with the fire qi, but a small fraction of it would remain. After I restored my energy back up to full, I would be lucky to reach a maximum of 79.9% purity. At first, this meager drop in purity wouldn't be an issue, but the more times I expended and restored my qi, the worse it would get. I didn't know what the lower limit of this decline would be, but it wouldn't be anything good. My goal for this life was to break through to at least the martial master realm. From what Chow said, that meant pushing hard to reach peak disciple before I turned 30. And if I did that, I already wouldn't be able to have as pure of a foundation as I would like. The qi purity in my upper right arm had already been compromised by a low yellow technique, but that was fine. I could rely on qi from there while concocting pills, and avoid cultivating in other parts of my body. If I wanted my best shot at being successful in this life, if I wanted the purest foundation possible, I had to get a better cultivation technique before advancing even a single step further. At the end of my first 3 months in the sect, I was happy. I had paid my rent, and still had a good number of contribution points to spare. I had reached the point where I could pop out 5 pills a day, and at least half of them would be high purity. This let me accrue around 40 points a day. Of course, this only lasted for 6 days before my special points ran out. After that, I had to start paying for my ingredients with the points I earned from selling pills. Still, I was managing 15 points a day profit. After these 3 months, I had racked up a total of about 500 contribution points. This seemed almost too easy. 2 more months, and I would get my hands on that high yellow cultivation technique. It was just a matter of time. I wasn't sure why everyone didn't get the high yellow technique by the end of their first year. I asked Bao about this, and he looked at me slack-jawed. Because it's too hard. Look, most people move up 1 step at a time. They start with the free technique, then go to low, then mid. Learning the extra complications that come with a higher level technique takes time and energy, and we usually spend that on alchemy. But a better technique means better alchemy, right? Yes, but there's another thing. By the time most people have mastered the mid-yellow technique, they are already peak disciples, and are ready to advance to master. To switch to the high yellow technique, they would have to disperse their cultivation and start over. However, this wouldn't remove the impurities that already exist in their body. So they would be doing a ton of extra work for very little benefit. I understand that. It seemed like a mistake to me, but it was their life. Bao smirked at me and decided to change the subject. Anyway, are you going to the tournament? It's going to be great this year. There are even a few new disciples who entered at the same time you did who will be competing. What tournament? Arg, you spend too much time working. You need to socialize more. It's the yearly tournament to determine who is going to move up to the outer sect. There will be dozens of people competing, but only the top 5 will be promoted. Not only that, the prize for the top 3 is an opportunity to become a master alchemist. What? How can becoming a master alchemist be a prize? Bao gave a dramatic sigh. To become a master alchemist, you need to absorb a spirit flame into your body. It's nearly impossible to create rank 2 pills without one. The top 3 will be given spirit flames, since they're already the best of the best as disciple alchemists. Getting a spirit flame is a guaranteed promotion to master alchemist. This is like the only chance we will ever get to advance. Making it into the top 3 is jumping over the dragon gate. Bao didn't let me decline the invitation. He grabbed my arm and physically dragged me to watch the tournament with him. We entered a large stadium with seating that wrapped around the field below. Bao's tickets were for seats high up and away from the action, but at least we would be facing the contest's fronts instead of looking at them from behind. After we took our seats, I looked at the workbenches set up on the field below. Only 100 spots. Do only 100 people get to compete for outer sect disciple? Brother Su, my man, we have got to get you out more. What have you been doing? Cultivating and working all day. You need a hobby. Bao sighed in resignation. No, every nominal disciple is allowed to compete for a spot in the outer sect. The sect has been holding preliminaries for this competition for a month now. Thousands of high-level nominal disciples tried, and were eliminated. I blushed with a bit of embarrassment. Oh really? After leaving the Su clan, I had felt wrong. Something about staying in the alchemy lab alone and practicing pills felt right. That was who I was. That was what I was supposed to do. I needed to cultivate, tend the herbs and practice alchemy diligently. That was who I was. Going around the sect and socializing felt unnatural. So, what's the test like? Alright, so the prelims were crazy. Bao started to get excited again. Everyone was given a pill recipe that no one had ever seen before. To pass, you first had to make the pill, which almost no one was able to do. After that, the top 100 were chosen based on their pill's medicinal efficacy. The guy who came in at number 100? His efficacy was only 22%. That pill was brutal. Bao shook his head in mock sympathy. Today's final will be much tamer. I bet there are hundreds of people cursing the fact that the test for the final wasn't used in the prelims. Today, the contestants just need to make 5 superior qi gathering pills. Something all of them have done countless times before. The final results will be based on the total medicinal efficacy of the pills. Of course, only high-purity pills count. Anything below that will be thrown out. Only high? What if someone makes a perfect pill? Bao guffawed. If anyone down there makes even a single perfect pill, they will probably be sent to the inner sect immediately. They won't even have to bother with the outer sect. A disciple alchemist making a perfect superior qi gatherer? That doesn't happen. The tournament was fascinating. The recipe for the superior pills was no secret, and I had learned it my first month in the sect. The base of the pill was still a blue peony. For an improved pill, astragalus root was added to the peony, and both herbs were combined into a single pill. To make it superior, xianxia berries also needed to be added to the mixture. Everyone knew the ingredients, but being able to successfully make the pill was a different story. I watched as the contestants carefully trimmed the astragalus, so that the resultant medicinal strength correctly complemented the peony. After that, most of the people ranked lower down in the competition began slowly peeling the xianxia berries. The skin was pure pill toxin, so they wanted to remove it first. Those who were higher ranked didn't bother. They would simply burn away the skin in the pill furnace. As they began concocting, qi flowed like water. Where I used my qi as a shell to slowly melt toxins away, the contestants used theirs like scalpels and spears, ruthlessly cutting and hacking at any impurities. Every person had to make 5 pills, so the competition took hours, but I couldn't look away for a single moment. The final result was staggering. Even the worst of the champions had made 5 high-purity pills, all with medicinal efficacies above 90%. As for the woman who took first place, her total efficacy was 482. She had made 3 at 96% and 2 at 97%. I had never even gotten close to those kinds of numbers when making even the most basic of pills. The skill of these competitors was far beyond anything I was capable of. After the tournament, I sat in contemplation. I was really glad Bao had dragged me here. Watching a group of alchemists who were so much more skilled than myself showed me how much I was lacking. I had been watching from far enough away that I couldn't clearly see what they were doing. And even if I had seen it clearly, I still wouldn't have understood why they did what they did. Still, even from what I could see, it was obvious to me that they all had masterful control of fire qi. Even the people who were eliminated early had skills far above what I did. This wasn't about knowledge of techniques. It was pure basic skill. Like how a professional athlete, without doing any special tricks or fancy moves, would be able to crush an amateur with basic fundamentals. Brother Bao, I need to improve my qi control. I was told I should work on improving my innate skill with it, instead of relying on techniques. Do you know any way to do that? Working on your control? Sure, that's easy enough. Come with me. Bao took me to the provisions hall. In the past, the area I had entered was just a small room with a single counter. Turns out, that was just an express store for picking up alchemy ingredients. I thought the rest of the building was a warehouse of some kind, but there was also a large store for miscellaneous goods. Before, I had been so focused on the task at hand that I walked right by it. Bao explained that this store sold most random things one might need. It had the cultivation mats he had mentioned when we first met. It had more comfortable sleeping rolls. And it even had books and games for entertainment during downtime. Our focus was on a set of shelves that contained an awe-inspiring number of what looked to be nothing more than packets of index cards. The packets were sectioned off in a grid-like pattern of 5 rows in 4 columns. These are something the servant disciples get paid to make. I hear it's a real pain to do. Each pack contains 50 cards. He grabbed a pack from the group on the top left and showed it to me. These are to help you learn to control your qi more accurately. The top row has the easiest exercises, bottom row has the hardest. Each column is a different skill: accuracy, insulation, speed, and power. Most people would say the skills get harder as you move from left to right. But that depends on the person. Let's go by these and I'll show you how they work. Taking the pack he had grabbed from the top left, He headed toward the counter. Bao offered to pay for the cards, but I had a decent reserve of points built up, so I declined his offer. He wanted to fight me over it, but after explaining that his help was enough, he finally relented. We took the cards back to our apartment, and he began to explain how to use them. The top card is going to be the simplest, so it's a good place to start. Take a look. He showed me a card of white paper, with a thick black line running horizontally through its middle. I'm not sure if it was originally a joke or not, but the first few cards are just numbers. Anyway, this is to help you practice accuracy. You want to channel qi from your body and into the card. Your goal is to completely burn away the black line, but you have to be careful. If your qi touches the white part of the card, the entire thing will turn to ashes in a flash. This level isn't too sensitive. You might get away with burning the white a little, but the higher the difficulty, the more sensitive the paper, and the more complex the pattern. He flipped through the cards, showing me a few of the different designs. You're only martial disciple too, so you don't have much qi in your body yet. That's one of the nice things about this set of cards. It barely takes any qi. Just keep a light, steady touch, and focus on where you send it. If you were to try some of the other skills, you might need to supplement your qi with natural fire. And I don't recommend that. Stick with this skill for now, and start on the others when you're at a higher level. I sat down and started working on the first card. When I made qi gathering pills, my process was to create a rough shell of qi around the flower, and then mold it into shape, slowly concentrating my energy in different areas to burn away the chaotic tainted energy as evenly as I could. I tried to use that same process with this card. I started from the center. I could freely push qi there without worrying about it hitting the white paper. Slowly I massaged my qi to the borders, first the top and bottom, then the sides. My qi spread through the card like a highly eccentric oval, and I was able to cleanly remove the black paper along nearly all the sides. The problem was the shape on the card was a rectangle with sharp corners. Getting flush with the sides was easy, but the corners were a different story. As my qi approached the corners, I kept stopping and pulling back. The more I tried to form it into a right angle, the more I lost control. Eventually, I slipped, and the entire card flashed as it turned to ash. Bao clapped at my performance. That was pretty good. I didn't get nearly that far my first time. Just keep trying. You'll get the hang of it. One suggestion though. Your qi is covering a pretty thick area at any one time, so you have to try to shape it into hard lines. That can be difficult, as you just saw. It's good to practice that, but you might want to start with a narrow band of qi. Think of it like a thin knife, or like a long needle. Just burn a tiny part of the card at a time. It will be a lot more work to do the sides like that, but it will be great for the corners. He used his qi to demonstrate his meaning. In the end, you will be working on doing it both ways, but I think starting with a narrow beam will probably be easier for you. Thank you, Brother Bao. I gave him a martial salute in gratitude. Hey, you're treating me like a stranger now. This is what I should do for my brother. The next few months, my finances took a hit. My primary motivation during this time was to improve my control of fire qi. From what I had seen, advanced alchemy was beyond me until that happened. Oh, could I try to make a more advanced pill? Sure, but producing anything that wasn't high purity was just throwing money away. If I was going to burn money anyway, I might as well burn what was supposed to burn, those damn index cards. Honestly, some days I wished I could just burn that whole store down. Even following Bao's advice, progress was slow. Trying to get fire qi right up to the edge without going past it was making me insane. Bao had said to think of the qi like a needle or dagger. The problem was that qi wasn't solid. Trying to form it into a dagger led me to create something that might resemble a dagger, but only if said dagger had been sitting in salt water for a few hundred years. My qi blade was a rough, patchy, worthless mess. I thought I might be going down the wrong path, but Bao assured me that I was doing fine. This was just how things were at first. All I had to do was keep practicing. So that's what I did. I practiced. I burned through cards at a truly manic pace. When my funds started to get low, I made pills. Everything I did was to push my skills in qi control as far as they would go. Eventually, I gave up on the plan to only use the low yellow technique on my upper right arm. I needed access to more energy. I was spending far too much time restoring my energy, and far too little time using it. So I cultivated my upper left arm, and advanced to Martial Disciple 3. This would hurt the purity of my chi, but it would only hurt the purity of the chi in my upper arms. After hitting Martial Master, chi becomes mobile, so impurities in one place would travel throughout the body. But as a Martial Disciple, my problems would remain stuck in my upper arms, so I felt it was worth it. After this breakthrough, the speed of my progress improved significantly. After an agonizing 5 months, I was finally able to successfully cleanse every single card in the first set. After completing the first row's accuracy cards, I had to decide what to do next. As I saw it, I had 3 options. First, work on getting a higher cultivation technique. Second, begin work on a new set of practice cards. Third, learn to make mid-purity chi gathering pills to make credits more efficiently. Wait, I suddenly stopped myself. My plan was to get the highest grade cultivation technique first, then cultivate, and then use that extra power to learn alchemy more quickly. How did I get sidetracked into focusing so much on these cards? I thought back. I had been making solid progress on earning enough points to obtain the high yellow cultivation technique, but after Bao dragged me to that tournament, I threw away all of my work and focused on those index cards to the exclusion of everything else. I even broke through with the low yellow technique to make the process faster. Why did I do that? I had no idea, but I needed to be careful. I suddenly changed my goal and didn't even realize that I was doing it. I breathed out and tried to focus. What was done though. I had advanced. At least it gave me more energy to work with. Before anything else, I needed that high yellow technique. I returned my focus to making and selling pills. Before anything else, I needed to earn contribution points. At this point, I was making 8 pills a day, and with the improved accuracy of my chi, 7 of them were high purity, and I was making a profit of 35 points a day. It only took a little over a month to get enough money for the high yellow technique. After gathering the necessary points, I made my way to the technique hall. You want the high yellow cultivation technique? Not many come in here for that. It's expensive. Yes, but I wanted to ask, is high yellow the best I can get? Before, there was mention of better if I had special permission. Oh sure, no way to get a profound one I'm afraid. But it is possible to get your hands on a peak yellow technique. Hard though. How do I get it? You've seen the small competitions around town, haven't you? Those can sometimes reward the peak yellow technique. Even then, it's all about whether you're willing to spend your prize on it, and if the elder in charge thinks you're suitable for it. Mostly, people who win those competitions ask for a rank 2 skill. I hadn't, in fact, seen those competitions. What do they test? Pill refining? Do we need to make a high-level pill? Nah, most of them are about your basic control skills. Just work on your chi skills. I grabbed the high yellow technique and headed out. The conversation made me eager to study and improve my chi skills. But I could only do one thing at a time. Cultivation had to come first. It took me a long time to successfully learn the high yellow cultivation technique. I had to work on it for nearly a year before I was able to successfully maintain its chi filter. During that time, Bao encouraged me, but he confessed that he would never be willing to try it. The technique was too difficult, and the benefits of using it weren't that great. I was starting to agree with him. Nearly every time I talked with Bao, I set the high yellow technique aside and started using the low yellow one again. It was only an hour into using the lower ranked technique that I remembered the point of everything and returned to the better technique. Bao was concerned about this life, so spending so much time learning a technique might not matter to him. But I had to prepare for the future. I looked for teachers to help me, but Chow had only used the mid-yellow and couldn't give me much advice. There were supposedly teachers who could, but the cost for a single lesson from them was more than the scroll itself. So I just buckled down and pushed forward. What saved me, as it turned out, was my practice with the accuracy exercises. The skills I gained from them were what finally helped me form the proper high yellow filter. This also proved to me that the chi skills were valuable for more than just alchemy. I struggled to lock the new filter in place as I cultivated. As I drew in chi, the filter began to buckle. As I approached the rate of cultivation I could achieve with the low yellow technique, the chi filter suddenly shattered. That was okay. I was making progress. Improving my accuracy with chi had significantly helped me earlier. I realized that the next step to improving my cultivation skills was improving my chi skills. I thought through the 4 skills available: accuracy, insulation, speed, and power. Which one did I need here? Insulation didn't sound like something that would help me in this case, but the other 3 all seemed to have some level of merit. Accuracy to draw the filter better, speed to do it faster, power to make it stronger. I could already do the first pack of accuracy, so I didn't worry about that for the time being. Speed was not vital, since taking longer didn't matter to me. Therefore I went with power. The power cards were a lot more expensive than the accuracy ones had been, but it turned out they were a much better deal. The power cards were all white, with a single solid red circle. The goal of the card was to focus enough energy into the circle to set the red ink on fire. This would leave the card completely blank, the sign of success. The chi did not need to be focused. If it hit the white area, that was fine. All I needed to do was pump energy into the circle enough to burn it away. However, if I used too much power, the entire card would also catch on fire and vanish into ash. The goal was to use sufficient controlled power. The reason these cards were a much better deal was because I would only lose a card if I pushed too much energy into it. Mostly the problem was not putting in enough. On the other hand, they consumed way more energy. The accuracy cards only needed a trickle of chi. Some of these needed a fire hose. I fell into a cycle. Train my power. Cultivate to restore my energy. Train power. Cultivate to restore my energy. As I trained, my chi filter became stronger, allowing me to gather energy faster, allowing me to train more. It was a virtuous cycle. In the small, secluded world of the sex city, I barely noticed as several years came and went. After my first year in the sect, Bao was no longer getting the discounted rate for living with me. I thought he would move out at that point, but for some reason, he chose to stay. I was always working, trying to advance my skills and knowledge, so I didn't spend too much time with him. But I was thankful to just have someone to talk to whenever I struggled to make progress. Chao didn't know the high yellow technique, so she wasn't able to provide too much insight into the technique itself, but she was still a martial master. Over the course of several more lessons, she helped me avoid a variety of pitfalls in my cultivation journey. With her help, I was able to reach Martial Disciple 6 when I was only 20 years old. My speed of advancement was slower than it had been in the past, but I was using that time to build a much firmer foundation than ever before. Eventually, I turned 21. I had been in the sect for nearly 5 years at this point. From what I knew, I was a rarity. There were very few people who lived here for that long, and never once tried to make an improved pill. But that didn't bother me. Instead of performing alchemy, my focus was on improving my basic skills. This would make alchemy much easier, and allow me to concoct more valuable pills. I couldn't allow myself to waste herbs. I needed to prevent myself from wasting precious resources. To do that, I had to first improve all 4 of the basic chi control skills. Accuracy, to better control where the chi goes. Insulation, to heat one area while keeping an adjacent spot cool. Speed, to quickly redirect the flow of chi. Power, to use exactly as much energy as required. When I was able to do all the packs from the second row without making a mistake, I nearly collapsed to the floor in joy. 2 rows out of 5 might not sound like much, but I felt amazing about it. At this point, I started the next phase of my cultivation journey, consuming pills. Not long after I reached Disciple 6, my cultivation speed declined sharply. Advancing any further was becoming difficult, so I needed to start using pills to assist me, and with my chi control skills now at an acceptable level, I could start performing alchemy again in order to do so. The thing was, while I could make basic pills, they weren't very effective on me as a Disciple 6. They helped, but they weren't ideal. Since the sect didn't sell any pills, only bought them, I had to turn to my fellow disciples for assistance. This, however, proved to be a little tricky. The sect bought high-purity improved pills for 30 contribution points. I would have been more than willing to pay that price for one, but there was no way for disciples to directly transfer contribution points between each other. So instead, I tried paying people in pills. There was no explicit rule against this. A high-purity basic pill was 10 points, so if I gave someone 5 pills, that would just be paying them 50 points for it, right? No one I talked to was willing to even consider this kind of exchange, and I couldn't understand why at first. However, after one of the disciples explained things to me, it made perfect sense in my mind. The contribution point system existed to help us succeed as alchemists, and I shouldn't do anything to exploit it in such a way. While it was possible to turn in someone else's pills as one's own, it was something only a poor alchemist would do. I needed to be more forthright and honest in my dealing with the sect. Something about these thoughts seemed wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it, so I decided that the wrongness just came because of how quickly I changed my mind on the topic. After understanding that the pill exchange method was wrong, I tried a different approach, purchasing pills with gold. I had 3 gold remaining from when I first entered the sect. I hadn't used or gotten any since. Outside this place, high-purity improved pills were 40 silver each. Inside, I had trouble finding anyone willing to sell one for 80. I had no reason to hold back, so I spent all of my money and bought 4, getting a slight discount by doing so. With the improvements to my chi skills, cultivating with an improved pill wasn't a problem. After using all 4 pills, along with a few extra basic pills I made myself, I reached Martial Disciple 8. I was only 23 years old. I had been in the sect for 7 years. After breaking through to Disciple 8, I immediately tried to concoct a basic pill. I wanted to see how my advancements had changed things. Making such a simple pill was a breeze, and I quickly removed every trace of a toxin from the herb's medicinal energy. My speed and accuracy were better than I would have believed possible just 7 years earlier. After carefully ensuring the medicinal energy was perfectly pure, I condensed it into a pill and used my analysis ability to examine the result. High purity rank 1 basic qi gathering pill, 98% medicinal efficacy. Value, 20 silver. I was very pleased with the efficacy. It was almost perfect, but the purity rating annoyed me. I was confident that I had removed every speck of toxin from the pill. Shouldn't it be a perfect pill? Why was it only high purity? I needed to look into this, but later, there was something else I had been putting off for far too long. I gathered a blue peony and an astragalus root. It was time to make an improved qi gathering pill. The first step was to correctly balance the medicinal power of the 2 ingredients, 2 parts peony to 1 part root. I did my best to measure this visually, but it was hard. I would need to look for a technique to help me with this later. Imbalance wasn't a critical problem, but it would hurt the efficacy of the final pill. Next, I had to remove the toxins from both ingredients simultaneously. It was difficult to balance this, but my qi control skills helped tremendously. By the time most of the toxins were removed, I had damaged the medicinal energy slightly, but I could only hope it was not too much. Third, I needed to blend the 2 powers together. This was problematic since I could only manipulate fire qi. I couldn't directly manipulate medicinal energy. I used a strand of insulated fire qi as a kind of stirring rod, but this wasn't an ideal solution. I added this to the list of techniques I needed to look for. Finally, I had to compress the energy and form the pill. This worked just like it did with basic pills, so nothing new here. There was more energy to compress, and it tried to get out of control a bit more. But it was fine. A small pill dropped to the bottom of the pill furnace. I picked it up and inspected it. Mid-purity rank 1 improved qi gathering pill, 12% medicinal efficacy. Value, 58 copper. It was complete trash. I felt a twinge of anxiety at having wasted precious herbs, but I had gained experience with the concoction process and a stronger foundation for future learning. It was time to find a teacher and grab a few helpful techniques. I may have wasted some points on herbs, but the experience would be helpful as I moved forward. 7 years. That was my deadline. That was all the time I had left before my cultivation base calcified, and advancing to martial master became a distant dream. In a sense, I felt like I had plenty of time. I had reached Martial Disciple 8 in 7 years, and I would only need to break through 3 more times to reach Martial Master. I shouldn't have any problem. However, reality wasn't so kind. With each advancement, my cultivation speed was dropping rapidly. Even using the best pills I could afford, advancing to Disciple 7 took 1 year, and advancing to Disciple 8 took 2. If this continued, Disciple 9 would take 3 years, and Peak Disciple would take 4. That would leave me calcified and unable to advance to Master without extraordinary luck. Those who could advance after 30 were few and far between, so nearly everyone transitioned into a role as a servant disciple at that age. While some held out hope that they would be among the lucky few to advance, most knew that it was an impossibility. I didn't want to be relegated to the role of a servant disciple. Advancing to the outer sect as a martial master meant more access to knowledge while I was alive and more credits when I died. If I wanted to improve, I needed to advance. To join the outer sect, there were 2 requirements. First, I needed to be a martial master. Second, I had to be able to make high-purity superior pills with an efficacy above 90%. Of course, that was only the minimum efficacy requirement. Depending upon who I was up against in the outer sect competition, I might need to be able to make pills at over 95% efficacy. In these last few years, my rate of progress had been nowhere near what I needed it to be if I wanted to achieve this goal. I had to push harder and faster. I hadn't spent these past years slacking off. I had built a solid foundation to stand upon. Now it was time to use that foundation to build a castle. To accomplish my goals, the first thing I did was go to Chow since I knew I could trust her to teach me well. She was now a martial master who was able to routinely make high-purity superior pills, so her lessons should have been expensive. Most people in her position wouldn't even teach lessons anymore, because their time was too valuable. I could only be grateful that she was still willing to help me for a mere 50 points. I could have paid more, and I would have, but any savings at this stage was a blessing. The problems I faced were a known quantity to alchemists, so solutions were ready to go. Chow gave me a list of techniques that could help me, and I just needed to practice them. Her biggest piece of advice was to raise all of my chi skills high enough to complete the 4th row of index cards. This was what I would need if I wanted to win a rank 2 cultivation skill from one of the sect's minor contests. Very few people were capable of completing row 5, and after those people won once or twice, they had no reason to compete again. So I didn't need to worry about them when trying to earn a cultivation skill. However, if I wanted any kind of chance of placing in the top 3 during the outer sect competition and earning a spirit fire, completing row 5 was a must. So, reaching this level was something I needed to do, but its priority was below that of reaching martial master and learning to concoct superior pills. As I practiced the chi skills, I ran into a problem. While working in Rudy's shack, I had begun to be able to see chi. I didn't know why. I didn't know how. All I knew was that I slowly gained the ability to do so. This chi vision was essential for alchemy. It was what allowed me to see toxins in the ingredients. It allowed me to see my chi and use it to purify herbs. After working on row 3 of the chi skills for a while, I found that my chi vision was failing me. My sight wasn't good enough to see all of the details I needed to see. I needed an upgrade. I could have asked Chow about this, but I didn't have anything else to ask about at the moment, so I didn't want to bother her. Instead, I went straight to the technique hall to see if they could provide me with any assistance. When I arrived, I didn't even bother looking for a scroll myself. I went straight to the receptionist to ask about it. "Excuse me, are there any techniques here that will make it easier to see chi? Like when concocting pills? I need something that will help me see the chi and medicinal energy more clearly." The man nodded in understanding. "Of course, there are 2 options for improving your chi vision. First, we have an eye technique available. Using it will mean that concocting pills requires significantly more energy. And it isn't perfect, but it is the most common choice. It's also the only one you can purchase." He moved to pull out the scroll for the technique he mentioned, showing it to me. "This will work, but it won't improve your underlying ability. You see, the chi vision you are probably used to has nothing to do with your chi or cultivation stage. It's all about the strength of your soul. The stronger your soul, the more clearly you will be able to see chi. Get it? So to make real improvements, you need a soul cultivation technique that will strengthen and solidify the energy of your soul. At higher levels, this is considered a basic necessity for alchemists, but we don't sell them here. Why? How do I get it? You have to win it. Keep your eyes open. Occasionally you might find it as a reward for one of the competitions around the city. You see, soul cultivation is hard to learn, takes a long time, and simply isn't necessary for what most of you kids are doing. So, instead of letting you burn points on a technique you don't need, you get it for free. But you first have to prove that you're someone who'll be able to make good use of it. After thanking the man and leaving, I thought about this new information. Soul cultivation sounded like something that was perfect for me. The earthly Daub had told me that my body and mind were reset, but my soul went back in time. If I cultivated my soul, wouldn't that be a permanent benefit? I thought about everything the man told me. I was able to see qi when concocting much more clearly than Bao. Why was that? It must have been because I had somehow strengthened my soul in the past. I rushed back into the hall to ask another question. Is there a way to strengthen the soul without a cultivation technique? Yeah, sure. When you're working, it will naturally strengthen your soul over time. Think of your soul as just another muscle. You burn soul energy using qi vision. If you use it too intently, you might even start feeling woozy. This is like your soul has just had a heavy workout. It will take time to recover, but when it does, it will be slightly stronger than before. This takes time though. Soul cultivation is already pretty slow. Strengthening your soul through only exercise is painfully slow. I thanked him again and left. I needed to strengthen my soul, but was I willing to risk using a cultivation technique to do so? I had been more than a little blasé about practicing cultivation techniques in the past, relying on my restarts to fix anything that might go wrong with me. Monkeying with my soul was a completely different story. I wasn't going to touch something that could permanently cripple me until I understood what I was doing. Until then, I would focus on strengthening my soul through exercise. He said it just took time, right? That was one resource I had in abundance. Instead of improving my soul to master the qi skills, I would master the qi skills to improve my soul. Cultivation, alchemy, qi skills, soul. These were the 4 things I needed to improve, but doing so was proving to be difficult. I needed better pills to improve my cultivation. I needed better qi skills and a stronger soul to improve my alchemy. I needed a higher cultivation base to raise my qi skills more effectively. I had been raising each area slowly, one after another in a loop, but that was taking too long. If I didn't speed up, I would hit 31, and my cultivation base would calcify. So, I needed to pick the lowest hanging fruit and raise it as high as possible. Then I could parlay those gains into the other areas. I chose to quickly raise my cultivation base. To do this, I began consuming high-purity basic qi gathering pills constantly. These pills increased the rate at which I could absorb qi from the environment, and their effects lasted for roughly 8 hours. Every day, I took 3 pills to keep these effects running continuously. As a martial disciple 8, the effects of basic pills were somewhat limited, but they were much better than nothing. I could have tried to use improved pills instead, but I didn't have the means to purchase them, and the ones I made myself contained far too many pill toxins. Such pills would be powerful at first, but ingesting too many pill toxins would cripple me before I reached my goals. My cultivation progress still wasn't quick enough, so I relaxed my qi filters. While this did mean I was drawing in impurities, it allowed me to cultivate and advance at a much faster rate. Following this regime, I was able to reach martial disciple peak after only 3 years. While raising my cultivation base, I still worked on my qi skills a bit, to keep in practice if nothing else. However, after I hit martial disciple peak, had abundant energy, and was no longer distracted, that was when I began to destroy those cards. While I had relaxed my filters over recent years to advance quicker, my qi purity was still much higher than the majority of the sect's disciples, especially in my right hand, as I ensured that it always had the highest purity qi I could manage. Waiting until I had the high yellow skill mastered to do the majority of my cultivation was a godsend. When I created a knife to cut away parts of those cards, it was like I was passing it through melted butter. Before long, I was able to complete row 4 of the qi skill cards. I was 27. I had 3 years left. Chi skill competitions were not too infrequent. There was usually one every month, but the number of disciples who competed in them was staggering. The chances of winning were extremely low, so you had to be both good and lucky. I did not, however, need to win the competition for my goals. Participants signed up based on which row of the Chi skills cards they were currently on. Winning the row 4 category awarded up to a high yellow rank 2 cultivation technique. For the row 5 competition, the reward could be up to a peak yellow rank 2 technique, depending on the decision of the elder in charge. Winning such prizes was beyond me. I wasn't ready to win yet. I just needed a simple technique that would allow me to keep moving forward. I could get a better one in the future. My only goal was to impress the elder enough to be awarded a low yellow rank 2 technique. That was enough for now. The competition was surprisingly straightforward. Everyone received 3 special cards, and we just needed to return them by the end of the day. There was no mention of a proctor that would monitor us, just an admonition that we should not turn in the work of others. The sect showed it trusted us, and no one wanted to betray the trust, so we needed to follow his instructions. These cards were far more complex than any I had seen before. Every card was a challenge that combined all of the Chi skills into a single test. I had to accurately burn through a mark on the card at a quick speed, with a very specific level of energy, all while making sure other parts of the card didn't heat up at all. They were challenging and draining. After I finished the first card, I looked at it and saw several spots I hadn't cleaned correctly. I couldn't do anything about it though. The speed aspect blocked anything from changing after the time was up. I recovered my energy and began the second card. The result was slightly worse. My focus had slipped halfway through, and I made a mistake, though not a catastrophic one. At least the card didn't turn to ash. I waited an hour before beginning the final card. I couldn't make any more mistakes. However, I couldn't rest for too long. Time was a factor. The third card was the hardest, but having rested and refocused, I was able to complete it to the same level as the first. After turning everything in, I sat down to await the results. People had until the end of the day to finish, but the elder didn't wait that long before beginning to award prizes. Unsurprisingly, I did not win the top prize. However, my performance was good enough to earn me a mid-yellow rank 2 technique. My advancement to martial master was getting ever closer. I needed to talk to Chow. I wanted her guidance on the process of becoming a martial master. Advancing to martial master was all about creating pathways through the body to allow for the flow of Qi between different muscle groups. According to Chow, everyone's body had a natural energy flow. Meridians needed to be constructed with that natural flow in mind. If they were put in the wrong places, their efficiency would plummet. The first 2 meridians were in the chest. Everyone had a dantian near the middle of their torso. This was a natural gathering point for Qi. It was most noticeable in those who had never cultivated, because it was the only place in their body with any Qi at all. The first 2 meridians took energy from this dantian and cycled it through the internal organs of the torso. This improved a cultivator's strength and vitality, allowing martial masters to live to 200 years old. Both torso meridians had to be correctly formed and positioned to allow Qi to flow properly. That was why those with only one were considered half-step masters. They had begun the process of building their body's meridian system, but it didn't mean much until the first 2 were both in place. Chow guided me through some of the processes and pitfalls of creating meridians, but warned that she was just a novice at this herself. Also, she could not tell me exactly where to place them. I would have to determine that myself through my own understanding of my body's Qi flows. Chow told me what meridians were, and what to expect from the process. The cultivation technique told me the instructions and blueprints for creating them. My body told me where to build them. The process was tedious, but I was much quicker than a normal disciple. I had decided to use the same strategy one did when I first became a martial disciple. Rapid advancement that would destroy my foundation. I was already concerned about the purity of the Qi in my body, and I had found that my low fire affinity was limiting my future potential. Instead of a long slog of slowly cultivating this life, I decided on a different path. I would race into the master realm and learn what I could from the process. Then I would restart from the beginning with more knowledge and a higher affinity so that I could do everything the right way. I put all distractions to the side in my race to advancement. I built up enough contribution points to pay for rent for the next 3 years, so that I didn't need to worry about such trivial matters. Then I began secluded cultivation. I stopped talking to Bao, and I had no more lessons from Chow. After 6 months, I formed my first meridian. It was a pathetic thing that wasn't much better than a leaky straw. I had high purity qi and a mid-yellow rank 2 cultivation technique. These both demanded strong meridians. With my 3-legged cat of a meridian, I might become a martial master, but I would be nothing more than a paper tiger. That didn't stop me. 6 months later, I completed my second meridian. With both channels in place, there was only one last step in the advancement process. I carefully allowed a faint trickle of qi to pass through my meridians. Even then, it felt like they were on the verge of collapse. If that happened, I would at best have to start over from scratch. At worst, I would never be able to form any meridians again in the future. Infusing my organs with qi lasted 3 days, but the amount of energy I was able to force into them was pathetic. This strengthening of the internal organs allowed normal masters to live to 200, but I would be lucky to survive to 110. That was fine. I didn't plan on living forever anyway. I had 2 years left before I turned 30. I was no longer on a hard deadline, but I didn't stop. Simply advancing to master provided me with very few benefits. I also needed to build the meridian that allowed qi to flow into my right arm. Then, I would be able to pull qi from my torso and upper arm into my right hand. I now had practice with forming meridians, but this still took me another 6 months to complete. It didn't matter. I had advanced to martial master too. I wanted to compete to become an outer disciple at age 30. As I had reached martial master, this deadline was no longer an imperative, but both Bao and Chow had made the situation clear. While those older than 30 could in theory be chosen to join the inner-outer sect, it rarely happened in practice, so if I wanted the best shot at doing so, I needed to hurry. I only had 18 months to go before the competition that could decide my fate for this life. Without having concocted an improved pill that could even be considered decent, aiming to complete a superior pill with a high efficacy in only 18 months seemed implausible. I wasn't going to let that stop me. I began to feel more and more that the other disciples here were being held back by a lack of drive to push themselves forward. Most of them spent a lot of time just enjoying themselves. I couldn't blame them. This was a steady, safe life. People here had homes, food, entertainment, and steady work. It wouldn't be wrong to come here and just live. That wasn't my calling though. Cultivation, herbs, pills. Those were what my life was about. I needed to stay focused. If this had been my only life, I might have been willing to just settle down here too. But I needed to prepare for the distant future. Bao didn't have much advice for me. He could only make improved pills himself. So my alchemy skills had already reached the limits of his knowledge. Chow told me basically the same thing. She was good at teaching cultivation, but her pill refining wasn't anything spectacular. She could make high-purity superior pills, but that was only because she had years of practice with them. She didn't have any silver bullets that could help me swiftly improve. I wanted to find another private teacher, but the ones that could make high-purity superior pills spent their time concocting, not teaching. So I began signing up for public lessons. I didn't have any other choice. I filled my days with lessons, pill practice, and a mad scramble for contribution points to pay for everything. After a few months of this routine, I improved to the point where I was able to routinely concoct high-purity improved pills. This allowed me to fund my activities much more easily. Advancing to martial master had been a boon. Lack of qi was the bottleneck that had kept me from practicing alchemy as long as I wanted, so being able to pull energy from several parts of my body to keep me fueled allowed me to spend much more time at the workbench. I considered using some of the pills I was making to help further reduce my downtime from lack of energy, but I decided against it. Qi-gathering pills were great when trying to break through while cultivating, but they weren't designed for efficiently restoring energy during normal activities. It would have been nice if there were a pill designed for long-term energy recovery during daily activities, but I doubted it existed. All rank 1 pills were completely useless except for chi gathering pills. I had been told this enough times that I should remember it, but I couldn't help but wish that there were other useful pills. Something about those thoughts seemed wrong to me, but I put it to the side. It wasn't important. I just needed to do my best to power through. On the day of the preliminaries for the outer sect disciple exam, I was mentally and physically exhausted. I had pushed myself right up to the last moment, and it was only after I found myself haggard and worn out at the testing site that I realized I should have rested. I was fine. I would only need to concoct a single pill. I had the mental fortitude to do that. I could rest when I was dead. That thought made me chuckle. It was about the biggest lie I had ever told myself. We were to be tested in batches of 100 with new groups cycling in throughout the day. Testing sites had been set up in a few areas across the city to make everything quicker and easier. The place I arrived at looked like it was just a crossroads chosen at random. It was a spacious area with 100 workbenches evenly spread out across it in a grid-like pattern. There were a few spectators who had just come to watch, but the location I was at didn't draw too much of a crowd. Once everyone was in place, we were all given a pill recipe and a tray that held several herbs. The recipe described the basic steps needed to concoct the required pill, but it didn't list the pill's name or effects. As I had only made chi gathering pills, I had no way of even guessing what kind of pill this was, or how difficult it would be compared to a normal one. For this competition, the sect had needed to prepare several thousand sets of ingredients. While we did need to pay contribution points for the herbs used in the exam, the fact that so many would be wasted by alchemists untrained in this recipe told me how little value they held. It was only more evidence that, as I had been told, all rank 1 pills other than chi gathering pills were worthless. The primary ingredient for this recipe was a strange mushroom. It had a white stalk and a pink cap. Along the stalk and under the cap, there were odd sacs of a bluish liquid. The supplementary ingredients for the pill were what looked like an ordinary stick of wood and some type of blue-green leaf. Overall, the process was the same as any other pill. Burn away the toxins, mix the energy together, and compress it into a pill. When I used Chi Vision to study the herbs before beginning, I noticed an abnormality. Usually medicinal energy was green, but here it was a strange blue color. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I couldn't worry too much about it at the moment. I followed the process in the recipe as best I could. The instructions for preparing the wood and the leaf were simple enough. Remove the thin layer of bark from the wood first, then grind the leaf into a fine paste. I did so and set the results to the side. The mushroom was more difficult to handle. The instructions said to carefully separate the liquid sacs without bursting them. Then cut up the mushroom into tiny cubes. When I looked at the mushroom closely with Chi Vision, I got an understanding of what was going on. The liquid sacs were packed with medicinal energy and contained very few toxins. The rest of the mushroom was the opposite. It was almost all toxin, with very little medicinal energy. Cutting apart the mushroom like this made it easier to target and destroy all of these toxins. Cleansing the mushroom and getting it to a usable state would be a daunting task. It contained a lot of toxins, so I didn't do that. The only reason to bother with the stalk of the mushroom was to boost the efficacy of the final pill. That would have been nice, but it would have also drained me of too much of my energy. Instead, I decided to place the stalk to the side and only work with the more potent liquid sacs. I would end up with a less powerful pill this way, but it would be significantly easier to make one that was high purity. After all of the ingredients were prepped, I placed everything into the pill furnace and began scanning them for toxins. I immediately noticed that the energy of the leaf was very easy to damage, so I needed to protect it. The toxins of the wood needed high heat to remove. The ones remaining in the mushroom were difficult to target without hitting the mushroom's medicinal energy. There were dozens of small complications. It was challenging, but I did my best. Through sheer grit, I didn't allow my concentration to fail. Finally, when I was reasonably satisfied with the purity of the medicinal energy, and I felt that doing any more would simply be putting its efficacy at risk, I forced the pill to coalesce. When I heard the light tink of a pill hitting the bottom of the pill furnace, I relaxed. I had made the pill. I wasn't sure how potent it was, or if it would be good enough to allow me to pass the test, but I at least had something. So I went to turn it in. I wasn't too interested in whatever pill this was, but I decided to analyze it for fun. High purity rank 1 purifying pill, water chi. 43% medicinal efficacy. Value, 67 silver. As I looked at the result, I couldn't help but mutter to myself. That's cool. Too bad it was a useless rank 1 pill. Again, when that thought popped into my head, I couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. But I didn't know what. After submitting my pill, I had to wait a day for the results. 43% efficacy was bad, no question. But I would be surprised if too many people did significantly better without practicing that pill specifically, and I doubted anyone had done that. Having finished my part of the exam and needing a break, I had a peaceful dinner with Bao. I had been so focused during this time I had barely seen him. After we sat down to eat, Bao couldn't help but ask about the competition. So, how do you think you did? I sighed. I don't know. I did the best I could. Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine. Honestly, look at me. I'm a few years older than you, and I'm not even close to ready to become an outer sect disciple. Just settle down for a few years and take it slow. You'll get there eventually. I thought about what he said. Was it worth working so hard? It would all happen eventually anyway. If I didn't pass this time, I could just try again next year. No reason to worry about it. It would be good to just take a couple of years and, like he said, just live. I had wanted to push myself, to do alchemy and cultivate, but the more time I spent here, the more people told me to relax, the more I felt compelled to follow their advice. Maybe I was on the wrong path. Maybe you are right. I pushed too hard to get everything done early, and it might have all been pointless anyway. If it doesn't work out this year, I'll take some time off. That's the spirit. There are tons of things we can do around here for fun. Just you wait. After eating, I went back to get some rest. In the morning, I was informed of my results. I had passed. I was in 84th place, but I would be able to compete in the finals. The finals were held in the same stadium, where I had watched them during my first year in the sect. The night before the exam, I was nervous. I was so worried about what my results would be, but thoughts of that conversation I had with Bao calmed me. The results of this one competition didn't matter. If I failed, I could just slow down and live a life of gradually improving my craft. That thought cleared my mind and allowed me to approach the exam without worries about the future. There was nothing special about this test. All I had to do was create 5 high-purity superior pills. I had the skills necessary to do that. I just needed to make their medicinal efficacy as high as possible. I didn't need to worry about anything else. Superior pills needed 3 ingredients: blue peonies, astragalus root, and xianxia berries. I had lifetimes of experience with blue peonies. Maximizing their potential was easy. I had less experience with astragalus root, and balancing its energy with the peony was difficult. However, over the last 18 months, I had used them countless times in improved pills. I might not have been as expert with them as I was with peonies, but that wouldn't be a problem. The main difficulty lay in the xianxia berries. Standing in the middle of a packed stadium, I silently watched as many of the competitors began to peel the berries. This reduced the initial pill toxins that they would have to be dealt with, and it made the refining process easier. But it was a trap. Their strategy was not much different than what I had used in the preliminaries. They sacrificed a bit of the pill's efficacy to make the refining process easier. However, in this competition, efficacy was king. Everyone would be able to make high-purity pills, so we had to maximize efficacy everywhere possible. Peeling the berries reduced the amount of toxins one had to deal with significantly, but it also removed a good deal of medicinal energy. By leaving the skin on, my pill wouldn't be as pure as it would be otherwise, but it would still barely qualify as high purity. With the extra medicinal efficacy from the berry skins, I should be a large step above many of my competitors. I worked slowly and methodically. People began to finish and turn in their pills to be judged. I didn't care. Speed didn't matter. After each pill, I rested and cultivated to restore my energy. I needed to be at my peak at all times. 1 hour stretched to 2. 2 stretched to 4. Finally, I finished my last pill. I reflected on my memories of the first competition I had watched. My skill level wasn't anywhere close to the abilities of those alchemists. All I could hope was that it was good enough. I checked my pills: 91%, 86%, 84%, 89%, and 90%. I laughed. A total of 440. I had done my best, but I knew that score wouldn't be competitive. Maybe it was time to live a normal life for a while. I knew my results, but I still stood with the other contestants as we waited for the winners to be announced. First place had a combined 492 points of efficacy. Second had 487. Then they announced third place. Fang, a combined efficacy of 486. While the other winners cheered, I just stood there. I didn't know what the others' results were, but I knew mine definitely wasn't 486. I had succeeded. That was good, right?